And we're now,
We're good, Representative.
okay, good morning. My name is Michael Brennan. I'm a state representative from District 36 in Portland, and I'm the House Chair of the Joint Select Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. We are gathered today to hold four public hearings, one on LD 96, on LD 156, LD 833, and LD 1082. This proceedings, this public hearing is being live streamed on YouTube. So both members of the committee and members of the public will know that all public comment is available to the public. Before we open the public hearing process, I'd like to introduce members of the committee, and starting with Senator Woodson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dave Woodson, Senate District 33 in the northwestern section of York County.
Next, we have Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everybody. I am Maddie Daughtry. I represent State Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell.
Thank you. And Representative Millett.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
And Representative Crockett.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
And Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
And Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I am live from the state capitol. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman here at the state capitol, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
And Representative Roach.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tim Roach, District 7 Wells, and in the first sunny day of the week, we're going to get internet issues. I don't get it, but hopefully I'll be all right.
Great. And we also have our OPLIS staff analyst with us, Hillary Risler. Hillary, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Hillary Risler, and I am a legislative analyst with the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
Thank you. And our able clerk, Sam Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sam Baker. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut, but now I'm a committee clerk, so happy to serve you all.
Well, we're pretty much in outer space sometimes, Sam. So.
Exactly, Senator Woodson.
Yeah, it may seem like that, yes. All right, well, thank you very much. And just a couple of ground rules as we start. Again, the sponsors of the bill will present the bill, co-sponsors, then members of the public will speak. We do have a 3-minute time limit, and Senator Daughtry will be keeping time. So she will let people know when they're about 2.5 minutes into it. And the 3-minute time limit does not apply to the sponsors or co-sponsors. And after we hear from sponsors, co-sponsors, and or members of the public, there could be questions from the committee once we hear those presentations. So with that being said, I will open the public hearing on LD 96, an act to create fairness in the treatment of students by retaining students with certain vaccine exemptions. And we would call on Representative Falkingham to present the bill.
He's joining us now, Representative.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, who is out for the moment, and Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Representative Billy Bob Fockingham, and I am here to present LD 96, an act to create fairness in the treatment of students by retaining students with certain vaccine exemptions. This bill serves one purpose and one purpose only. The purpose for this bill is to keep kids in school. Current law allows a student covered by an individualized education plan, an IEP, who elected philosophical or religious exemption for immunization on or before September 1st, 2021, to continue to attend school after September 21st, 2021, without being immunized, as long as certain statements regarding acknowledgement of the risk and benefit associated with the choice to immunize are provided. Just to reiterate what I just said, that is the current law. The current law allows students with IEPs to continue school indefinitely. This bill extends that exemption to any student who elected a philosophical or religious exemption from immunization on or before September 1st, 2021. This bill makes no permanent changes to LD 798 that was passed last session. This bill is a simple matter of fairness that will allow kids in school now to complete their education with their classmates. It's just not right to change the rules on people when they've made lifelong commitments to our state and our communities. When families set roots in a community, these are lifelong commitments. They buy a home, settle into careers, and enroll their children in a school that they will spend the next 13 years attending. These children have made friends, built relationships, gained school pride, and consider where they live their home. It would be immoral to kick them out. This bill does not put vaccine rates at risk. After extensive testimony last year from both proponents and opponents of the bill passed last year, we know that the statewide school vaccine rate is over 95%, and actually higher when looking at grade levels above kindergarten. The vaccinated rate will only increase more every year as this group of children with an exemption age out of school. Maine schools can't afford to lose these children, and the state of Maine can't afford to lose these families. I live in a rural area, and we have a small school district, RSU 24. My school district had 125 students unenrolled this year. If the state uses the standard reimbursement formula, my tiny school district stands to lose $500,000, $500,000 in state reimbursement funding. This is more than just a large amount. This is catastrophic. It amounts to removing 10 or more teachers from the classroom. Regardless of the reasons for this year's withdrawal, one thing is clear. Parents have proven that they are willing to homeschool their children when they are left without options. Members of the committee, I'm asking you to search your heart and allow these students finish their education with their friends and classmates. These years are so important in a young person's development, both educationally and socially. Please do not rob them of their school experience. Please vote ought to pass on LD 96. Thank you for your consideration, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarifying question, Representative Fockingham. You said the 125 students unenrolled this past year, was it?
Yes, in the current school year, my school district had 125 students unenrolled, which is a very significant amount.
And I don't know, did you mention if those were all related to vaccines, or was it related to the pandemic, or a mixture, do you think?
No, I think it was, I don't know the reasons. I assume it was probably a mixture, but it's I think it's a dire warning to what we're looking at if these kids that are currently in school now aren't permitted to remain in school. Basically, this law just allows kids that are in school now, that have been in school for, sometimes years in many cases. Some of these kids are going into their senior year of college, and they're literally going to have to leave the state or leave school. And that's all this bill does. This bill doesn't change the law going forward. The law remains the way it is. So vaccine rates will only continue increasing in the schools. This just allows the students that are in school now, that have been there for years, their parents have made careers, bought homes, became, integral members of the community. It just allows them to continue to do that.
Just a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Do you have any idea about how many students this specific law would affect in your community? A change to this law?
I don't have the specifics on that by community, but I know that those numbers are available. I think that you could probably find those numbers for the work session pretty easily. And I'm not sure how many it was statewide, but it was very significant. I think it was around 8,000 or 10,000 statewide. So it would, in some places, it could be a very, like I said, my district is a small district, and that's a lot of funding that's going to be missing from the communities. So you're going to be looking at a major funding shortfall. Not only that, but you're just going to be losing great kids out of the schools, and great families out of the state. I think it would really be a catastrophic decision if we didn't allow these kids to remain in school. And like I said, moving forward, this bill doesn't do anything to the law. The law remains intact. This is just a matter of fairness, of not changing the rules on these people that have already enrolled their kids in school, that are already deeply invested into their education.
Thank you.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got a couple of questions here. You say the bill's main purpose has one purpose only, and that is to keep kids in school who have certain vaccine exemptions. What is the rule now? So
this, there was a bill passed by, shoot, I can't remember the bill sponsor. It's right on the tip of my tongue. But anyways, an amendment was made last year that gave students with an IEP an exemption, as long as they consulted with a doctor and were basically educated on vaccines, that those kids could still remain in school. This bill just simply mirrors that bill that is current state law, and it passes that exemption on to the other students who are also in school right now with those exemptions.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. You mentioned that this bill was passed last year. Was it held up because of COVID recession?
No, this bill passed easily. I don't think it got a roll call or anything. I think that I'm pretty sure this bill went under the hammer.
This bill, LD 96?
No, the current law, the one that this mirrors, the law.
Okay.
The law concerning IEP students, the students that have individualized education program.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarification.
Seeing no other questions from members of the committee, thank you very much. And we will now go to co-sponsors. And I see that Senator Gurin and Representative Libby are co-sponsors that are intending to testify. Do we have Senator Gurin? Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Good morning,
Representative
Senator.
Brennan. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak in favor of LD 96, an act to create fairness in the treatment of students by retaining students with certain vaccine exemptions. When the 129th legislature passed LD 798, we did a terrible disservice to students who are now facing the reality that they will not be able to continue to attend their school with their peers. These students will miss out on countless opportunities because the government has decided that it knows best for them. These students will be stripped of their ability to continue to be on the math team, baseball team, mock trial team. The list goes on and on. The pandemic has shown us the devastating effects isolation can have on our children. Stripping their right to a public education and in turn extracurricular activities will continue that isolation. The pandemic has shown us that parents rely on public schools so they can go to work to support their family. By removing the exemptions for children that they have had for their entire lives, an undue burden has been placed on their parents. I don't think the legislature fully comprehended what it was doing when it passed LD 798. Parents who chose philosophical or religious exemptions for their children did not do so lightly. They consulted with their family physician, did research, and ultimately did what they believed to be best for their children. Many of these same parents will move away or leave the workforce so they can homeschool their children. Neither option is good for Maine's economy. This legislation proposes to extend to all children currently enrolled the exemption for those who covered by an individualized education plan, the IEP. Children would need to have the exemption in place prior to September 1st, 2021. This proposal will help those families who entered the school system under one set of rules to remain under those rules until their children graduate. I think this is a fair compromise. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Gurn from members of the committee? Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Senator. In your opinion, do you foresee legal ramifications by the law treating one subset of students differently than another subset of students in regard to the policy, this law?
I am certain there will be lawsuits that will cost the state a lot of money to litigate. I know there are parent groups organizing currently to bring suits to keep their children in school. So it will definitely be a financial burden for the state.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator. And we will now go to Representative Libby, who's speaking in favor of the bill. Good morning, Representative Libby, and you have the floor.
Good morning and thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Laura Libby and I represent House District 64, which is Minot and part of Auburn. I'm here to testify in support of LD 96, 156, 833, and 1082, and will speak specifically to two of the bills. LD 798 was signed into law on May 24th, 2019, just shy of 2 years ago. The resultant law has yet to be implemented, with an implementation date pending of September 1st, 2021. Fortunately, in the intervening 2 years, we've not seen the dire circumstances unfold that were predicted. In fact, we haven't seen a single case of measles or polio in Maine, let alone any deaths from these diseases, which were cited as a top concern at the time. Meanwhile, in the wake of COVID-19, what we have seen is the reality of a pediatric mental health crisis resulting from a disruption of their normal routine, specifically the lack of consistent in-school education. According to the CDC, beginning in April 2020, the proportion of children's mental health-related ED visits among all pediatric ED visits increased and remained elevated through October. Compared with 2019, the proportion of mental health related visits for children aged 5 to 11 and 12 to 17 years increased approximately 24% and 31% respectively. I am deeply concerned that we will see yet another increase in the pediatric mental health crisis when another 7,000 Maine children are removed from school starting September 1st. And I ask you to support LD 98. This bill would put us on the same page as Connecticut and California, both states that have grandfathered existing students when phasing out exemptions. I'd also like to speak to LD 156. Private schools are private businesses and, with rare exception, do not accept state or federal funding. The right of the state to regulate these private schools is not without limitations. 80% of America's private schools are religious institutions, and any regulation of these schools must conform to the First Amendment's guarantee of a free exercise of religion. As such, I ask you to support LD 156. Thank you for the committee's time and consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And according to my list, there are no other co-sponsors that would like to speak on LD 96. I'm sorry, Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did send you a little note.
It looks like Senator Miramont.
I had my testimony in this morning because I had internet issues last night. So I am a co-sponsor on this bill.
So you'd like to speak on LD 96?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have the floor.
Thank you. So Senator Rafferty, welcome back. Representative Brennan and distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am Heidi Sampson, representing the good people of House District 21, Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to testify as a sponsor on behalf of LD 96, an act to create fairness in the treatment of students by retaining students with certain vaccine exemptions. Several of my fellow colleague members, committee members, will recall the 13+ hours of testimony which we heard in 2019 on LD 798, the bill which ultimately eliminated religious and philosophical exemptions to vaccination requirements for thousands of Maine students, adult and children alike. In that public hearing, we heard from many of these students and their parents who explained that they utilize a religious or philosophical exemption because the CDC rules pertaining to medical exemptions were so restrictive and onerous that their doctors throughout Maine were simply unwilling to write them, even when they felt they were warranted by the student's medical condition. These students and parents emphasized that as soon as religious and philosophical exemptions were eliminated, in the few other states like California that had previously eliminated them, providers who issued medical exemptions faced discipline and threats of licensure loss from licensing boards. Throughout the 2019 legislative process for LD 798, those like the Maine Medical Association who lobbied for the removal of religious and philosophical exemptions assured these parents and legislators alike that the new law would make it more feasible to obtain medical exemptions from medical providers who wanted to write them. They emphasized that the new law allowed not just doctors, but also physician extenders to write medical exemptions. And they emphasized that the new law empowered these practitioners to issue a medical exemption merely by affirming that in their, quote, professional judgment, immunization against one or more of the diseases may be medically inadvisable, end quote. Students, parents, and legislators were promised that the harsh human and health consequences of eliminating religious and philosophical freedom of choice would be alleviated by the codified greater freedom of medical professionals to use their unconstrained medical judgment. Maine's branch of the American Academy of Pediatrics, AAP, in its own talking points on LD 798, still available online, wrote, quote, medical exemptions are decided upon between physicians and their patients. Well, patients and their physicians, end quote. Unfortunately, just last month, we learned that the claims regarding the freedom of medical providers to write medical exemptions were every bit as hollow, empty, and manipulative as feared. Just last month, the Maine Medical Association and Maine AAP published online a form entitled, quote, request for medical exemptions from mandatory immunizations, end quote. This is the form that providers will see when they Google medical vaccine exemptions in Maine, after their patients explain to them that Maine's law permits the provider to use their unfettered professional judgment in considering a medical exemption. By the way, I have Sam sent you all this form earlier this morning. And sadly, but tellingly, this form quickly enlightens the provider of the fiction that he or she is free to use their professional judgment without threat of reprisal, professional blacklisting, and possible loss of licensure. The form is a 4 pages in length, and states at the very top, quote, all form fields are required except where noted as being optional, end quote. The lengthy form then requests detailed information from providers who must check a box for the patient's specific contraindications from among a list of limited acceptable contraindications. For contraindication other than those listed as options, the form's, quote, other field states, quote, please explain fully and attach additional sheets as necessary. Please be sure to check table 2 below. So you all, during the work session, we can look at this. So check table 2 below to ensure that the condition is not one incorrectly perceived as a contraindication, end quote. Shockingly, table 2 is entitled Examples of Conditions Incorrectly Perceived as Contraindications or Precautions to Vaccinations. Vaccines may be given under these conditions, end quote. Included in table 2 among the examples of conditions that do not justify medical exemptions are, quote, history of collapse or shock-like state within 48 hours of a prior dose of the same vaccine at issue, end quote. Seizures within 3 days of a prior dose of the vaccine, and history of extensive limb swelling after prior dose of the vaccine. The form then requires the provider to provide their license number beside their signature, which must affirm that, quote, stated contraindications is enumerated by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practice and consistent with national standards for vaccination practices, end quote. And that, quote, any misrepresentation will result in referral to the appropriate licensing board and or regulatory agencies, end quote. This form, which was drafted by the primary lobbyists of LD 798, exposes the lie that sold LD 798 to the legislature and secured its passage. The lie that medical providers would be free to write medical exemptions as they deemed best for their patient. In fact, as shocked parents are learning throughout Maine, providers are terrified to write medical exemptions because they know their license are jeopardized by doing so. Quote, your child qualifies for a medical exemption, but our office is not writing them, end quote, is a refrain echoed from doctors' offices throughout Maine. The scandalous bait and switch that sold LD 798 has now been exposed. LD 96 is more important than ever before. It will protect the medical freedom of thousands of Mainers who were sold a bill of goods, and by extension, strengthen the principle of medical freedom for all patients and all Mainers throughout our state. I thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Representative Sampson. Are there any questions of the committee for Representative Sampson? Seeing none, Representative Salisbury.
Sorry, I couldn't find my button. I just have a quick clarifying question, Representative Sampson. So I was just reading the form that you mentioned in your testimony and then looking at the current bill. So how would a student elect a philosophical or religious exemption if they weren't using this medical form? How would that, what's the process for that? I don't know.
Up until now, I mean, and actually still now, because the law has not gone into effect until next September 1st, is that they basically state they have a philosophical exemption, or they stated they had a religious exemption. And that was it. So the medical exemption is the piece that, as I said in my testimony, was the piece that was constantly being touted as this is available. So don't worry, if you give up your philosophical and religious exemptions, don't worry, you're going to be able to get medical exemptions. So that is not true. And so to answer your question, it's very simple at this point to just state your position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Representative Sampson? Seeing none, I'm sure that we will see you at the work session.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our clerk notified us that, was it Sam, that Senator Merrimatt wanted to speak?
Yeah, yes, Representative.
Is he with us?
Yes, Representative.
Hello, Senator.
Good morning, Representative.
Good to see you this morning. And I understand you want to speak to LD 96.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education Committee. I'm Dave Merrimont. I represent Senate District 12, which is Knox County. I wanted to point out that this bill would allow these kids to stay with their classmates through the end. We've been over a year now since the bill passed, and as it was pointed out, it won't take effect until September, but there has been no evidence of infections from the kids that are unvaccinated being with the vaccinated kids. And in fact, in other states where there has been initially a report of an outbreak of something, it turns out that it came from a vaccinated kid, because these vaccinations are not 100%, as many people point out. So whether anecdotally or scientifically, these kids are not causing their classmates any harm, and it would be good to let them carry through. I've also heard about the difficulty of using getting the medical exemption, which was something that the committee added after the fact of the bill, removing them both, because they saw the importance. And I think they, for those who don't want any exemption, then they feel good that the medical establishment has made it this hard to get one. And for those who don't, it feels like a bit of a slap in the face of the committee that felt it was important enough to come back and add that after having eliminated it. And that's all I have to say. You'll hear, I didn't write it down. You'll have plenty of written testimonies with all these facts, but I just wanted to throw a voice of support in for 96, because I think the kids have shown in this period of time that it will not be harmful to them, for them to continue, and actually will be helpful to them and their classmates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for the senator? Seeing none, we will obviously let you know about the work session.
Thanks for letting me in today.
Okay. And Sam, at this point, there are no other sponsors, co-sponsors?
Not to my knowledge, Representative.
Okay. So we will now go to public comment for those speaking in support of LD 96. And the first person I see on the list is Amanda Krantz from Westbrook. And again, we will at this point invoke the 3-minute time limit. And Senator Daughtry, you'll just hold it up when it's at 2:30.
Yep, and I'll wait for when people's video is on and they say their first.
Okay, thank you.
Timer.
And if people ask for additional time because they'd like to speak to another bill, just let us know.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
You're pretty gravelly and broken up.
Oh, goodness. All right. Let's see if I can fix.
We can see you okay.
Okay. Is it tolerable? I'm not sure.
If it's the best you can do, we'll go ahead and I think we can get through the 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for having me. Chairperson Brennan, Chairperson Rafferty, and esteemed Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is a nearly 20-year resident of Westbrook, and I'm here today to submit testimony in support because this bill will directly impact children to graduate. My oldest daughter is 13 and in grade IEP due to a specific learning of her IEP. She is current medical exemption and remain in school. She remains effective. Based on the current needs the IEP or the IEP longer be able to attend public school. As a result, motivation for her to work hard in her IEP, as once she does, she will. On the flip side, she's in grade 5. She has a good many additional services from the school, such as excellent feedback from her teachers. We often positive social impact on her, have the need for an IEP, and as a result, in her current non-medical exemption in public school, along with her sister and her lifelong friend. Both of my daughters are heavily invested in the community. They participate in community sports programs, soccer, track, basketball, and members of Westbrook's middle school award. How is it fair that one of my daughters to attend public school and the other could not? Year of COVID restrictions and isolation from school will create even more isolation. It would deny them regular interaction with from their sports and music programs that they are so create an extreme financial and logistic hardship for men and their father as we try to maintain our own for our family and the cost of living in Maine. And of having to look after aging parents from public school would add an additional burden with passing LD 96. So removing our girls and others in similar situations will have a negative impact on public school funding.
If you could wrap up, that would be good. Your 3 minutes.
Sure. Yep, a vote will allow a more gradual phasing in, allowing my daughters and other students with current knowledge through graduation will not negative. I urge you to vote ought to pass.
Okay. And Ms. Grants, I also saw that you were going to speak to LD 833. Did you want to comment on that very briefly, or we'll call you back when we get to 833? Okay, fine.
I have separate testimony for that.
Okay. We next on the list, we have Amy Thompson, who's speaking for. Welcome, Ms. Thompson. Good
Let's see,
morning.
I think I'm on video. There we are. Good morning.
Yep, we can hear you and see you.
Wonderful. I will get started.
Okay.
We are a family of 6. We live in St. George. Hello, Senator Miramont. Thanks for being here, for your support. I hold a master's degree in education, and my husband is a furniture designer. We have made deliberate choices about our 4 children's education. And in fact, we chose to move home to Maine. I grew up here. We chose to move home because we wanted our children to attend the Ashwood Waldorf School, which they did for quite a while. During the pandemic, I homeschooled, and that was fine. It was great, even at times. But I feel lucky to have the skills and the financial freedom to be able to homeschool, but I know that there are so many families that are not in that situation. But the thing is, Ashwood was hit hard by the pandemic. They lost a lot of families in addition to ours. And by the end, we recently decided to send our kids back to school. And by then, my oldest didn't have any classmates. He wouldn't have had any peers. So we looked into other options, and luckily we have some really great options here in the Mid-Coast. So they started back at the Riley School, which has been wonderful. And part of that was that I took on a new job that made homeschooling difficult. And also the kids just really missed being with their peers. And, socially, we all, muddled through the pandemic best we could, but socially, it wasn't ideal. And they really needed to be back in school and have that interaction. And if our current philosophical exemptions are not extended, my husband and I have talked and decided what our plan will be, and we will go back to homeschooling, but it's not the choice that we want to make. It will mean me not taking on the second client that I've taken on. So there'll be a reduction in my income, a reduction in taxes. The school won't benefit from our tuition, and the kids will be away from their peers, away from what the school can offer. And even though, I have this degree in education, I cannot offer them what Riley can offer them, what being with their peers, being all the different enriching things that the school offers. And I also feel like, for our family personally, it has a direct impact. And so many families like us, we have many friends that are in the same situation. But also for the schools, I know how hard Ashwood was hit, and then Riley is in the same situation that they really can't afford, thank you, to lose more students like this. They're already recovering from the pandemic. Ashwood's operating at a deficit. I don't know as much about Riley, but they really can't afford another year where they hemorrhage more students. So I ask you to consider extending the exemption for exclusively just for kids that already have it, to allow them the chance to finish school with their peers. It's really important. My 2 oldest kids stayed home today because they just wanted to share their thoughts, and they're awesome. Can they have their 2 minutes too? They only need like 20 seconds. They're short.
All right.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, great.
Can I sit in that?
Yeah, you can sit in this chair. This is Sam. He is
Okay.
13.
So, my name is Sam,
Hi, Sam.
and being homeschooled was okay. Sometimes it was really fun, but I really miss my friends. It's awesome going to Riley. I love it, but I'd be so bummed if the state forces us to be homeschooled next year. It's my 8th grade year, and I really want to finish up at Riley. We're really good kids, and we add a lot to the Riley community. I think they like having us there, and I feel like part of the government's job to make sure kids get a good education. And if a ton of kids are not going to school next year because of the vaccine thing, they might not be lucky enough to have a mom who's good enough at homeschooling like ours. I think the best thing for the state to do is to let kids like us keep going to private schools.
Well, thank you very much for your comments and thanks for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And here's Vivian. Vivian is 10.
Hi, Vivian.
My name is Vivian, and I really miss seeing other faces that weren't related to me during the pandemic. I've made some really good friends at Riley. I feel like it's really important for all kids to go to school if they want to, and for them to be able to stay friends with people. I won't say their names, but I have some friends who won't be able to go to school next year if they can't keep their exemptions. They probably feel like me and want to keep going to school too.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us and have a good day.
Thank you so much.
Bye. Next on the list, we have Ann Sarbanes from Pittsburgh. Good morning, Ms. Sarbanes. You're free to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue. I am here to speak in support of LD 96. I'm also here in support of LD 156, LD 833, and LD 1082. I'm here in support of all four of these bills because what these bills offer are options. Options for education for our children, and options so that we can continue to make Maine our home. Homeschooling and working from home always seemed like an alternate reality for me, reserved for mom bloggers and people who are financially able to make it work. Until March of 2020, when that alternate reality became the norm for everyone, all of a sudden overnight because of COVID-19. I don't know how it went for other parents, but for me, working from home while quarantine schooling 5 children, 1 middle schooler, 3 elementary schoolers, and a preschooler proved to be a near impossible task that nearly killed me. In June of 2020, I was diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 38, further capsizing our once busy but manageable life into chaos. What is cancer like in the time of COVID, you're wondering? You do everything in isolation, completely alone, without help, while trying to not be killed by a deadly virus or cancer. It's not a good time. When I met with my treatment team in August about whether to send my children to in-person instruction or to keep them virtual for the fall, my treatment team said, "Oh God, Annie, send them to school. We would never ask you to homeschool while going through treatment." The irony. We all laughed while I secretly wondered how many of them had in fact voted in favor of limiting my options as a parent back in March of 2020. Because of the delayed rollout of LD 798, I could send my kids to school this year. But come this September, that option no longer is available to me, unless I forsake my deeply held philosophical and religious beliefs and vaccinate my children against even my own medical provider's better judgment. However, that's not up for debate today. What is up for debate are these 4 bills and the options that they give myself and other parents like me. Just like in September of 2020, in the middle of a pandemic, parents were given options to either send their children to in-person instruction or attend virtual school or find a private school that met their needs without exclusion of anyone based on their vaccination status. I believe that all parents should continue to have these same options going forward. Here we are in the middle of an outbreak of a pandemic with no known end in sight, and kids are still in school. Remarkable even that Dr. Laura Bladestell was on the nightly news advocating for the safe return of all children to in-person instruction ASAP just a few short weeks ago. Science aside, we're talking about people's lives, quite literally. I implore you to consider how the decision that you make today when you vote on these 4 bills could inadvertently affect a family like mine. Would you make the same decision if you knew me personally, if you understood what was going on in my life? And are you able to live with the impact, knowing the impact that you will have on the life of a stranger? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Urbanis. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Thank you for being with us today, and good luck.
Thank you.
We next have Ashley Roberts, who's speaking in favor of LD 96. And at some point, I don't know exactly when, we will switch to opponents. But we will continue for those people who speak in favor. And we do have Ashley Roberts.
Sorry, Representative, when they raise their hand, they shoot all the way to the top of the list and then I lose them. It's kind of like fishing.
Okay.
All right, she should be here shortly. Yep, if you're in the attendees room, please, no, that's, just real quick, please, if you're in the attendees room, please don't raise your hand because I have my cursor right above you when we're ready to move to the next person. And then if you raise your hand, I lose you. So please just refrain from raising your hand.
You are a trained professional. Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Chair Brennan, Chairperson Rafferty, and esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Ashley Roberts. I am a resident of Gorham, Maine, a lifelong Mainer, and a graduate of Maine Public Schools. And I'm very proud to be a graduate of Maine Public Schools. I'm speaking today in strong support of LD 96. Maine students and parents have already been faced with enough uncertainty and disruption these past 2 school years. Allowing these students and their families the stability to continue their education, which is so vital and important, is the right thing to do. Students who have already been attending Maine schools should be allowed to continue their attendance, and this does not pose any additional risk to fellow classmates or teachers, as we have seen the past 2 years. Representative Libby already spoke to that quite eloquently, so I won't continue on that point. Passing this bill will help relieve some of the extreme stress that Maine families and students have already been placed under for the past 2 years. Please do the right thing and protect the right of Maine children to continue their education. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
We next are going to Becky Grant Wyden. And after her, there will be Brooke Finney.
Becky, are you there? I'm asking you to unmute yourself.
I am here. Sorry.
No worries. I'm going to ask you to
I
start
thought
your
you
video
were
too.
calling. I thought you were calling Brooke. So, okay, sorry about that.
No, Brooke Finney is next. Welcome, Ms. Grant Wyden. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Becky Grant Wyden, and I'm here on behalf of Mainers for Health and Parental Rights in support of LDs 96, 156, 833, and 1082. I'm sorry about that. I thought it was going to be all combined, but it'll be short. We are a grassroots citizen-led organization that formed in response to LD 798, which this committee heard 2 years ago. We represent roughly 2,000 members who are primarily impacted parents, educators, and medical professionals. We regularly field questions and help citizens navigate this new law. In recent months, the request for assistance has grown exponentially in absence of guidance from our state agencies charged with rulemaking, which to date has not yet occurred for K-12 and post-secondary schools. These 4 bills are opportunities to provide compromise in order to increase access to education for children in Maine. While Maine is one of only 4 states to remove non-medical exemptions for vaccination, both California and most recently Connecticut included a system for grandfathering current students in their legislation. This allows families who are already established and invested in their local communities and states to continue to live, work, and go to school there while it's still increasing vaccination rates. Maine added the varicella vaccine to the schedule in a very similar fashion. Each new cohort of students entering school were required to have the vaccine. However, it was not a new mandate for all students across the board when this occurred. Lastly, the committee may remember that LD 798 sponsor Representative Tipping submitted an emergency cleanup bill last spring, right before the session was adjourned due to the pandemic. This bill sought to exempt online and virtual charter schools. LDs 156 and 1082 seek to do the same. This legislative remedy would provide formal educational opportunities for students that are unable to attend school as a result of the law change, particularly high school students who may need higher level instruction beyond which their parents feel capable of providing. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your comments. And are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now move to Brooke Finney.
And Representative, I got an email from Brooke. She had mistakenly signed up. She just wanted to submit her written testimony for the committee.
Okay, so we will move to the next person on the list in support of LD 96, which is Kara Stacks. I have 2 different spellings here.
Hi there. Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Can you hear me okay?
We can see and hear you, and you can proceed.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kara Sachs. I am a Maine native and licensed clinical social worker, as well as a certified trauma specialist, and I am testifying in support of all 4 bills this morning, but I will speak specifically to LD 96. I completed my master's degree at UPenn, and I've worked extensively for over a decade as a specialist, providing support to children experiencing trauma and loss in mental health crisis centers, urban hospitals and emergency rooms, trauma centers, and urban centers for grieving children. I stood before this very committee very late in the evening, just over 2 years ago, when LD 798 was first proposed, to warn about the potential devastating and long-term emotional impact on the thousands of children who would be segregated from their schools under this law, LD 798. It's very unfortunate that as I join you again here today, we have all now had the experience of being witness to the collective trauma of a generation of children who were suddenly separated from their schools as well as their friends. Those children were picked up from school one day and never returned, and for the vast majority, this school year has been a struggle, to say the least. For some, it has had devastating consequences. We have seen firsthand the impact of that separation, which is something that we couldn't have understood at the time that LD 798 was proposed. What we've seen as a result of all of the trauma and disruption over the last year is a dramatic rise in the incidence of mental health struggles with depression, anxiety, addiction, and even suicide in our Maine youth, as well as across the nation. Prior to COVID, Maine was already burdened with the highest incidence of childhood mental illness in the nation, meaning that we have the most common diagnosed mental illness in children in Maine of all 50 states, which is not something that we should be proud of. A Journal of AMA Pediatrics 2019 study showed that 1 in 4 of our school-age children were diagnosed with at least one mental health disorder, such as depression or anxiety. And again, that was prior to COVID. And at the same time, 20% of Maine middle schoolers had reported seriously contemplating suicide prior to COVID. We know that that number is much higher, and school clinicians and parents can attest to that as a result of the pandemic. It will be years of work to support these children, and wait lists to get in with competent clinicians are extremely long as a result of this disruption. The trauma and disruption, thank you.
that would result from barring children's access to their loved schools and communities is not something a state should willingly impose on a group of children, especially when our children are so vulnerable after the last year they've been through. I just have 2 sentences left. Yet come September, this is exactly what the state will do. LD 696 provides an opportunity to prevent that trauma and disruption by allowing the children who are already enrolled to continue their education. This is a compromise that should have been discussed during the original bill. And now that we know better from the mental health crisis we're seeing in our children, it's an opportunity to do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for Ms. Sachs? Seeing none, thank you. We will now move to Carol Conley, who will be speaking in favor of LD 96.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Conley.
Thank you. Chairman Rafferty, Brennan, members of the Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs, I'm Carol Conley, the Christian Civic League. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of all 4 of these bills today. In a previous life, I led K-12 schools in Massachusetts and then in Maine. Upon returning to the state, I served on the executive board of the MPA and was elected to several terms as president of the Northeast Regional Principal Association. I'm the son of a public educator. My administrative career began at 23 years old, and through simultaneous overconfidence and insecurity, I developed a very autocratic approach to leadership. Thankfully, through life experiences and other education, I eventually understood the importance and effectiveness of a more shared leadership style. At the suggestion of my UMO mentor, Dr. Gordon Donaldson, I placed a sign on my principal door's office every time I closed it for a meeting that said, "Are all voices being heard?" I'll take you back to 2 years ago when these mandated vaccine bills were being heard, and we were here till 2 o'clock in the morning. I was standing in the hall of the Cross Building, looking at the long line of citizens that were extending all the way back to the foyer when a very prominent lobbyist walked up to me, not knowing that we were opposing the removal of the exemptions, and whispered in my ear, "Blankety blank idiots. I hope they all leave the state." My response to my friend was, "I guess I'm one of those idiots." I left out the expletive, "but I'm not going anywhere." I wish I could say that was an isolated incident. In my 11 years of advocating for some pretty controversial issues here in Augusta, I've never witnessed such utter disrespect and dismissiveness that I observed during that period. For the record, prejudging someone as an idiot exposes closed-mindedness that is antithetical to the health of our democratic republic. As Hubert Humphrey said, freedom is hammered out on the anvil of dissent and debate. Debate may be very aggressive, may be passionate on important issues, but it should never be dismissive, demeaning, or disrespectful. For the sake of our state, I hope and pray that all the participants of today's events, especially our leaders, are committed to hearing all the voices. Those in this room seeking the reinstatement of these exemptions are a diverse group for sure. Republicans, Democrats, unenrolled, pro-life, pro-choice, Christians, Jews, atheists, rich and poor, homeschoolers, private schoolers, public schoolers. We are diverse. But I just want them to know that through this 2-year period, I've been proud to stand with them. And I would urge all of you, please, to vote ought to pass on LDs 96, 156, 833, and 1082. Thank you.
Mr. Connolly, thank you very much for your comments. And I would ask if there are any questions from members of the committee. Seeing none, have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Sargent, who will be speaking in favor of LD 96.
Can you hear me?
We can't see you. We can hear you.
Can you see me now? Hold on.
No.
Now you can.
Now we can see and hear you.
Thank you for your patience. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Kathy Sargent. My family and I live in Buxton. I'm testifying in favor of LD 96 as well as 156, 833, and 1082. My husband and I are lifelong Mainers, as are my children, as are my parents, and as were their parents. We love where we live and have always been proud to call ourselves Mainers. But in the past couple of years, so much has drastically changed. We do not want to move so our children can receive an education. We want to stay in our home state. There is so much division in our society, constant divide, it seems. Segregating children and denying them their education is something I never thought I would see. I have no idea how we've gotten to this extreme, but I need you all who are voting to please remember that so very many children and families are impacted and lives changed by your votes. As you have all seen this past year with the effects of COVID and students unable to be in school, the emotional toll that has been affecting youth, my husband and I have huge concerns about the long-term effects of our children being denied an education. I want to believe so much that my government is listening and see who they're affecting by the decisions being made. I want to believe that you care about my children, my family who are impacted by your vote. See us, see my children, because those being impacted are your neighbors. They are the high school students working at your grocery stores, serving you ice cream at your local stands, the small children you smile at while waiting in a line, and they are the children you see riding bikes by your homes. These are just a few examples of your community that you and your children, your families interact with every day and will continue to after this vote. Understand that me as a parent, I'm doing everything that I know is right for my children. Please trust in me as I am trusting in you to make the right decisions on behalf of them. I'm asking that you vote in favor of these bills to keep our children in school. And I thank you very much for your time.
And Ms. Sargent, thank you very much for being with us. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, have a good day.
Thank you.
We will now go to Christine Gross.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep. Good morning, Ms. Gross. Thank you for being with us. We can see you and hear you.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Okay, I'm testifying for LD in support of LD 96, 156, 833, 1080 and 1082. In 1998, my husband and two daughters moved to Maine, a state that we felt was safe and very welcoming. We practice the Jewish faith, and due to ingredients in some vaccines, we've always used the religious exemptions for vaccines that Maine allowed so our children could attend school. Our family has grown to 5 children now, 3 which graduated from the Maine public school system, MS-AD 40. None of our children have ever gotten anyone sick as a result of not being vaccinated. None of our children, our 2 youngest children, are now in high school, one in 9th and one in 11th grade. Since the passing of LD 798, my family has been forced to leave the state of Maine and move to New Hampshire, where we can continue to practice our faith in a way that we feel it's best for our children. We would have stayed in Maine, the state that we have called our home for 22 years, had we been allowed to continue to utilize our religious exemptions. This was very difficult for our 2 children who've left their friends and their school and community behind. But they understand this. We feel that we have been persecuted for practicing our Jewish faith. I've met many other families who are also planning to leave the state of Maine in order to keep their exemptions and do what they feel is best for their children and family. When I say my children understand this, I mean that they understand how hard it is and that they needed to leave, unfortunately. They don't understand the law. I've met other families who are planning to leave the state of Maine in order to keep their exemptions and do what they feel is best for their children, for our children and family, and for their children and family. People who utilize religious exemptions don't do this out of laziness. There is deep thought put into their decisions. The passing of this law does not do away with these beliefs. It causes these families, such as mine, to make heartbreaking decisions which we never wanted to make. It also uproots children from their school and community that they know and love. I ask that you please consider the impact LD 798 is having on our families, our Maine families, and the education of our students. I ask that you ought to pass or vote ought to pass for LD 96, 156, 833, and 1082. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gross. Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now move to, we've completed one page of those people speaking for. At this point, I'd like to do one more page of people speaking for the bill, and then we'll switch to opponents of the bill. So the next person we have up speaking in favor is Dennis Howard.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
Okay, I might need my 8-year-old IT guy. Let's see. Okay, there.
There we go.
Well, thank you all for being here. As a former Belfast City Councillor, I know how the open to the public section of any meeting just extends the time that you're working. So thank you very much for letting the public speak on such a divisive issue. I am a Maine native, graduated from Bates College in Lewiston. My parents were both educators. My father's been in the system for 50 years, superintendent, travels from district to district. The middle school in Belfast is named after my brother. So our family is very, very devoted to education. And if you had told me a few years back that I would have to talk to lawmakers about an issue like this, I would have thought that was crazy. As a broadcaster and a small business owner, I'm not supposed to have a public stance on any issue. So I can never tell a politician that I'm voting for her or him. I can't have a campaign sign on my lawn. I can't do social media posts. It's a way to keep us neutral as broadcasters. And it's probably good for a business owner not to. So even though I like people who I see on this page very much and might vote for them, I can't publicly say that. So I can't talk on issues of advocacy. I can't take positions normally in the public eye. I met my wife about a decade ago, and as somebody who had the maybe 5 vaccines that a kid might have had in the 70s, didn't think it was odd that the 72 doses which kids get today were something she didn't do with the kids who became my stepchildren, who are now a senior, or a junior and a sophomore in high school. Always been incredibly healthy, never suffering from any of those ailments that the vaccines purport to prevent. Didn't think it was an issue. We had an 8-year-old at home with a water birth with midwives. They advised us not to give a 1-day-old boy a hepatitis vaccine because he probably wouldn't be doing drugs or having sex before it wears off at age 10. So there was some skepticism beginning, but I in no way thought that this would ever become something that lawmakers would have to grapple with. And I do know that you're all hardworking, but one thing we've learned over the years is that there are no lobbyists that have as much power as the medical industry currently does in politics. And we don't need to talk about the global situation that's going on right now. But what we're talking about are Maine children like our 3 kids in this house who are students of the month repeatedly, who are involved in sports, 2 teenagers who now are faced with not going back for their senior year or junior year because they don't have all of those 72 doses and now have to find some medically expedient yet safe way to get all of those injected in them before September 1st. An 8-year-old who reads on a grade level way above 1st grade, who has been working from home since last March. Is that my time limit thing that you just held up, Senator? Yes. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I'm a DJ, so I just talk and talk and talk. But in any case, what we're facing, I'm not here to debate the efficacy or the science of anything. But what I'm saying is, you are the first bright spot of news when I hear about LD96, that there is a common sense thought process to saying these children who were already in the system, who have not killed any students they've come in contact with, and if the very vaccines that are being pushed on the school age population prevent these diseases, and especially at the percentage you're saying they already are vaccinated, as many people say to me, what are they worried about from the perhaps 5% who don't get all 72 of those doses? I don't know if that's my time limit with the little chime.
That is your time.
Okay, thank you so much for being here. You're working very hard. Good luck today. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Howard. Are there any questions for Mr. Howard?
I'll answer anything.
Well, there are no questions from members of the committee.
Thank you very much. Good luck today.
Thank you for the offer. We will next go to Elizabeth Caruso. Hello, Ms. Caruso. Welcome for being with us today, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Liz Caruso. I live in Caratunk, and I'm testifying in support of all 4 bills. I have 2 homeschooled high schoolers who have always been exempt. They have completed 10 dual enrollment courses and have played school sports. However, this fall, my son and his team will be at a loss due to this new law, not because he is sickly or a sudden threat to others, but because of a law change that seeks to divide and to persecute innocent children who are choosing to philosophically or religiously protect their bodies. We proactively pursue dual enrollment to reduce college expenses. They work very hard for their future. However, this fall, they will be forced out of university and community college schools, even online courses, and into higher priced colleges. We need these bills to relieve our Maine students of saddled debt in out-of-state schools. These Maine citizens are being segregated, harassed by the law, and prevented from engaging in state-run, taxpayer-funded Maine resident opportunities. Certain Maine residents are ostracized for their beliefs, even when their belief is life-preserving. We must restore equal access to Maine schools for all Mainers. It is unacceptable for Maine residents to be prohibited from a state-funded school. Citizen tax dollars go towards funding these universities, and no Maine citizen should be denied acceptance based on their religious beliefs. We must also prevent segregation and ostracization due to vaccines. These unvaccinated students have shared teams and classrooms for their entire lives and never threatened or sickened another student. This new law only segregates healthy, innocent Maine children. We can also not place hindrances for our youth to deter them from getting an education. Throughout COVID, there were horrible situations of school-age children being denied in-classroom teaching. These children were then in unsafe, unproductive environments, not fed properly, and desperately needed teacher and peer interaction. Online students in virtual schools should logically be exempt from any requirement as students are not physically present. It's practical and sensible to enable students to attend schools virtually and should be expanded to allow for attendance to all online classes, including university and community colleges. We must uphold parental rights at all costs. No one knows what's best for their children more than their loving parents who have been sacrificially caring for them since the womb. I have one child who suffers from allergies and is very sensitive to anything that goes into his body. One size fits all may work for certain things, but not for humans. Each of us is unique. Each of us reacts differently. Our God-given freedoms in this country certainly extend to our bodies and our health. Please support these bills to allow all students equal opportunity for a Maine education and without persecution and denial based on religious or health beliefs. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Caruso. You were exactly at 3 minutes. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, have a good day. And we will now turn to Elizabeth Shardlow. And again, we are taking people in alphabetical order by first name.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can see you and hear you, and you can proceed.
Fantastic. Alrighty. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Elizabeth Shardlow, and I live in Kennebec County. I am testifying today in support of LD 96 and will later be testifying neither for nor against the other bills before the committee today. This bill, LD 96, does not expand the vaccine exemptions in Maine, and it does not undo the work of the legislature in removing exemptions, nor does it overturn the vote of the people of Maine. All this bill does is keep kids in school instead of kicking them out. This is not a vaccine issue. This is not a parental rights issue. This is not a public health issue. This bill does not put anyone in danger. This is not an expansion of vaccine exemptions. Our vaccination rates cannot go down with this bill. They can only go up. This is simply a bill to keep kids in school who are already in school, which is the goal of this committee. Recently, the Maine Medical Association, in conjunction with the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, issued a medical exemption form, usurping their own testimony before this committee, where they adamantly asserted that doctors are free to write medical exemptions when, in their professional opinion, a child should not receive one or more of the multiple doses of vaccines required for school. In their instruction to every pediatric provider in this state, they're requiring that the provider specify the specific and narrow reason for medical exemption as falling within only a limited number of circumstances. Further, the form requires that the provider sign an attestation under threat of licensure action if they deviate from the ACIP policies and instead choose to follow state law. Dr. Laura Blaisdell was specifically asked by this committee how long it would take for a child to get caught up on vaccines, and she stated that it would take a minimum of 14 months. After the public vote, many parents scheduled appointments for their children to begin this process, only to have these appointments canceled in the wake of COVID. I've heard from several parents and continue to hear from them daily. Physicians will not order the simple blood test needed to help identify which vaccines their children need. Even with the push out of implementation, countless children have unable to start the process of getting caught up with the fact they simply lack the time necessary, and Dr. Blaisdell's own experience, to get the vaccines they need to continue their education. Their providers are not with the implementation of LD 798.
Shardlow, we did lose you for about 15-20 seconds.
Oh no, where did you lose me? Okay.
That's hard for me to.
All right. Kids have been unable to get this. They need to get caught up. And providers are not allowed to write an exemption to extend that time period. These kids are simply kicked out of school. With the best and follow state law, their kids are going to get kicked out of school. Most importantly, as was feared with the implementation of the bill, the new law, I should say, children must first get the vaccination, even if it is clearly contraindicated by every medical measure in the experience of their healthcare provider, then suffer what we know can be life-threatening adverse reactions. And then, if they survive those reactions, they might be able to get a vaccine exemption to continue school, but only if it falls within the narrow guideline. As we feared, there is simply no option for an exemption without first risking the harm, a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, and counter to both the legislative intent of LD 798 specific authority of medical providers under state law. I ask that you consider the plain who herself was on the news just touting the importance of getting kids back to school, and she'll be testifying later today to manipulate the truth while talking out both sides. The very organizations that she purports to have signed on in opposition to LD 96 are the ones who are manipulating their providers to work against the best interests of their patients and these children who are going to be removed from school. I encourage you to review my testimony on the current law and the data which clearly demonstrates that Maine has the highest vaccination rate in state history. I again remind you that passing LD 96 will not in any way decrease our already high vaccination rates. We cannot unvaccinate children. Our rates can only go up. This bill would solve some of the issues that we're facing, which I'll highlight in my testimony later, in the most health conscious and cost-effective way. I urge you to look at the truth before you vote and vote ought to pass on LD 96. And I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, We will now move to Ellen Stanley.
And Representative, after Alan, we have an Elizabeth Doyle who will be testifying on LD 833, and she will be unavailable later if it'll be okay to get her done too after we finish with Ellen, because she says she has to get off the Zoom soon. She thought that all the bills would be held together.
Okay. All right, Ms. Stanley, thank you. You can proceed. You are muted right now. If you'd unmute yourself.
Sorry about that.
Sure.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am a certified special and regular K-8 teacher, as well as a counselor. I've worked with students and families in varying educational environments for 30 years. I live in Hancock, Maine. You all have been duped. And the way you've been duped has been explained earlier, but I want to give you a specific example. All the medical providers that work with my child who's medically complex say to me she should never, ever again receive a vaccine in her life. We cannot, based on that form you just talked about, receive a medical exemption for vaccination. Because of this, my daughter is graduating from high school a year early because we value education. She will not be able to access that after this year. Now, you might think that my testimony would center around that. She is my world, and I love her dearly. But actually, I have a bigger concern as a teacher, and that is I have a concern that this has the potential to topple our public education system. If not topple it, then to really cripple it. I was part of the fight against LD 798, and I saw the numbers. We tried to present them to you. They're big. Schools are going to lose a lot of funding. And if you look at what's happening this year from the people I talk to, kids who will be affected next year are actually staying in school this year, even though they don't want to deal with the masks, even though they don't want to deal with everything, in hopes that 96 will pass and they can keep their exemptions and be able to stay in school. So the number of kids we're going to lose in September of 2021 is humongous. Every kid means a lot of dollars. And there are small communities that are going to lose substantial funding for schools. Why does this affect me? My kid's grown up, she's graduating, it doesn't matter. It actually does, because it affects every facet of my life as a Mainer. We're talking about the future of our state. And if our public education system doesn't have the funding it needs to give quality programming to our children, every single student will suffer, both vaccinated and unvaccinated. Thank you. LD 96 enables us to do what apparently the people of Maine want, although I believe they were duped too, but it will uphold 798, but it will ease in those financial restrictions on schools. And I think that that's imperative for maintaining the schools that we have here in Maine. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your service, and thank you for listening. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Stanley. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now go back to, Sam, was it Elizabeth Doyle?
Yes, Representative.
Okay. And she was signed up to comment on 833, but she...
Correct, Representative.
Okay. So, Ms. Doyle, you are muted now, so if you'd unmute yourself.
All good? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can see and hear you. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you for hearing me. So Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Elizabeth Doyle. I'm an LCPC. I am testifying in support of LD 96, 156, 833, and 1082. I support these bills because they are representative of the foundational issues of freedom. Education and freedom are very closely linked. We're all taught in school about freedom. We are taught that to be free means you get to practice religious freedoms. We went even as far to say that you could practice philosophical freedoms. Today, these freedoms are being stripped away, and ironically, it's by the educational system. I believe it is your job as educators and representatives to remember what schools taught us as fundamental. To be free means you can practice religion, you can think freely, and you can be treated equally. I encourage you to stand up for these basic and fundamental rights. To be educators, as educators and representatives, we all want you to be. I also want to add that I am a working mental health therapist. I am seeing the devastating
Ms. Doyle, we lost your audio.
my son Max and my daughter Ruby. They have been affected by LD 798. Max is a child of vaccine injury because, sorry, if I say that, it gets emotional. Because he was injured, she cannot be vaccinated. We are one of the people that were told by our doctor that we should not vaccinate, but they weren't going to give us a medical exemption. And the words I got from the doctor were, "We're just too scared to. They know will come after us." So thank you for hearing me and have a good day.
Ms. Doyle, thank you very much for being with us. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now go to Faith Wyson. Why is it? Yes. Wysanen, I'm sorry. Hello.
Yes, good morning. Weiseman.
Weisman, thank you.
That's okay. So I have here myself and my 9-year-old. Both going to make this very quick. But good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Faith Wiseman. I'm a certified medical assistant. Currently reside in Auburn, Maine, with my 3 children and my husband. We've been here over 14 years in Auburn specifically, but over 30 years counting childhood. I am full support of LD 96. I also support 156, 833, and 1082, but speaking on behalf of LD 96. I have 2 children that go to the Auburn Public School District. Both my children have the greatest opportunities and best staff possible, looking out for their education. Next year, that'll all be changed though. Both of my children would be removed, be forced into a homeschool program. Neither of my children in over 3 years have been a health threat in the school system. No signs of as measles, mumps, rubella, etc. My children deserve education just like anyone else. Myself only having a small fraction of vaccinations compared to my kids. And I've gone through everything. I graduated early. I got my associates, then my bachelor's. I was able to receive all those educations and wanted to pursue up until this point, wanted to go for a master's, but I can no longer do that. But this is about my children and being able to have those accessibilities like I had and pursued. And that was all with the availabilities of exemptions. And I have Kiersey here.
Hi, my name is Kiersey and I am in 3rd grade and I am in math enrichment. I am doing 4th and 5th grade math and I will not be able to go to school next year because of a vaccine bill that was passed. And it is not fair that I had almost all of my vaccines and 1 or 2 days later I got sick with 104 and 105 fever. And I don't think it's fair that other kids get to go to school and I don't. And I would have to choose going into the ER in order to go to school or be homeschooled without my friends. It's not fair.
And she wrote that up herself.
Thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate it, and thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, have a good day. And again, thank you for being with us.
Thank you to you all.
We will next go to Hillary Emma, yes.
Representative, I don't see any Hillarys with us currently in the attendees room.
Okay. Then the next person we had is Hillary Simpson.
No representative, no Hillarys.
No Hillarys. Oh, we do have.
Just our Hillary, yeah.
Okay. I definitely don't want to lose her or lose track of her.
Okay, oh wait, sorry, Representative. There's somebody named Royal Simon who's messaging, I'm here, so it must be one of the Hillarys. Let me bring her in and find out who this person is. If you're in the attendees room, very important to name yourself properly, please. It'll be otherwise impossible to find the right people at the right time. See.
Hello, good morning. I apologize.
Good morning, Ms. Simon.
Yes, I'm Hillary Simpson. My daughter is Royal Simon, but I know we have a time limit, so I will get going as to not waste your time. I appreciate everybody here. I would like to actually begin my testimony by noting that, ironically, before last March, before the start of the pandemic, I would have been, I think, hard-pressed to find any type of sympathy for the trials and tribulations of a single mother, such as myself, forced to homeschool. Now, however, this testimony has extreme relevance as most adults have become painfully aware of how life-altering and all-encompassing home education is. And it is my hope that this 2-minute monologue will no longer fall upon deaf ears. 2 years ago, in the wake of the divorce, I found myself back in my home state. We were welcomed by my family, a family full of educators with my children eager and ready to start their new life. They started school in the very same school district that my mother taught in for over 25 years, which is Gorham. Unfortunately, that March, we realized that despite Maine's huge advertising effort to encourage young people to move back or to boomerang home, the state of Maine no longer wanted my children to have access to education. In fact, as of this coming September 2021, my children are no longer allowed on school grounds for any reason. They can no longer take part in musical or athletic extracurriculars, something which homeschooled children used to have access to. To sit here and talk about the devastation we've seen from the pandemic, the decline in mental health of children and teens, the slipping grades, the increase of child abuse would simply be reiterating what you hear on the news, what you see in magazines every day. We've been homeschooling this year due to the pandemic, and I'm here today to testify as to what this bill can potentially do for my family. And to put it simply, it would change our lives. No longer would I have to juggle homeschooling 3 beautiful children and a career, finding time to get their math in before I'm late to that call yet again. No longer would my daughter cry to me about seeing her friends at night when I'm exhausted, but know I have to make up for lost time. No longer would my 7-year-old athlete ask me when he could play basketball in a real school like his older cousin. And no longer will my 5-year-old run to me asking when he gets to start kindergarten in the real school too. No longer will my children feel as if they don't have the right to an education in the state of Maine. So in closing, I ask this. If anyone on this committee has felt the incredible pressure that parents have experienced this past year due to the pandemic, I ask that you imagine what it would feel like to have that same unrelenting pressure on you for the rest of your child's academic career. I humbly ask that you vote in favor of LD 96, not just for myself and my children, but for the thousands of children in Maine who just simply want to stay in school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Simpson. We appreciate your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Ms. Simpson? Seeing none, have a good day. Thank you. We will next go to Janet Bartlett.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Bartlett. We can see and hear you, and you can proceed.
Thank you. I'm Janet Bartlett, a resident in Woodstock. Thank you very much for all the work that you do and for hearing me today testify in support of all 4 bills, but specifically for LD 96. I surely respect the outcome of LD 798, but I am very concerned for all those families that are affected by it, as you are hearing. We all have so much invested here. We personally have a 7 and an 11-year-old, obviously still school age, a son in the workforce, a daughter who just made it through and graduated at University of Maine, Farmington, and another daughter that's right in the middle of her journey at USM, University of Southern Maine, who will actually stand to lose everything that she's worked for here under these upcoming changes in September. Just ourselves as our small family, we are not only residents and students, but we are local business owners, we are employers, we are employees, we are community members, we are friends, and we are team players. We actually moved here in Maine 20 years ago to create a life based around Maine's laws. And we are a family like so many. I understand that things change, as with LD 798, but LD 96 can bridge the gap for all the families that have started playing this game of life here in Maine when the laws were one way, and now it is just as clear for all those who will come to Maine and live here under new laws. But we should all know that it is morally wrong to change the rules, or in this case, laws halfway through the game, or in this case, our lives. Please let us all finish what we've started here in Maine and grandfather all students and their families alongside of those with IEPs that have been here this whole time already without incident in school with a philosophical or religious exemption. In gratitude, I thank you. LD 96 ought to pass.
Thank you, Ms. Bartlett. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now move to Jaden Grondin Stevens.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. It is afternoon now. Go right ahead.
My name is Jaden Grondin Stevens. I'm from Winthrop, and I'm testifying here today in support of LD 96, an act to create fairness in the treatment of students by retaining students with certain vaccine exemptions. I feel I have a unique situation, and I'm one of the students in the state of Maine that this law was designed to protect, but in fact does not. As an identical twin, I've spent my life with people telling me how alike my brother and I are. We look alike, we walk alike, we talk alike, and we walk within hours of each other. We got our first teeth within days of each other, and so on for every milestone we've ever reached over the past almost 18 years. We both have had severe illnesses, which led us to compromised immune systems. We have developed severe allergies and have awful reactions to pretty much every medication we've ever taken. We've had multiple pediatricians throughout the years who advised our mother to hold off on most vaccinations. There is a difference though. My brother has had a severe enough reaction that our pediatrician gave him a medical exemption. However, I have not gotten the medical exemption because I did not have the same reaction, even though we are twins. Although most doctors would agree that in the same situation, I would most likely respond the same, and that we are at equally high risk of severe reactions, I do not qualify for an exemption based on my genetic twin's reaction. Therefore, when it came down to choosing between UMaine Orono and the University of Kentucky for an engineering degree, I decided to go to University of Kentucky. The decision was not easy, but it was one I had to make. I am being forced out of Maine and will be attending University of Kentucky in the fall. I am very unlikely to return to the state of Maine upon completion. The best thing you can do for the students that are currently enrolled is to allow them to finish their educational careers within Maine. Many kids who are utilizing those exemptions are like me and should have a medical exemption. And that is all I have.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and thank you for being here. Are there any questions for Mr. Grondin Stevens? Seeing none, good luck in the future. And thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. We'll now go to Josie Flores.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you and see you. And
Okay.
go right ahead.
Okay, thank you guys for allowing me to testify today. I really want my testimony to be applied to all the bills. As a generic, I feel like it kind of applies to everything that's being put up today. 4 years ago, my husband and I made the decision to move across country. He has a government job and we can pretty much go wherever we would like. And we really researched locations that we could attend or move to. And Maine was a big one for us. We felt like we had all of our freedoms here and that my kids would have a great childhood and growing up. We felt like the morals and values in Maine were just really important, along with what we felt as parents. And within 2 years of moving here, all of that was taken away. And with COVID happening, that was kind of an intro to my children understanding that they're not going to be able to attend school here anymore. And it's really hard. I have a 3rd grader and a 1st grader, and then I have a almost 4-year-old. And both of my older children have had really bad anxiety. They don't understand why they're being cast out. They can't play sports. They can't go to summer camp anymore. My daughter isn't going to be able to do Girl Scouts anymore. Everything that we invested in our children to make them great members of society and a great state that we thought we moved to, we now are feeling forced that we need to move on to a different state, just to allow our children to grow up in a normal childhood. That's why these amendments on these bills being introduced are so important. And I have not only seen it impact child mental health all around me with friends that have like-mindedness, but kids like personal kids that I know, a high schooler that's 15 years old that's getting academic and sports scholarships for colleges at 15 years old, but she can't finish school. So how is she going to get a sports scholarship to attend college if she's not allowed to go to school because of her philosophical and religious beliefs? So that's all I really just wanted to put that out there, that I know there's other like-minded families that have come here thinking that this great state would be a great place to raise children and for education. And now we have had that ripped away from us and we all feel like we need to move away to find a normal childhood for our children. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much. And we will now move to Kylie Balcom.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Go right ahead. Thank you for being with us.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Kaylee Balcom. I'm testifying in support of all 4 bills being presented today. LD 96, 156, 833, and 1082. I will speak specifically to LD 96. I am a lifelong Mainer and a 20-year resident of South Paris. Since I was a little girl, I have dreamt of being a mother and teacher in our great state of Maine, the way life should be. I am a teacher of children with special needs. I'm a mother. My son Michael is 11. My daughters, Mahela and Madeline, are 7 and 4. As a working mom, my children have attended childcare since they were 6 weeks old, and they've continued on to public school. In 3 short months, they'll be kicked out of school because I, as a parent, made an informed medical decision with their doctors. I'll have to leave my job to stay home and educate my children. There is a state and national shortage of teachers, especially special education teachers. However, with approximately 8,000 kids being kicked out of school, maybe I won't be needed anyway. I will have to apply for welfare in order to keep a roof over my family's head, feed them, and pay for their medical care for the next 13 years. Instead of being a productive member of society, I could become a drain on it. My children will no longer be allowed to access the free public funded education every child in our state and nation deserves. This is not the way life should be. I think we are familiar now more than ever before the impact missing school has on children's education and mental health. My children attending public school hurts no one. Forcing my children out of school will hurt everyone. I do want to echo some points that have already been made today. My children have not been able to obtain medical exemptions. In September, 2 of my children will be able to continue, but only as long as their disabilities keep them eligible for an IEP. As a special educator, the goal is always to get a child to a point of not needing an IEP. But I guiltily find myself wishing my kids to make slower progress so they have it as long as possible to stay in school. Please vote to keep kids in school. Vote ought to pass LD 96, please.
Thank you, Ms. Balcom, for being here. We appreciate your testimony. Again, some of the issues you brought forward, we do appreciate. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now move to Karen Harrington. Hello, Ms. Harrington.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can see you and hear you, and you can proceed.
Okay, bear with me. I'm not very familiar with Zoom. Well, a lot of people were figuring that out during the pandemic. I was working overtime as a nurse. So I'm a little unclear. Am I speaking to all 4 bills right now, or are they going separately?
You can speak to 96 or to all 4 if you'd like.
Okay. So Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Karen Harrington, and I'm a registered nurse, pastor's wife, and mother of 4 children from Clinton in Kennebec County. I am speaking in support of LD 96 along with the 3 other bills, but I'll focus mainly on LD 96. Both my husband and I were born and raised in Maine. We love this state and our fellow Mainers. My husband's been in ministry here for 19 years. But things have changed drastically in the last few years. This doesn't feel like the Maine that we grew up in. I never would have dreamed I would be begging and pleading for my children's right to continue attending school. It's one thing for families to choose homeschooling from the very beginning, but it's another thing entirely to kick students out who are rooted and thriving in their school. If the pandemic has taught us one thing. It has been the importance of school on children's and teenagers' mental health. There have been numerous news articles covering this topic. I mean, you've heard about it today. As a nurse, I could tell you about the drastic increase in children, some as young as 8, that I have seen in the crisis unit of our hospital's ER, which I work in often, over the last 15 months. Or I could tell you the impact of not going to school or not playing sports has had on the teens in our youth group. But instead, I'll share how not attending school last spring at the beginning of the pandemic impacted our family specifically. It's a little personal, so I even debated on whether or not I should share it, but here it goes. As if working as a nurse in the hospital during a pandemic and trying to navigate distance learning with 4 children wasn't hard enough, the impact on one of my daughters was severe. She went from a happy, outgoing honor roll student to isolated, depressed, and at one point even suicidal. As someone who has already lost a family member to suicide, I take suicidal ideation very seriously. My father committed suicide in 2008. He was 40, I was 24, and I was the one he called on the phone just prior to taking his own life. So when I was facing something similar with my own child, it was difficult. Even before the pandemic, mental health services in the state were severely lacking, and the gap between crisis ER visits and actual mental health care is like the Grand Canyon in the state. It's not how it was designed to be, but for some patients, even minors, they're stuck in the crisis unit of our ED for days or even weeks. I did not know how to help my daughter, but I knew that the ED at the very hospital I work was the last place I was going to take her. Our doctor's office was closed. I called countless therapists and counselors who, as you can imagine, were not seeing patients in person due to the pandemic. And my daughter refused to talk to a stranger on the phone or via computer. We finally found a therapist who would see her in person, and bless her heart, she was a godsend. My daughter was doing better throughout the summer thanks to her therapist, but she wasn't really back to her normal self until she started school again this past fall. I'm 100% convinced that my daughter would not have had this bout of depression had it not been for the pandemic and being isolated and not being able to go to school. This makes me very concerned for not only my children, but all the children who won't be able to attend school this fall, especially now that we all know the impact on their mental health is even worse than we imagined. Please vote ought to pass and keep our kids in school.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington, and thank you for your comments. We appreciate your perspective, and thank you for your work as a nurse. We appreciate that as well. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, have a good day, and we will now go to Katie Hewitt. Hello, Ms. Hewitt. You're muted, so we can't hear you.
Here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, and you can proceed.
Great, thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. When my husband passed away in 2016 from cancer, leaving me with 3 young children, I finished my bachelor's degree and chose to stop homeschooling my children to become a teacher. We returned to our great home state of Maine to be closer to family. When I found out my children, who had previous reactions to vaccinations, would no longer be allowed to attend school in Maine beginning in September of this year, I cried. Do I have to quit my amazing teaching job to homeschool them again, relying only on federal survivors benefits as my income and collecting food stamps? Or do I need to leave the state again, leaving behind all of our family and losing our support network? Will my own students who have philosophical or religious exemptions be kicked out of school next year? I'm a high school teacher. Some of my students will be unable to graduate because they have parents who made a different choice. Can I finish my master's degree in Maine, or do I have to go elsewhere to avoid getting an injection that may cause a reaction in me as well? Informed consent is an absolute cornerstone of healthcare, and access to an education is a right, not a privilege only reserved for those who take specific medications. Why should a student's right to a free and appropriate education go out the window due to their parents' healthcare decisions for them? It is estimated, as we've already heard, that over 8,000 students will be kicked out of schools in Maine in September due to the loss of exemptions. Can our state afford that? Especially after this year where so many people have already pulled their children out of schools to homeschool? Students who aren't vaccinated aren't walking around carrying diseases. In fact, they are excluded from school for a period of time if there is an outbreak of certain diseases, which we have not seen. As we have all learned this year, vaccination does not equal immunity. As a teacher and a mother, I fully support LD 96 and the other 3 bills being heard today regarding exemptions. We must allow those who currently have exemptions in place to complete their education for the sake of our students, our state, our communities, and our society as a whole. Kicking these children out of school will not help our state, as many people have already fled the state due to the removal of exemptions. Others of us are still deciding what to do. I'm passionate about education, and I'm passionate about supporting families. And I will be forced to make the decision to quit my career as a teacher, to homeschool, or once again, move out of state if LD 96 does not become law. Make no mistake, those of us who choose to forgo certain vaccinations for our children are not making the decision lightly. My children were vaccinated until they were no longer able to be, but medical exemptions are nearly impossible to obtain now. Why should my children or any of the others who have exemptions in place not be allowed access to a free and appropriate education because of my decision to do what is best for them? My children deserve an education. My children have a right to an education. Please support LD 96 and all 4 of the bills being presented regarding exemptions today. Let's put people over politics. Our state truly needs this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hewitt. We appreciate your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And at this point, we have finished the second sheet of people that are testifying in favor of the bill. And I am going to turn to those people who are opponents of the bill, starting with Caroline Zimmerman. And before we go to Ms. Zimmerman, I just want to check with Senator Daughtry. Are you doing okay?
Doing okay.
You're doing okay with keeping the time? You've done a great job.
Trying to make sure that I hit start when they actually start. And
okay.
If we're having tech issues, I'm trying to make sure I pause it to make
okay.
sure it's not counting.
Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To those in the attendees list, just to be clear, we are not cutting the list. We are not skipping anybody.
Right.
The chair simply wants to switch between positions.
We're just switching to opponents at this point. We've spent almost 2 hours on proponents, and it's the practice to try to give some balance back and forth. We have several people that are speaking against. We should be able to exhaust that list. And we will then go back to people that are speaking in favor of LD 96. And after we've exhausted that list, we will close the public hearing on LD 96. And we will then hear from the sponsors of the 3 remaining bills and the proponents and opponents.
Thank you.
And I would also encourage members of the committee. The plan at this point is to continue forward. We're not looking to take a break, so that if you need to take a break or you need to whatever, please feel free to do that. And I think people in the public and people that are testifying will understand if you briefly have to go to attend things for a period of time. So, Sam, that all being said, we will go to opponents of LD 96, and the first person I have is Caroline Zimmerman. Is that correct?
Yes, Representative, and thank you for clarifying that. There's just some people that were expressing some concerns in the chat box, so thank you for that.
Right. Well, we will get back to people that are in favor of 96, but again, the common practice is to try to give a little bit of balance, and that's why we're going to opponents of the bill. Ms. Zimmerman, welcome. Thank you for being with us. And I understand you're here to speak in opposition to LD 96, and you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Caroline Zimmerman, Chair of the Maine Immunization Coalition. The coalition is a membership organization founded in 2008 and comprised of leading healthcare organizations and individuals committed to supporting evidence-based policies that result in improved immunization rates for children and adults in the state of Maine. The Maine Immunization Coalition strongly opposes LD 96, LD 156, LD 833, and LD 1082, which all seek to roll back the progress made by the 129th legislature in 2019 and resoundingly supported by Maine voters. In the interest of time, and because our concerns are the same for all these bills, we're presenting this testimony in person and providing copies of the testimony for the other bills. As many have referenced already, since the start of the pandemic in March 2020, educators and policymakers around the state and country have been concerned about ways to reasonably and safely support education in the midst of the COVID pandemic. This is not the first time that the US has struggled with in-person education during a disease outbreak. In 1918, schools closed due to the flu pandemic. In 1937, Chicago and other schools closed due to polio. Thankfully, polio and the flu are now addressed by safe and effective vaccines, and COVID is on its way to being managed. Vaccine preventable diseases are just that, preventable. Preventing diseases before children and adults are sick, incapacitated, or perish, before schools and other public spaces need to be closed. We have an obligation to care for and protect our children, and that includes a reasonable science-based approach. The bills before you today, including LD 96, seek to roll back the progress made by the 129th legislature in 2019 and resoundingly supported by Maine voters when 72.6% voted to maintain the standards in PL 154, Maine's vaccine law. The members of the coalition believe that the important work ahead is implementing PL 194, and we stand ready to assist your committee in that process. Thank you.
Ms. Zimmerman, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for your comments. Are there questions from members of the committee? I see that Representative Sampson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman, for being here. So I have two quick questions. The first one is, can you oppose LD 96? However, this doesn't increase the unvaccinated rates. So to your argument, I'm curious as to your thoughts on that.
I think for the coalition, we are just recommending a science-based approach to policy, and we are following the recommendations set by the CDC and ACIP on what medical contraindications and medical exemptions might look like. And so based on that, our recommendation and our opposition of this bill is merely to be in line with those recommendations.
Okay, let's just be clear that the science here is math, and the math numbers aren't changing. However, my other question for you is regarding the coalition, is what is your view, considering we are currently in the COVID shot is considered for emergency use? Where's your position on mandating that?
We don't have a position on mandating the COVID vaccine. It has not been recommended past EUA right now. And quite frankly, kids under 12 are not even recommended for, or kids over 12 right now. That has not been recommended yet. So the coalition does not have a position on that. And I suspect that any policy changes relating to immunizations required for school would go through the usual process, which your committee would oversee. And so we would just support the usual process of any changes to the vaccine law and any changes to vaccines covered under that.
Okay, thank you. Can you clarify you mentioned the 72% figure being in support of this overturning the vaccine, or not overturning the vaccine law. Is 72% reflective of all Mainers?
That was a statewide vote, the referendum vote, when 72.6% of voters voted to maintain the PL 154, Maine's vaccine law, as it was passed.
Are there any other questions of Ms. Zimmerman? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us. We will now go to Eileen King, who will be speaking against LD 96.
I think she might have stepped away, Representative.
Okay.
Not seeing her in the attendees list.
You can't find her?
No.
Okay. Then the next person we had was Laura Bladestill.
I don't see Laura Bladestill. Oh, yep. Raise the hand. Please don't raise your hand if you're in the attendees room.
Hello, Dr. Bladestill.
Hello.
We now see you and hear you, and you can proceed.
Thank you very much. Senator Rafferty, Senator Representative Brennan, and the members of the committee. My name is Dr. Laura Bladestill, and I've been a practicing pediatrician in Maine for 15 years, and I'm currently the vice president of the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. I'm here today to speak in opposition to LD 96, LD 156, LD 833, and LD 1082. I want to be summarized and be brief. Maine's pediatricians work diligently and tirelessly and have for decades to prevent illness through vaccination. Maine developed a problem in schools where parents were not vaccinating their children, and Maine started to see outbreaks of vaccine preventable diseases in our schools as they became unsafe for some children to attend. Maine legislators created a legally and ethically sound solution for all kids to attend a safe school, and that kids needed to be vaccinated for certain diseases to attend schools. This law was supported by an unprecedented coalition of healthcare providers, health systems, hospitals, insurers, school nurses, community and religious organizations, and businesses. I have provided the list of supporters below. Some Mainers put the law to a popular vote, and 72.5% of Mainers, who all were eligible to vote, voted to join the broad coalition to keep the law. And now Maine's pediatricians stand before you, this time weary from fighting to keep our kids healthy during a widespread school closures from a pandemic to again oppose this suite of legislation trying to put us back to ground zero. Maine AAP strongly opposes LD 96, 156, and 833 because it puts children in schools at risk of preventable infectious diseases, and children need schools now more than ever. Maine AAP believes that LD 1082 would be better reserved for rulemaking than legislation. I am steadfast in my oath to the well-being of Maine's children, and I hope that all our elected leadership, especially that of this esteemed committee, is committed to the stable opening of safe, outbreak-free schools. Maine's pediatricians look forward to working with families and to create a safe school environment for all, while supporting families in their vaccine decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bladestill. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Bladestill, for being here. So you brought up the 72%, and you did allude to the fact that of those available to vote, it was a primary. That meant that it was only a small percentage of the entire population that was even qualified to vote, because we know that it was a Democrat presidential primary primarily. So would you say that that's truly a reflection of the majority of Mainers?
Thank you, Representative Sampson. It's nice to see you. I was part of the legislation process, and I was part of the referendum process, and I'm here today to speak to this suite of bills and not to debate the legislative or voting process in Maine.
I'm just asking a question based on your testimony. So do you believe that that had to do with the majority of Mainers?
I believe that the 72.6% of people who voted to keep Maine's vaccine law is representative of Maine's feelings about the vaccine law. Yes.
So you're clearly concerned about unvaccinated people and the threat. So if that's the case, what is your position on teachers and staff during the whole COVID epidemic, knowing that there were unvaccinated people and they're really responsible in the schools for spreading the COVID?
Representative Sampson, respectfully, I'll have to say I'm here to speak to the vaccine legislation that has been put before us to discuss today about the vaccines that are required for K through 12 schools, and not available to comment about vaccines for COVID or the current pandemic.
Well, it is speaking to the principles that you are espousing, so that's why I'm asking that question. So finally, my last question is, in your career, can you tell me how many medical exemptions you've actually written?
I think the concept of getting and obtaining a medical exemption is a really perfect question to ask. I'm not able to share the personal and protected confidential conversations that I have with patients, but I'm very, as I have defended throughout this legislation, defended the medical exemption process. And I'm very glad that it was broadened under this legislation to include the best decision and the best judgment of providers.
So am I to understand that I'm not asking you to divulge any private personal information. A percentage would not reveal any, or it would uncover any unnecessary, inappropriate information. So am I to assume that you have not given any medical exemptions?
So your question to me is, have I given medical exemptions?
Correct.
Yes, Representative Sampson, I've given many medical exemptions. It's my solemn vow and duty to not give vaccines to people who should not have them. And I have given many medical exemptions, yes.
So, and you can't give me the number?
I'm sorry, I in the thousands and thousands of vaccines that I've given and those that I've exempted people from, I cannot give you a number, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Dr. Blaisdell? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. And we will now move on to Patricia Ensley, who will be speaking in opposition to LD 96.
Good afternoon. I'm here today, Patricia Ensley, to speak in opposition to LD 96, LD 156, LD 833, and LD 1082. I am the school nurse at Wells High School and the immediate past president of the Maine Association of School Nurses. In 2019, MASN submitted testimony endorsing LD 798 and philosophical and religious exemptions. In 2020, 72.5% of the Maine citizens who voted in every county of Maine voted decisively to reject the public referendum to overturn the law. MASN comes before you again to advocate for the health and safety of our students and communities by opposing the LDs 96, 156, 833, and 1082. And as a Republican, I did turn out to vote that day, even though it was a Democratic primary. It is the position of the National Association of School Nurses that immunizations are essential to primary prevention of disease from infancy through adulthood, and promotion of immunizations by the registered professional school nurse is central to the public health focus of nursing practice. And we also addressed all the aforementioned mental health issues that have happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. We support the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and Vaccine Recommendations that are adopted by the CDC. And after careful consultation with school nurse and education leaders in states such as West Virginia that have removed religious and philosophical exemptions, the Maine Association of School Nurses believes that this evidence-based practice is in the best interest of all Maine students in all education settings. According to the CDC, the impact of vaccines in reducing and eliminating vaccine preventable diseases has been one of the top 10 great public health achievements in the United States. The CDC estimates that vaccination of children born between 1994 and 2013 will prevent 322 million illnesses and help avoid 732,000 deaths and save nearly 1.4 trillion in total societal costs. It's necessary that school nurses and primary care providers alike rely on the latest evidence provided by the agencies such as the Maine CDC and Maine DHHS for the most evidence-based information to guide parent-guardian decisions. It's a disservice to our children and our public health to exempt virtual public charter schools and private school students from immunization requirements. This just transfers the problem to a different venue and maintains the low vaccine areas in certain counties and maintains these low vaccination hotspots. Unimmunized individuals are still a risk to infants, the elderly, the immunocompromised in the community. The grandfathering of students with current non-medical exemptions only serves to maintain the current low vaccine thresholds for which the law was enacted. So the other thing I just wanted to speak to, we did some research looking at different religions, and we couldn't find any major Christian, Islamic, Jewish sect that is against vaccination. Most of them endorse vaccination as for the common good. And as regarding the exemption form, we were told that that is an example of an exemption form and that we can accept any exemption form.
Thank you, Ms. Ensley. We appreciate your comments and being here today. Are there any questions for Ms. Ensley? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
We will now move to Sarah Staferi, who will be speaking against LD 96. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Sarah Staffieri and I live in Waterville. I'm the mom to 2 children and I'm testifying in opposition to LD 96. The title of this bill suggests that it is, quote, an act to create fairness. Fairness, by definition, is impartial and just treatment without favoritism. To address fairness in Maine school vaccination law, I'd like to go back to 2017 when I was a parent to a then 4-year-old child with a newly diagnosed serious medical condition. This condition leaves him immunocompromised to multiple illnesses that are vaccine preventable. Desperate to learn how to protect him as he entered preschool, I turned to the state law. I was appalled to find no part of the law addressed my family's situation. Instead, parents who decided to skip fully vaccinating their children for non-medical reasons enjoyed a loophole in the requirements. This certainly looked like glaring favoritism toward that group, leaving medically vulnerable children like mine in grave danger. The new law passed in 2019, PL 154, is essential for the safety of families like mine. PL 154 recognizes the right for my immunocompromised first grader to attend school without undue risk from unvaccinated peers and justly protects all children by ensuring that those that can be vaccinated are. LD 96 would yank this freedom away to attend school safely from my young son before he even has the chance to experience it. When a policy is deemed to be necessary to keep children safe, it is instituted for all children, not just for those children whose parents support the policy. LD 96 needlessly excludes currently enrolled students from that protection and allows the rates of unvaccinated students in some grades to remain at dangerously high levels for the next 12 years. How is it remotely fair that my high-risk son would be in a cohort with unvaccinated peers while a child entering kindergarten this fall would not be? This bill serves just one purpose. It provides yet another loophole for parents who refuse to acknowledge the risk they are voluntarily bringing into our schools by refusing to fully vaccinate their children. Please protect the effectiveness of PL 154, retain only medical exemptions for the entire student population, and vote LD 96 ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
And Sam, have we found Ms. King?
Not yet, Representative. She did send me an email saying that she'd be in between different meetings today, so I'm sure she'll be back later on.
Okay. So am I correct that we now have gone through the list of those people speaking in opposition?
Specifically the LE 96, yes,
Yes.
Representative, it looks like that.
Okay, and there's nobody signed up neither for nor against for LD 96?
I'm not seeing that, Representative, nope.
Okay. So we will now go back. We're at the K's.
I think Kimberly Hutchinson, Representative, is that what you
correct.
had?
That's what I had. Yes. So the next person, will switch back to those people speaking in favor of LD 96. And we had Kimberly Hutchinson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Can't see you yet, though.
Okay. There we go. There. Thank you. So thank you, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Kimberly Hutchinson, and I am testifying in favor of all four of the bills, specifically LD 96, 156, and 833, which do apply to my family. And I'm the mom of three amazing daughters. My oldest is graduating next month and is now forced to pursue her further education in New Hampshire, where she will be a biology major. And real quick, she also submitted a testimony. I just wanted to read a few lines of that. Students like myself will no longer be able to access higher education in the state of Maine, and the state I've grown up in will not only lose a college student, but potentially a citizen. The estimated cost of attending the University of Maine as an in-state student is $26,000 before any financial aid or scholarships. After being offered the presidential scholarships from 4 colleges in New Hampshire, my estimated cost is still over $23,000. I may not be able to afford higher education despite having worked my entire life towards being eligible for academic scholarships. She will be a biology major, paying out-of-state tuition and saddled with a huge debt to begin her life with. She has a 3.9 GPA, National Honor Society member, and ranked 12th in her class. Maine is losing that revenue and an amazing young lady. She's turning 18 in 3 days, and she will be an adult. Yet she's being kicked out of this state because she's being told she must do something to her body that she doesn't want to do in order to be educated. This is coercion, and it's disturbing. My middle child is a sophomore varsity soccer player who always makes high honors and adores Erskine Academy. She just signed up for her classes, though she knows she won't even be because she doesn't know how to explain to her friends and teachers that she's being kicked out because she's lost her exemptions. She plans to quietly fade away, and my heart breaks for her. My youngest is in 6th grade, and her final year of school is certainly and she'll be missing out on many things. Her 8th grade unfair it is that she can't go to school with her friends anymore, and she sees this last month of school as her end of everything she's known. I'm also a school board member, And this year, the state has lost approximately 10,000 kids to homeschooling. Loss of exemptions stand to kick as many as 7,000 more students out of school, and many more for generations to come. Children are staying at home alone as parents must choose between work and educating their kids. So I implore you to treat every Maine child as equal, that they would be entitled to the same education, access to free food, a nurse, dental programs, social and emotional learning, after school care. And I ask you to vote yes today on all 4 of these bills. Thank you. And I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hutchinson, for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you.
We will now go to, I went down the list too quickly. We have Leo Kenny, who is speaking in opposition. I'm sorry, in support of 96, LD 96. He's speaking in support.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Kenny.
Hello. Can you can hear me?
Hear you.
I'm sorry.
I said we can see you and hear you. You can proceed.
Oh, you can. Okay. Very good. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, the members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Leo Kenny. I am from Orono, and I'm here to speak in support of LD 96 as well as the other 3, but I think obviously we're just speaking to LD 96 currently. I wanted to share my experience as an Orono school board representative for over 5 years, including these past 14 months. I was also a school board member during school consolidation process several years ago. Many of you may remember that. So I've represented my community through some challenging times. During these past 14 months, local school boards have been forced to make some very difficult and often obviously controversial decisions, which comes with the territory, even in normal times. These last 14 months obviously have not been normal. Those decisions, as has been discussed already, unfortunately, and I think unavoidably, have resulted in removing students from the classroom. I can say what we've learned is that hybrid or full remote education, in my opinion at least, will never replace or be a replacement for full-time face-to-face public education. Not to say that some percentage of students would not be perfectly content taking online school. We do know that it will work for a small percentage, but that it can't replace public education overall. We've also learned that masking, silent lunches, canceled proms, canceled graduations, divided hallways, no lockers, literally hundreds of other losses that our students have felt over these past 14 months have not only impacted the academic progress of our students, but more importantly, I would argue, the mental health of literally every student. While there is much to be hopeful for, as COVID restrictions are starting to ease, there is still so much uncertainty about what Maine's 2022 school year will look like. Knowing now what these students have endured since March 2020 and the impact, it is my sincere hope that this committee will vote ought to pass so that the full legislation will have the opportunity to consider these very painful lessons, I would say, learned from COVID-19. And hopefully we can avoid any further damage by removing additional students from the public education system. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for the work you're doing serving our state.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny, and thanks for your service on the school committee. Are there any questions for Mr. Kenny? Seeing none, we will now move to Miranda Rowe. Miranda Rowe. Hello, Ms. Rowe.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but, and we can see you, but now we're okay. Oh, you were frozen.
Okay.
Yep.
Senator Rafferty, sorry. We good?
You kind of been cutting in and out. So we cannot hear you now.
Okay, I'll do my absolute best. I'm going to make this short, sweet. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Miranda Rowe. I live in Franklin County. I'm here in support of and ask that you vote ought to pass on LD 96, LD 156, LD 833, LD 1082. I was born and raised here in Maine, and I'm also a registered nurse. I have 3 wonderful, intelligent, and kind children, 2 of which are school-aged. My middle child experienced a medical event post-vaccination and cannot obtain a medical exemption. We have found with this current pandemic alone, excluding children from their normal social behaviors and from their peers has been detrimental on their mental health. As a mom and healthcare provider, long-term use of separation years and access to public education will cause of negative mental health consequences to generation. Be setting their futures up for failure without having these choices. Should these bills not pass, we will be segregating many children, including my own, from the education, social development, and mental health that they deserve. I'll be forced to take my children and my career skills to another state that will honor the choice and mental well-being of all children. Please support the religious freedom for families and understand that online charter schools being excluded is a logical choice. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Rowe, thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for Ms. Rowe? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here. And we will now move to Melissa Roberts.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We cannot see you yet.
Starting the video, I think.
Oh,
Hi.
now we have both. Go right ahead.
Thanks so much. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Melissa Roberts, and I am a 15-year resident of Freeport, a Maine business owner and employer, and a mother of 3 Maine students. And I'm testifying in support of particularly of LD 96, but also LD 156, LD 833, and LD 1082, all of which would help restore the rights of every currently enrolled student in Maine to access education. LD 798 is short-sighted in its assumption that more punitive public health policies result in greater compliance with an increasingly aggressive vaccine schedule. There is a substantial body of policy research on vaccine mandates, the majority of which advocates for public health education and soft mandates, as they are called, that encourage compliance rather than punitive and coercive policies that violate medical autonomy and strip citizens of fundamental rights. LD 798 comes regrettably close to the most extreme and ethically disturbing end of the vaccination mandate spectrum, forcible vaccination, since in reality, many parents are simply not able to educate their children at home. The risks of such extreme policies include trauma, overreach, and loss of public trust, not to mention the obvious disadvantage for those who are excluded from school. Maine has long had in place a reasonable policy to protect educational communities from vaccine-targeted illnesses by excluding any student not vaccinated for a particular illness from campus in the event of an outbreak of that illness. The law states a child not immunized or immune from a disease shall be excluded from school and school activities when, in the opinion of a public health official, the child's continued presence in school poses a clear danger to the health of others. The superintendent shall exclude the child from school and school activities during the period of danger or until the child is immunized. I ask that you please take the time to delve deeper into the body of public policy research on vaccine mandates and to vote in favor of these bills to help ensure that every student in Maine retains access to education. Thank you. Taya.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
We will now move to Natalie Ficus.
I do not see Natalie with us, Representative.
You do not, okay. We will come back if necessary. And
oh, wait, sorry, sorry, Representative. Looks like somebody. Okay. Sarah, last name Sarah or no last name? We have 4 Sarahs with us. Okay. Oh, let's try this one. Looks like it's another mother-daughter, maybe, Representative.
Hello?
How do you turn on your...
Hello?
Start my video. There you go. There you go.
Okay. If you could tell us your name, that would be helpful.
I'm Natalie.
Okay.
Natalie Ficus.
Okay, great. All right, you are next on the list.
Hi, my name is Natalie Ficus, and I'm a mostly vaccinated 11-year-old girl. My mom held back 2 vaccines because of my egg protein allergy, as some vaccines are made with egg proteins. I attend Riverview Community School in Gardner, and I've been in the Gardner public school system for almost 7 years. School is really important to me, and I'm very excited to attend middle school next year. I'm a top student, and I'm in the Gifted and Talented program. I love and enjoy it so much. Being at school has also taught me amazing leadership skills, and I love helping out my peers when they need it. I have such an amazing group of friends, and I look forward to going to school every day. Because of a bill passed last year, this will all be taken from me. My friends will build stronger bonds at school while I'm at home. I will no longer be able to attend my beloved Gifted and Talented class or see all the wonderful teachers I look up to. Put simply, I do not want to be homeschooled because my mom is making the best health choice for me. I've built my life around my school and my friends. How can you sit there and vote to flip my whole life upside down? Even the effects of COVID, not being able to go to school for a long time was really hard. We need to be with our friends. Teen depression rates are going up by the minute. So please, for me and all the kids in the same position as me, vote to let us continue our education the way we're used to. I also want to speak for my little brother, Nick. He was homeschooled this year, and while he enjoys working with my mom, he misses his friends greatly. We live right next to the elementary school. His friends talk to him through the trees when out on the playground. Just a few feet away, his friends are all playing. He simply wishes he could be there with them. And I worry about him because he's so upset that he can't. Please support LD96.
Well, Natalie, thank you very much for being with us. We appreciate your concise and informative testimony. You're a good example for people that will follow you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Natalie? Seeing none, again, thank you. Have a good day and thanks for being with us.
You too, thank you.
We will now go to Natasha Suleiman.
Okay, Natasha, we have you in the attendees room twice, so I'm actually going to ask you to raise your hand, please, so I know which one of you is Natasha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Natasha Suleiman. I live in Gorham. I'm a mom of 3 children who have had or have an IEP. I'm co-founder of the nonprofit organization Health Choice Maine, and I'm testifying today in support of LD96. I want to share my personal story of how
LD 798 will affect my family and why LD 96 is essential to families like ours. I have 3 children who have had medical exemptions for over 10 years based on family history of dysregulated immune function and severe adverse reactions to vaccines. Before 798 was introduced, our pediatrician retired and we were effectively kicked out of the practice by Dr. Laura Blaisdell, even though we had been at the practice longer than any of the physicians, including Dr. Blaisdell. We found a great physician after 798 passed, and he told us that he would not consider writing a medical exemption, even though we'd had one written by one of his colleagues for 10 years until 798 was implemented. This was okay because we still had the option of using non-medical exemptions for 2 more years. We were also experiencing a reprieve between the passage and implementation because our children had IEPs. And therefore, we should be exempt from the mandate. But what we are experiencing now is that friends who are already with children with IEPs are asking their physicians, and the physicians are not signing off on the grandfathered IEP students' non-medical exemptions. And I'm terrified of the conversation that I will have to have with our own physician. With 1 child at a special purpose school and about 5 years left, there is no way I can educate him at home. Should we be forced, as other families already are, to go doctor shopping to find one that will sign off on an exemption that is supposed to be okay legally? We have another student with an IEP who will become an adult just before his senior year. He has indicated that he will likely drop his IEP, as he has the right to do. He will then be kicked out of school for his last year of school. His physician did not witness all the health problems our children suffered from when they were younger, nor did he witness the severe reaction that led to the permanent disability of our youngest child. Why would we consent to take a giant risk and give him the few vaccines that he is missing when we already know firsthand that vaccines can lead to permanent disability with nearly 0 support from the government and 0 liabilities for the vaccine makers? Our children should, according to 798, be allowed to continue their education based on their IEP status, but physicians are afraid to even sign off on the exemptions that are already codified as actual law for the fear of retribution or revocation of their license. The state can't afford to kick severely disabled kids out of school because their physicians are afraid. Quite simply, it is illegal and the lawsuits will come fast and furious. In the face of physicians' fears to write medical exemptions and approve non-medical exemptions for IEP students, I implore this committee to vote ought to pass on LD 96 and allow students with non-medical exemptions to finish school. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon. Are there questions from members of the committee? Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Suleiman. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Could you explain a little bit more detail, an example of a non-medical exemption?
Non-medical exemption, we used, well, when our pediatrician retired and we could not get the medical exemption anymore, it was and still is in the law that somebody can use a religious or philosophical exemption. And although I believe in people to follow their faith and use a religious exemption, that was not something that my exemption, that was not the reason why I wasn't using vaccines. I was using them for a medical reason. So I personally aligned our belief more with the philosophical reason that philosophically it would hurt my children. So I would like to continue to use that exemption. But if our physician decides, like my friend's physician, that they won't even sign an IEP non-medical exemption, I don't know what I'm going to do.
So thank you. So basically, are you saying that because the ability to get medical exemptions, you can't get them. And even Dr. Blaisdell came and spoke just before you. You're not getting them, even though the doctors are saying, oh, yes, you can get them. Are you essentially saying that you're forced in a corner to take the psychological, philosophical exemption, psychological? Yes, this is all psychological. But is that what you're trying to say? And that's why this has to remain?
Yeah, absolutely. Because what are you going to do if you have experienced your child suffering encephalopathy, all kinds of immune dysregulation, and your doctor admitting to you that it was the vaccines, writing the vaccine exemption for 10 years, and then when they retire, somebody else, another physician won't write it? What is a doctor to do? What is a parent to do? They either have to choose to go doctor shopping to find somebody who will write it, which isn't going to happen in Maine now, or they have to choose to use a non-medical exemption like a philosophical or a religious exemption.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us. And
Thank
we will now go to Pamela Sherbanek.
Hi, I'm in support of all 4 bills, but right now I'm going to specifically address LD 96. I strongly support this bill. I am an Ivy League trained physician, and I have been inundated with panicky parents for the last year asking for exemptions for their children. I have worked very hard with many of these families to mitigate the damage done by previous vaccines. My heart goes out to these families. People who have existing exemptions, whether personal, religious, or medical, have them for a reason. Those with existing medical exemptions will most likely not get those renewed due to the Maine CDC's decision on how to decide what constitutes a risk for vaccination. As a physician, I cannot agree with these guidelines or follow them. Once a child is a vaccine-injured child, it is permanent. Each vaccine injury is additive. I know more families than I can count who will leave the state or homeschool their children despite not being equipped to do so resource-wise. And making children leave the only social world they have ever known is cruel. And as a psychiatrist, I know it will have traumatic emotional consequences for these children. Once you vaccinate a child, the consequences are permanent. Please stop treating humans as interchangeable Autobots. Please stop harming our innocent children. This bill would also allow my own children to stay in school here in Maine and complete their educations with their friends. My son will be a junior at Greeley High School next year, and my daughter will be in the 8th grade at NYA. Please help us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we will now move to Pilar Van Patten.
Don't see Pilar with us.
You don't? Okay. Do you see Rachel DiLorenzo?
Yes, we do have Rachel representative.
Okay, so we will have Rachel DiLorenzo next.
Hi there.
Hi, Ms. DiLorenzo.
So I'm speaking in favor of LD 96 and the 3 other bills. I'll just tell you a little bit. I have 2 boys in private school in York, Maine, and we love our school. We've been there for 4 years. They're little, and I never imagined taking them out. But you know, I don't take our exemptions lightly, as you've heard over and over today. I've been listening since 10 a.m. So it's been emotional listening to everybody's testimony, I'm sure for you guys too. So I don't take our exemptions lightly, and I won't waver on what I believe is best for my children's health. And because of that, what I will do is move. And we're lucky enough to have a home in Vermont, and so we'll move to Vermont. But it's so sad and unfortunate to watch my kids question their own health when they are healthy and vibrant children. You know, I understand that a lot of parents on the opposite side fear for their children's health as well. And to that, I say, you've been in school with my children, you've lived next door to my children, our children play together. And I don't think there's a perfect answer for anyone. I don't like that my children go to school with kids that are allowed to watch violent video games and they bring that play into the classroom. That's not something I choose to give to show my children. But we all have to agree to accept how we choose to parent our children. And I think that it would be a real shame for Maine to lose all of these amazing children and families and tax dollars. And I hope that you pass this bill. Let us stay in school. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DiLorenzo, for your comments. Are there any questions from committee members? Seeing none, we will now move to Rhonda Snyder.
Mr. Chair, there's a continuing person coming up in the chat by the name of Ona, beginning with an O. I think it's been looking to, feels like she was missed.
We're not to O's yet. I mean, did they want to testify in LD 96?
I just wanted to, okay, I just wanted to say, she registered for 833. So, I mean, it's at the discretion of the chairs in the committee, but we have like 80 people on this list. I mean, so I apologize if that, it's not that we're not skipping anybody. If they registered for a bill, that's what they registered for.
So what I will do, I'll continue with the list of 96 when we get to the end of that. If there are people that were not on the list that want to testify, we'll take that at that time. So at this point, we're going to go to Rhonda Schneider.
Hi, thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Rhonda Snyder. I am a business owner and selectman in the town of Sydney. I am here in support of LD 96 and LD 833. I am also the mother of 13-year-old twins. One twin will be able to attend school in September 2021, while the other twin, who currently has a religious and philosophical exemption, will not be able to attend school. How do I look at my daughter who loves school, who just received extremely high scores on Monday's Noeas, who is an artist, actor, and athlete, and tell her that she can no longer attend school or receive her right to an education of her choice? How do I tell her that the school she loves, the relationships she adores and has formed at school are no longer in her future, but they are in her twin brother's future? LD 798 did a huge disservice to children like my daughter, given the very few religious and philosophical exemptions being utilized within the state of Maine. You have a chance to right that wrong in supporting LD 96. Parents first and foremost know what's best for the children. It's not doctors or politicians or school nurses who know our children best or know how badly legislation will harm these children's physical and mental well-being. LD 96 and 833 attempt to correct an egregious wrong done to our children by legislators in Maine. Let me ask a question. Which medical procedures should be mandated without an exemption? The ones you want your neighbor to have, or the ones your neighbor wants you to have? I strongly ask that you vote in favor of both LD 96 and LD 833. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them. And I see that Representative Sampson has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Schneider, for being here today. Nice to see you. So am I to assume that you homeschooled this past year like many parents?
When the pandemic started, and I knew that my daughter would be getting kicked out of school, I did homeschool her the first part of the year. She did well. We learned things that she maybe didn't learn, like sign language and several other subjects. But by January, she was begging me to be back in school with her friends. She missed the social interaction. She was getting very depressed being home. And children need to be with other children. And it was very hard for her by the time it got to January. So she asked me if she could go back to in-person learning. And she has been thriving ever since.
So, well, thank you. You gave me a little more than I anticipated with the first question. But so my question to you, because you have these two children, they're twins.
Yes.
I think it's interesting. We've had a few parents that brought their situation forward, and they have twins. But it begs the question: what did you discover in your kids, the differences this year? You talk about the mental and physical health of their children. I mean, how did the mental health? I mean, I understand the physical part. What was the mental health like?
My son was relatively unchanged because in RSU 18, they were able to go back full time starting in September. He was active. He was going over to friends' houses, and she was very reclusive. By November, even when she got invited over to friends' houses, she was just very depressed. It was hard for her not to be among her peers. And she loves school. She loves learning. She takes it seriously. And it's funny that the one that loves school is the one that's not going to be able to go to school. And the boy twin who would rather not be at school is the one that's going to be allowed to go to school.
I just appreciate the insight. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Schneider? Seeing none, thank you very much. And
thank you.
We will now move to Royal Simon. Hello again.
There we go. Yes.
Hi. Hello, my name is Royal and I am 10, almost 11 years old. Here are just some of the things that I'll miss out on because LD 798 was passed and Maine took away my education. I will miss my very first year of middle school and every other year of school after that. Seeing my friends every day, riding the bus and choosing who to sit with, getting dressed up for middle school dances, chatting by the lockers before first period bell rings, learning my locker combo, deciding what to wear for picture day, running to lunch and saying I am starving, drama club and choir, meeting new teachers and going to new classes, the different clubs you can join. These are the very first things that came into my mind when I thought about how I will be affected by the passing of these bills. I also know that I miss the freedoms that I used to think our country was founded on. The freedom of religion, the freedom to think for yourself. The freedom in Maine seems to be going away. I'm sad for myself and sad for my brothers that the Maine doesn't think we deserve to go to school. I'm also sad for the children who have to grow up after me in Maine. Every child deserves an education. Maybe one day I'll fix the wrong that the Maine government made. Maybe one day I'll bring back freedom.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Royal, thank you very much for being with us, and thank you very much for your comments. And I Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you and have a good day.
You too.
We will now go to Sarah Ackerley.
I think that might be me. Hello?
Hello, Ms. Ackerley. We can hear you but can't see you. Yes, now we have you. Please proceed.
Great, thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Sarah Ackerley, and I've been practicing medicine in Midcoast, Maine for 26 years. I'm testifying today in support of all 4 of these bills that will keep children in school, as well as give homeschool children the option of continued access to music and sports activities. I want to make it clear that I am a pro-vaccine doctor. I believe in vaccinations, and I actually go to great lengths to provide free vaccines from the state so that none of my patients will be limited from getting vaccinated because they can't afford it. I am one of those doctors who is working very hard to get children in my practice and other people's practices updated so that they can attend school this fall. And though I provide vaccinations on a daily basis, I cannot write medical exemptions because naturopathic doctors were not included on the list of providers who can write these for our patients. And so I do have a number of patients, like you've heard today, who are seeking medical exemptions from other doctors to be able to keep their children in school. This is a concern because as of today, I have over 20 patients who have approached their pediatricians or other medical doctors for a medical exemption, and none of them have been given one. This includes one of my patients who experienced respiratory arrest after vaccinations at the age of a year and went through a medical trial with VAERS, the Vaccine Adverse Reporting System. I also will note that I have had conversations with colleagues who have expressed significant concern about disciplinary action in the event that they write medical exemptions for their patients. In addition, I have numerous patients with religious beliefs, allergies, or dietary restrictions that make the administration of vaccinations impossible or untenable, and they are not eligible for medical exemptions. A religious exemption would allow them to continue to attend school. And I will note that the majority of states, 44 of them, have actually elected to continue to offer religious exemptions to vaccinations and not have an overarching political statement that interferes with people's personal medical beliefs or religious beliefs, as well as their medical autonomy. In addition, I've had a number of patients and families who have moved from Maine since the passage of LD 798, as you've been hearing about, including Mary. I hope you all can see this little pumpkin. She is now in South Dakota, and her family moved this past fall because they would not have been able to have their daughter attend school here in Maine because they are electing not to vaccinate. So given the profound emotional and educational impact that we're seeing as doctors, as educators on our kiddos who cannot attend school this year because of COVID, we really need to ensure that our children have access to education. We also know that state penal authorities know they can predict the need for jail cells based on the childhood literacy rates in elementary school. So these bills will provide my patients, as well as other children here in Maine, the opportunity to continue to attend school. And I urge you all to allow for support of these bills so that we can keep our children in school.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Ackerley? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we will now move to Shannon Wallace. No, I'm sorry. It was Sarah Kenny was next.
Hello.
Can
Hello.
you hear me? Okay,
We
hello.
can hear you, can't see you.
Okay, just 1 second here. Okay. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Sarah Kenny, and I live in Orono. And I just wanted to start by just commending all the amazing children that have spoken today. As an adult, I'm nervous to present, and I just have been, it's emotional to watch and see how impactful this is to them. And I just wanted to thank them for being there and speaking up. My testimony today is in favor of LD 96, an act to create fairness in the treatment of students by retaining students with certain vaccine exemptions. As a parent of a 16-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 21-year-old, I've experienced the emotional toll that this pandemic has had on my own children, as well as their peers. I'm sure those of you on this committee that have children or grandchildren can relate to a feeling of worry like no other. I constantly ask my children, is everything okay? But no matter how hard I try to hide it, they can sense the desperation in my voice. They have lost so much educationally and socially that it's hard to know if they will ever recover. Over the last 14 months, they haven't been able to experience the milestones of high school, such as prom, attending sporting events, to cheer on their classmates, graduation, sitting close with friends at lunch, class trips, or many other day-to-day experiences that we all had the fortune of experiencing. Activities that do happen come with a long list of rules, which can be overwhelming to say the least. Imagine barriers in the hallway, masking all day, constant reminders to stay away from each other, and not knowing when and if it will ever end. Implementing LD 798 could very well be the breaking point for the children that are impacted. I'm here today to ask that you please allow children that have exemptions in place prior to September 1st, 2021 to remain in school. Allowing them to continue their education will give them the ability to move forward and to heal with their peers. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you, Ms. Kinney, for your comments. Are there questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we will now move to Shannon Wallace.
Don't see Shannon with us, Representative.
You do not see her, Sam?
No, not currently.
Okay. Then next we had Tiffany Crick.
Yes, yep.
Can you see me?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the committee. I want to thank you for your time today. Wow, I'm not even going to get halfway through before I start crying. My son is a 13-year-old boy. He's currently enrolled in the 7th grade. For his entire school career, he has been on a multifaceted IEP. However, through an amazing IEP team, an amazing team of educators, dedication, a lot of work, and a whole lot of grace, he is set to be graduating off of his IEP next year, just in time for him to start high school. My son does not have a typical story. When he was 3 years old, he suffered a severe reaction to his routine vaccinations that left him hospitalized for just shy of a month. He was diagnosed with mild encephalitis. For most children in that situation, you would expect them to have a medical exemption. However, he does not. And for years, his current pediatrician, myself, and because we're running out of time, now we have a medical lawyer that is trying to help us get copies of his medical records, which his previous pediatrician, the one that administered the vaccines, has never released for any request, regardless of who was making the request, be it me, his current pediatrician. All of us have tried for years to get those records. And without copies of those records, no doctor will even have the discussion on writing him a medical exemption. Up until now, it hadn't mattered We moved on in an attempt to put this traumatic experience behind us and to focus on creating an environment in which my son could heal and thrive. And he's done that. That's exactly what we did. Now, however, we find ourselves cornered, almost trapped, as a result of a lot of hard work and determination. My son had been so excited to graduate off of his IEP and go into high school as what he considered to be just a normal student. But because his previous PEDS has never released his record and continues to refuse, we may have to make an impossible decision. Risk another vaccine that would likely cause another reaction, or pull him from school, from his friends, from his teachers. My son is excelling at 13 years old in a field that I could not possibly educate him in. At 13, he has built hardware that would likely rival anything you currently have at the State House. He's written his own algorithms. He's building his own video games that he and his friends play. He's excited to move out of elementary and into high school where they have a robotics team. And he could very well go on to build something great in the world of tech for humanity someday. But this is a moment where adults that he doesn't know, that don't know his story and never walked in his shoes, will make decisions that directly affect the life that he may lead in the future and the opportunities that he will have. We may have a unique situation. However, we represent one story out of thousands, one set of experience out of an innumerable amount that are filled with nuance and humanity that science and public policy cannot possibly begin to quantify. Please vote ought to pass on LD 96 and allow these children to stay in school and finish the education they began.
Thank you, Ms. Craig, for your comments. And we would now take any questions from members of the committee. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Again, thank you very much for being here. The next person we have speaking in favor is Tracy Anderson.
And Representative, we do have Shannon with us now. She had dialed in, but
okay. Okay, so we can go back to Shannon Wallace.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you there, Shannon? I'm asking you to unmute. Not seeing anything.
You think she is here, Sam?
I think so, Representative. I've asked her to both unmute herself and start her video. Shannon, if you can hear us. Oh, there we go.
Okay, turn this one off. Okay.
And do
Can
you
you
see
hear
the,
me?
Yes, Shannon, do you see the start video?
Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. I was having a little technical difficulty. I didn't realize I couldn't do it from the dial-in. Thank you so much. My name is Shannon Wallace. I'm from Oakland, and I am speaking in support of LD 96, as well as the other three bills, 156, 833, and 1082. I'm the mother of an 11-year-old daughter who loves learning, loves music and chorus, and is becoming an amazing tennis player with hopes to one day play on the high school tennis team, a dream she won't realize without change. In the last 14 months, we've been given a clear view of what will happen when children are not allowed to go to school and parents are not able to work. There's been emotional and physical turmoil in our children throughout our state and country. Increased rates of suicide, depression, and anxiety, just to name a few. Once thriving students and student athletes not being able to participate in classes, sports, and activities that they love and that motivate them. Family financial situations have changed so drastically because one parent had to stay home with the kids. And let's not forget the single parent homes, the only income earner unable to work because they now had to educate their children. We have an opportunity to learn from something from this horrible situation and do better. We must acknowledge that the law passed on March 3rd, 2020, LD 798, did not even consider the impact it would have on the mental and physical well-being of our children or us as parents and providers. After watching it all unfold over the last 14 months, it's undeniable what the result will be. And I feel it's unconscionable to move forward without a plan in place. We have to be clear. There was no plan set up in LD 798 to educate these children. The state has offered nothing since signing it into law to indicate that they have any intentions of setting up a plan for these students. The state of Maine has an obligation to educate all students. The students affected by LD 798 are not opting out of school. The state of Maine is kicking them out. There's a huge difference. When California and Connecticut passed similar laws to ours, they both grandfathered in all students with current exemptions. I feel that grandfathering in approximately 5% of children who use a religious and philosophical exemption is a reasonable and safe plan. Our schools have not been at risk of vaccine preventable illness in our current 95% vaccination rate. The rate of exemptions will only decrease over time as these children graduate from school, thus improving our vaccination rate over time, which was ultimately the goal of the law. But by grandfathering these students through graduation, you're showing that you are compassionate about the impacts this will have on them and their parents, and that you are willing to support them in their right to an education and us, the parents, in our ability to work and provide for them. The last year has been incredibly difficult for everyone, but it wasn't an intentional act. Now that we have been given the foresight to know what's going to happen when this law is implemented, you cannot in good conscience do this knowingly and willingly to children and parents in Maine. We deserve better. Because of that, I asked you to vote ought to pass for LD 96. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will now move on to Tracy Anderson.
Thank you.
Hello, Ms. Anderson.
Hi there. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Tracy Anderson, and I live in Gardner. I'm testifying in support of LD 96 and the other three bills in front of you today. I'm a mother of two children, Ailey 16 and Dylan 13. I'm the supervisor at a residential facility for children with behavioral issues and complex trauma. It is quite literally my job to understand and recognize trauma in children and how to respond. This is the focus of what I'd like to speak to you about today. COVID has given my family a glimpse into what it will be like next year for our 13-year-old. As with LD 798, Dylan will no longer be welcome to attend school of any kind. Dylan was injured with his 2-year vaccines. He lost all speech and became unable to function in the world as he knew it. He was a typically developing child before this. After the DTaP and MMR vaccines, that all drastically changed. I could spend hours telling you of the pain and struggle that Dylan went through during the next 5 years. Speech therapy, occupational therapy, food therapy, social groups, and 3 years at a special needs preschool, IEPs, 504s, and hundreds of hours with therapists. Instead, I'd rather tell you of the success he has had. Dylan is diagnosed with anxiety and sensory processing disorder. Navigating the social structure of school has never been easy. He has spent most of his childhood figuring out a way to fit in. He has built himself a social group and with unending support has been mostly successful at this. This has been largely due to the opportunities that physically being in school has provided. The opportunity to meet with guidance counselors and the caring and understanding of teachers who have found a way to understand him. Educators that send him high expectation messages and encourage him to keep working on the things that are so hard and unnatural to him. Remote learning has been difficult at best, some days nearly impossible. He had to learn a whole new set of rules and expectations. He has had to learn to work alone after years of being pushed to do just the opposite. It has been confusing and unnerving for him. My honor roll kid is now fighting hard for C's and D's. He has exhibited frustration behaviors that I had not seen since his initial injury. Angry outbursts, stimming behaviors, isolation, and depression, proving what we already suspected. The accountability of teachers and peers cannot be replaced. It just can't. I feel the need to say to you that I am not anti-vaccine. My daughter is fully vaccinated according to the mandated schedule. Dylan was fully vaccinated according to the schedule up until the day of his injury. We have not been able to obtain a medical exemption because there is no way to know which vaccine Dylan had an adverse reaction to. My choice has been to not vaccinate or vaccinate one at a time to see which one he has had a reaction to. I'm asked to put him and the years of work he has done at risk. As a mother, there has been no way I can bring myself to do that. Once you have seen your child's light slip away literally overnight, you can't imagine being forced to make that choice. I ask you to think of your own children and consider the position our family is now in. I truly wish I could just vaccinate him and be done with it, but I can't, and I suspect neither could any of you. I urge you to support these bills for children like Dylan and hundreds of others just like him. He deserves an education. He deserves the services he receives at school. He deserves a chance to learn from his peer group and all the wonderful teachers that we have in Gardner. He deserves sports and theater and band and chorus, and they all deserve him too. He is wonderful and hilarious and smart and resilient. The world will learn much from him if he's allowed to stay in it. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your service to Maine.
And Ms. Anderson, thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate what you had to say. Are there any questions for Ms. Anderson from members of the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Sam, I would ask, is there anybody else that signed up to speak either for, against, or neither for nor against on LD 96?
I don't see anybody who signed up for LD 96 representative.
Okay. And we did have one person that signed up for 833, but wanted to comment on 996.
Yes, representative.
Okay. Would you let that person?
Yep.
I didn't catch the name, so.
I believe it's Ona Brazwell.
Okay.
All right, people are still raising their hands. Let's see. Okay, at the top.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. We can hear you and see you, Ms. Brazel, and you can proceed.
Thank you, and thank you so much for letting me speak, and sorry for the confusion around the signups. Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Ona Braswell, and I live in Alna. While I'm speaking on LD 96, I support 156, 833, and 1082. Because right now, Maine's children need all the help that they can get to retain normalcy and access to education. I'm a single mother of 10-year-old twins, and I have worked in healthcare for over 20 years. I lead as a director a team that builds technology that drives high vaccination rates through patient engagement and outreach. I've been a lifelong Democrat. I am agnostic. I feel it's important to emphasize my history, my religious and political affiliation, as there's been an effort by the media and corporate interest groups to characterize the issues of medical freedom as partisan, Republican, anti-science, or quote, part of the anti-vax movement. This is a false narrative. I moved here to Maine 5 years ago to give my children the best possible life and a strong community of friends and family to grow up with. I moved us here specifically for a school where they would start at kindergarten. For medical reasons, my children are not vaccinated, but we never needed to get a medical exemption before. With the change in the law around exemptions, I feared for my children's future here in Maine and anticipated having to relocate because as a single working parent, homeschooling is not an option. And even if it was, I wasn't willing to remain in a state if my children's entire educational future was held hostage by our private medical decisions. When we moved here, I struggled to find a pediatrician who would even accept my kids as patients because of their vaccine history. So I knew finding one to write us a medical exemption would be near impossible. And so we used philosophical exemptions. After LD 798 passed, I searched for over a year to find a doctor in Maine willing to review my kids' cases, and not even my personal doctor, whose own kids are not vaccinated, was willing to consider seeing my children. The overwhelming response from doctors was fear and uncertainty around the law change and what would happen to them if they wrote an exemption. Some cited what was happening in California to doctors. The assumption that those of us that need medical exemptions can simply go talk to our doctors in Maine and get one is patently false. Doctors are beholden to their certifying boards, protocols, insurance companies, standards of care from ACIP, health departments, and CDC, and their overarching medical group or hospital group. A truly independent physician is an endangered species in this country, and that is what I do for a living, is protect those doctors, so I know what I'm talking about. Children are facing losing access to education in a time where their last year of education has been upended by COVID. We now see what the impacts of that forced isolation are, and I urge members of this committee to think about that and the individual impacts to children. I can say that the school our children attended had over 40% of kids that were using philosophical or religious exemptions. Most, if not all, of these families will be unable to get a medical exemption under the restrictive rules in Maine. After already having engaged in remote learning due to COVID, many have chosen to keep homeschooling. Others have chosen to leave Maine, but I can guarantee you 40% of my kids' school will be gone from that school starting in September. The threat to Maine's education system is also very real, as most families, when faced with the choice of continuing independent learning versus facing the gauntlet of trying to find a doctor to write a medical exemption, would choose to keep their kids at home or leave the state to find a state and a community that believes in protecting our liberty. On a personal note, my loyalty to my party, the Democratic Party, has been deeply shaken by the efforts of the representatives I voted for to not only take away my rights to religious and medical freedom, but to silence and dismiss my voice through labels and attacks in the media. As someone who works every day to increase vaccination rates, I can tell you from experience that the way to do this is through education and trust building, not coercion or the creation of what amounts to medical apartheid. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. And thank you very much for being here today. And Sam, we don't have anybody else speaking either for nor against.
Representative, there's a Meryl Nass who is, I'm being told, is in the attendees room. Meryl, if you're in the attendees room, could you please raise your hand? There's nobody named Meryl in the attendees room. I'm looking at all the M's. There's somebody named Courtney Miles who just raised her hand. Maybe it's this person.
Hi.
Ms. Miles, are you speaking in favor of LD 96?
I am neither for or against.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. My name is Courtney Miles and I'm from Yarmouth. I'm neither for or against all of these bills because I lost all faith in our government 2 years ago when I was the very last person at 1 a.m. in the morning testifying against 798. We had over 800 people testify against it, and we were ignored, laughed at, and it was down party lines, except for a handful of people, including one Democrat who had a child die from a vaccine. So I have no faith in this. But after watching it for 4 hours, I figured I'd jump on. I think we're missing two questions. One, can any of us, have any of us, or do any of us work in the public school system? Because I have, as a social worker, and I've received 15 vaccines. And my mom, who's 62, is a bus driver, and she's received less than 10 vaccines. So we can all work in the public school system with these kids, but we're going to kick out a kid who's missing a chickenpox vaccine. So I would say we should jump on the childhood vaccine schedule and catch up to them, because my 5-year-old had 47 vaccines before he started kindergarten. So maybe we all should catch up to the 47 that the kindergartens have. The second question I think we're missing is this has been a guise under protecting our kids, protecting the immunocompromised, which my child falls under. But is it really protecting them? This is my question. Has there ever, in the history of the state of Maine, been one documented case that any child missing even one vaccine has put any other child in the school system at risk or hurt them or spread any disease? I think that's the question we have to start with before we start kicking 8,000 kids out of school. Are we doing this for a reason, or are we all brainwashed into something? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miles. Is there anybody has any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And Sam, I see nobody else testify on LD 96.
Representative, that's all that I have on my list.
Okay, that's
that went
all I have
that
at this
registered
point.
ahead of time.
Okay, that's all I have too. So I'm going to call a close to the public hearing on.
Can I just, I'm sorry, my computer is bouncing all over the place here. Mr. Chair, I believe I've been being communicated with. I believe Meryl Nass is trying to get on. She just finally got the link. So Sam, do you see any response there? I just wanted to.
I don't. I'm sorry, Representative. I'm looking right. We have Marianne, Matthew, Mara, Melinda, Melissa. There's no Meryl.
Okay.
She raised her hand, so she's at the top of the list, Sam. Sorry.
Well, I thought that with Courtney. Okay.
Someone just came in.
And she also signed up at 1:20.
Thank you, Sam. You're doing a great job. Unbelievable.
So is this somebody speaking in favor or opposed to 96?
I don't know, Representative. We'll just have to ask her. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Her hand, so she's at the top of the list.
Well, I thought that was Courtney. Okay.
Also, Meryl, we can hear the YouTube live stream in the back. So if you do have the YouTube
Okay,
open, please
sorry.
close it, and then the chair will ask you for your
Pardon me.
testimony.
And Ms. Nass, are you here to speak for or against LD 96?
For,
Okay.
I've submitted some written testimony, but I would really like you all to be, so I'm a physician in Ellsworth. I've worked in the area of vaccine safety for 23 years. As you may know, I'm an expert on anthrax vaccine, and I've published more articles than anyone else in the world on the safety of anthrax vaccine. I've testified to 6 congressional committees. I've testified to the legislature a number of times, and I was a member and a chair of a committee formed by the legislature regarding military health in the National Guard in Maine. What I want you to know, and I beg you to look at this website, I sent Tracy Quint the URL, is that the Centers for Disease Control, where their advisory committee, has been narrowing and narrowing what it considers to be acceptable reasons for a doctor to give a medical exemption to a child for a vaccine. You will see the list. It is table 4.1 in the CDC's Red Book. And for most vaccines, the only acceptable contraindication to that vaccine is a prior anaphylactic episode to the same vaccine. So you have to have had a life-threatening event in order to avoid future doses of that vaccine. Even if you had neurologic regression, even if you had any other neurologic injury or other seizures, other complications after a vaccine, CDC does not consider that sufficient to stop vaccinating you with that same vaccine. The other thing CDC may want to do is to take away all medical exemptions from the purview of physicians and make them automatic so that a clerk in the State House can just look up the list of contraindications and see whether your child had anaphylaxis before, or some of the vaccines allow you a few other possible contraindications. If you haven't had any of those very severe injuries previously, you have to keep getting that vaccine. This is not medically correct. This is not common sense. This is not the way we've ever practiced medicine before. If I give you a drug and you react to it, I change the drug or I stop it. I don't keep giving you more doses. If you were forced to keep getting more doses of drugs that made you sick in order to keep your job or keep going to school, wouldn't you fight to stop that system? The legislature, the main legislature, is the only entity that stands between these draconian rules that the CDC is implementing and common sense. And I urge you, look at this list, see what the CDC is doing, and do the sensible thing. Do the thing that you would want done for your own family, which is, if you're having adverse reactions, you shouldn't be getting that vaccine. And perhaps you shouldn't be getting a similar vaccine either. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nass. Are there any questions for Dr. Nass? Seeing none, I'll now go back to Sam again. And have we exhausted the list at this point?
No, Representative. We have Samantha Brown with us.
Okay. Is she a late sign up?
I'm not sure.
Recent?
Am I in?
Ms. Brown, are you here to speak on LD 96?
Yes. I want to touch all of them. I've got a full statement for all of them.
Well, we're hearing testimony right now on 96. So if you'd like to speak to that, you can.
Okay, I guess I'm just really confused on the process because when I was listening this morning, it seemed like we were combining them all except for one. So would I do this in the next round?
Just go ahead. You can testify. I'm just saying we're still on 96.
Well, I can wait. If that's what you want to do, I can totally wait.
Well, if you have testimony on 96 and you want to include comments on the other ones, you can do that at this point right now.
Okay, well, this is a general statement, but I'll go ahead. Good afternoon, committee members of the Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Samantha Brown from South Berwick. I have two children, one who has special needs and medically fragile, and one who was pulled out of school, both who are now homeschooling. I support all four bills. Listening to some of these testimonies, begging you guys to allow their kids back into school. There's something really, really wrong here. We have forced humans in our past. It was called Nazi Germany. In fact, we have laws against that because of that horrible time in history, the Nuremberg Code. Justice Benjamin Cardo's quote, "Every human being of adult years and sound mind has the right to determine what shall be done with his or his own body, and a surgeon who performs an operation without his patient's consent commits an assault for which he is liable in damages," unquote. Vaccines are a forced procedure and that manufacturers are not liable. First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. If it is one religious belief that a person should not be injecting a line of late-term aborted fetal cells in their body, it is not your place as a legislator to make bills to coerce, period. If you are using the guise of public safety as an excuse for such coercion, then why are we not discussing the very real, regardless of what any high-paid lobbyist and certain doctors will tell you, the shedding of a recently vaccinated individual? I'm not worried about someone not vaccinated. I am, however, worried about my medically fragile child being around wrongly confident, newly vaccinated individuals. Why is everyone so quick to dismiss this issue, especially when there are signs in places such as the ICU units stating newly vaccinated individuals are not welcome to visit? No doctor in favor of these mandates want to talk about that. And there is science on that. Let's talk about the Department of CDC I want to bring to your attention. A small background explanation. I know it seems irrelevant, but I assure you it is relevant. Because of my medically fragile child who uses cannabis, I am currently working on the medical marijuana laws, and the big corporate lobbyist failed Office of Marijuana Policy. The department is making rules out of this jurisdiction, creating major substantive rules while only granted minor technical. They have the procedural rulemaking public hearings that are completely useless. It is simply a form of procedure, nothing more. They do not listen to the public at all, and they have absolutely no consequences to their actions. They are not elected individuals, and no one challenges them. I see those individuals from the department lobby and testify on behalf of corporate well-being in disguise of public safety. I am not as well versed in this department, but I see as though the CDC is doing the same thing, creating rules out of their jurisdiction, and public hearings are absolutely useless. I see it very interesting that the chairs on both departments that belong to a member of the public are vacant. Why? This is very wrong. What are you as legislators that are elected by the people
Ms.
going
Brown,
to do about corporate?
Ms. Brown, could you wrap up, please?
Yep. I just wanted to also point out that the people's referendum failed because it was brought to a Democratic primary, and our voters, I mean, it was a totally unfair election. So I wanted to bring that up. And with that, I will conclude my testimony.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Brown? Senator, is your hand up?
Yeah, just real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe this is a question for Ms. Rissler, and thank you, Ms. Brown, for your testimony. But we've heard several times that the referendum was unfair because it was a Democratic primary. That election was available to anyone, regardless of their political affiliation, whether they're an independent, a Republican, or a Democrat. They just couldn't necessarily vote on the Democratic primary. So if we could just get clarification of that for the work session, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I will close the public hearing on LD 96.
Wait, Representative, we have one final one.
Representative, it's mine.
Just a second. Sam, who do we have?
We have Dick Atlee, who I believe is the last person for LD 96.
Okay, did he just recently sign up?
No, I think he's been with us for a while, but he's in favor of the bill.
Okay. I'm sorry, Representative Buckingham. We don't have any comment during public hearing from the sponsor of the bill. So we have Mr. Atlee.
Yes, Representative.
Okay.
Representative, it wasn't my only comment was going to be that I
Representative Buckingham, I'm sorry. Mr. Atlee.
Hi. I'm sorry, I got confused by the whole situation of multiple bills, also like everyone else, but I appreciate the opportunity. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dick Atlee, and I'm from Southwest Harbor. Thanks for the opportunity to express support for LD 833, an act to amend the laws governing vaccines by reinstating religious exemptions, and 96, which I mentioned a bit later here. Almost exactly 2 years ago, on a razor-thin vote of 18 to 17, the Senate voted to abandon the free exercise clause of the First Amendment, which protects against not only outright prohibitions or penalties on the free exercise of religion, but also against indirect governmental coercion. As I'm sure you will have heard many times in the course of this hearing, denying the previously presumed right to a public education on the basis of a person's religious exemption to vaccination is government coercion, plain and simple. To say you're free to homeschool or leave the state is to make a mockery of the concept of consent, not to mention the financial realities of thousands of Maine's residents. LD 833's only shortcoming is its limitation of the so-called philosophical exemption to students covered by an IEP, and for that I also wish to express support for LD 96, which removes that limitation. Over the past 6 years, I've spent a fair amount of my available time as a retiree studying the growing body of published research that's been opening a window on the complexities involved in the vaccine issue. If one accepts the validity of the scientific process, it is no longer possible to assert the generalization that vaccines are, as they say, safe and effective. Each vaccine has its own profile in this regard in terms of its individual contents, the understandings provided by a study of its history of use, and the complex role it plays both directly and indirectly in the broader public health. Each individual has a particular relationship to each vaccine, involving both biomedical and religious considerations, and an understanding of the extent to which a vaccine does or does not actually contribute to the public health. A few examples of this broader issue are: 1, the pertussis vaccine's promotion of a variant to which all those vaccinated are now susceptible; 2, serious damage to thousands of primarily young women by the HP vaccines while permitting new virulent strains to appear; and 3, the appearance of shingles across a wide age range in response to the chickenpox vaccine. A one-size-fits-all failure to provide the opportunity for informed consent on scientific, philosophical, and/or religious grounds flies in the face of treaties ratified, for good reason, by the United States: the Nuremberg Code, the 1964 Helsinki Declaration, and the UN's Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, for which I've provided links in my written testimony. LD 833, particularly with the help of LD 96, is a move in the right direction for correcting the mandates of 2 years ago. More is ultimately needed in terms of true individual and public health, but this is a good start. Well deserving of a vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atlee. Is there any questions for Mr. Atlee? Seeing none. This will conclude the public hearing on LD 96. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break until the committee's going to take a break until 2:30. We will then reconvene, and Representative Drinkwater will present LD 156. Representative Kenny will present LD 833, and Representative Sampson will present LD 1082. And then if there are any co-sponsors to any one of those three bills, the co-sponsors will be allowed to speak. And then we will commence public comment on those three bills based on the sign up that we have before us at this point. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that I speak for every single person on this committee in thanking Sam for the unbelievable clerkmanship that has taken place this morning. He's done a great job.
Thank you. And I also want to thank Senator Daughtry for her timely timekeeping.
Of course.
So again, Senator Woodson.
What time are you coming back, sir?
At 2:30.
2:30. Thank you.
Senator Rafferty.
Yes, sir. Representative Brennan, just a reminder that I know we had a hearing on LD 96 specifically. We gave lots of leeway for people speaking to multiple bills, and I will ask that those people be respectful of the committee and additional speakers that have been waiting behind them. So if you've had your time and you spoke to all four, we ask that you honor that. And we don't want to hear repeat testimony that is the same testimony for four bills, 4 different times. So thank you. And the mistake belongs and I created this issue. I take ownership to it, but please be respectful of the committee's request. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Daughtry.
I'll just be real quick. I just want to once again thank Sam and all the committee members, but also for everyone who's listening. I know it's confusing and it's been a long day, and we're right there with you on, being here since 10 a.m. So I just ask you to stick with us. We're here. We're going to make sure we hear every single person. So just, ask for your patience and flexibility, and also thank you for your involvement. But also looking forward to a break. So I will.
So, Sam, did you get a drink of water?
Yes, chugged half a water bottle.
Okay.
That's for his bike ride home.
That I might have to break out a Snicker bar for, Senator.
I just had my power bar for lunch.
Yep, yep. And Senator, we have all the sponsors for the remaining bills today with us in the attendees room.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's a fairly short list. I think I see 3 names. Do you have more?
Yes, those are the sponsors for the bills, Senator. 156-833-1082.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
We'll go in that order. I'm just gonna go mute for a moment here. I want to make a phone call to someone that's trying to get up to me. Thanks.
We don't have enough members yet, Mr. Chair.
Where it looks like I think we're just got there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm here. I just have my video off.
I
I'm
was
just.
gonna say it's hard to tell
coffee.
which ones are live and which ones are just, and I wouldn't have known you were there either.
I'm live. I'm live.
So I've got Maddie and I got Rafferty, Daughtry, Roach, Stearns, Brennan.
Yes.
I didn't see you, Jen. Representative Dodge. All right, Representative McRae. So I think we've got enough to get rolling. And Sam, again, thank you. And this is when all that training on the bike kicks in for the second wind phenomena. But in any case, folks, just again, please, for apologies and for the confusion this morning, that's on me, and I do apologize, but please keep in mind and honor the request that I'm going to go through the list. We're going to listen to all the sponsors of the remaining bills, and I'll go through the list. And if it appears as though you've had an opportunity to speak earlier today, I'm going to go specifically to folks that haven't as best I can, and we will come back to anyone that we've overlooked. Many of you have spoken to 2, 3, if not all 4 bills already. So if you would be respectful of our time and efforts, and as well as my era, I'd appreciate it. So thank you. So in terms of, excuse me, I have obviously the first up will be LD 156, then LD 833, and then LD 1082 for this hearing combined. And I will, is Representative Drinkwater available, Sam?
Yes, Senator.
And good afternoon, Representative. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Boy, what a long morning. Senator Rafferty and Chairman Brennan and my esteemed colleagues, I am Representative Gary Drinkwater, and I represent District 121, which is Elton, Argyle, Corinth, Hudson, and of course my favorite town, Milford. It was an honor to serve with some of you in the 129th. And I would like to give a little shout out to Rebecca Millette, because when we had the original 798 come before us, which by the way is still the record for the longest public hearing, she did a marvelous job of making sure that her little freshman got something to eat, had potty breaks, and kept the meeting going. So I'd like to say thank you for that. I'm here today to present to you LD 146, an act to promote school attendance by exempting virtual public schools and private schools from immunization requirements. To save this committee time, I've included these 3 bills into one, something I learned from Representative Brennan in the 129th. The first part deals with virtual charter schools. As those who served on this committee in the 129th know, that this was Representative Tipping's bill, which was LD 2046, and was voted out unanimously, ought to pass, but due to the COVID pandemic, did not make it to the House. I won't go into details except to say that children who attend these schools have no contact with public schools. The second part of the bill is to remove from statute the requirement that private religious schools cannot accept children if they are not compliant. I am asking this committee to review Bangor Baptist Church versus State of Maine, 1982. And I'm going to quote here, a federal judge ruled that the Maine State Department of Education overstepped its legal authority by threatening to close Christian schools that refuse to comply with state requirements for private schools, end quote. And Representative Stearns may remember that because he goes back a ways in education. There are currently 26 private religious schools with hundreds of children. I've talked to several of them, and they are all concerned with the requirement to turn children away this September. I'm asking you to understand that these are God-fearing people who want to obey the law, but are ready to defy the state for the sake of a God-centered education. I know this committee wants to do the right thing. And asking the Attorney General's office for his opinion is the right thing to do. Some legal scholars believe that LD 798 was a vaccination bill and are of the opinion that this would fall under Jacobson versus Commonwealth of Massachusetts, 1905, and I don't think Representative Stearns remembers that one, which covers mandatory vaccinations, and therefore private religious schools would have to comply. I would point out that the original LD 798 was presented as an education bill, hence the reason it was heard by the Education Committee, not the Committee on Health and Human Services. If there's anything we've learned from this pandemic, is that one, no matter how hard we try, we cannot sterilize the classroom. Two, children need to be in school for a host of reasons. They do better academically, socially, they need mentoring, positive reinforcement, physical education, a dependable meal, and sports. Sadly, we've witnessed what's happened when our children cannot attend school. And may I add that I sat through all these testimonies this morning, and we heard a tremendous amount of plea to get children back in school. While I served on Milford School Board, my superintendent, Gene McDonald, taught me that if a student was failing, that I, as a school board member, owned a piece of that failure. And I believe that when I served on the Education Committee, that I owned success and failure in this committee because I was a part of it. The last part of my bill asked this committee to start a discussion about Article 8, Section 1 of the Maine Constitution, which states that, quote, a general diffusion of the advantages of education being essential to the preservation of the rights and liberties of the people. To promote this important object, the legislature are authorized, and it shall be their duty to require the several towns to make suitable provisions at their own expense for the support and maintenance of public schools, end quote. Having talked to dozens of parents, they fully intend to call their superintendents this September and request tutors. For that reason, I feel it's better to start the conversation now than wait until school has started and once again leave our children behind academically. Thank you for listening, and I would be happy to try to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I see a hand up from Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Drinkwater, for bringing the bill forward. One question: where does this bill fall? Where do the 60-40 schools fall in this bill? The academies, if you will, that.
Yeah, the 26 private religious schools that I mentioned.
No, the more the town academies that get a large percentage of their students from. They de facto serve as the high school for their town or region.
Well, not being a educational expert, I'm going to have to defer to somebody that knows more about education than I do.
We'll sort it out by the work session.
I have full confidence that you can guide.
Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Drinkwater. Just a quick question. I'm trying to go through the bill language real quick. Does your bill exempt all private schools from the prior actions of this committee?
The revisor's office, when they wrote the bill, just put down private schools, but it was my full intention to have private religious schools because there's precedent in the courtroom about their exemption.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. So your goal is to have the private religious ones, like you just said with the court case, not all private schools.
I would like to have all private schools exempt, but I don't think we could do that by examining Bangor Christian School versus State of Maine.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
And Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Drinkwater. Lovely to see you a part of this committee. It just sort of seems to fit. We miss your edification. You are a wonderful man. My question for you is about, could you kind of develop your thinking around the last portion of your bill that addresses the private tutoring? How do you see this playing out?
From what I've gathered from talking to parents that are going to insist that their children continue to be educated, they feel that under the Constitution, it is their right to have a free and appropriate education, and they plan on waiting till school starts so they can be affected and have a situation where they will have standing in a courtroom and ask their local superintendent to supply them with tutors. Oh, and may I just quickly add that I did have some treats for this committee, but sadly, all morning I chipped away at those Girl Scout cookies.
Thank you.
You weren't a very good Boy Scout then. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to move on to, please, if I could, thank you, Representative. And
thank you.
Next up will be Representative Mary Ann Kinney with LD 833.
Good afternoon. I was listening earlier when we were starting to come back, and I sent a text to Representative Stearns because I was like, I'm old enough. Is it live or is it Memorex? Yeah, I date myself with that one a little bit, but which was kind of cute the way you were going, is who's live and who's not. But I am Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, 9 towns in Western Waldo County, the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity. I'm here to present LD 833, an act to amend the laws governing vaccines by reinstating religious exemptions. This bill is a little different from the other two that you've grouped together today. So I hope you'll indulge me a little bit. This bill simply reinstates the religion to the vaccine law that was passed in 2019 in the 129th legislature under LD 798. At the time, there was debate to leave the religious exemptions in place, and I had candid conversations with a then fellow legislator who was also a physician, and they stated that the religious exemption in other states, like in, I believe it was Vermont that was mentioned as the example used, they saw a small decrease in the vaccinations initially, but within a year or two, the rate of vaccinations rose again and leveled off to pre-exemption rates of vaccinations. And I want to be clear that I am not, nor have I ever been, an anti-vax person. However, I have learned that I have issues with some vaccines, and so does my daughter. And this will make the choice not to get these, and thus will make the choice not to get these vaccines in the future, nor will my children who have these same contraindications. We're also looking at this point to find a doctor who'd be willing to give that medical exemption, because it is a medical exemption. For those of you who have served with me since the 127th, I get that horrible, awful cough that sounds like I'm dying. And it lasts most of the winter. And I haven't had that for the last few years because I chose to stop getting a vaccine. Excuse me. I have a Leon Burger, and she's decided she wants to be in the way. She's a big dog. So we've stopped getting these vaccines. And at some point, if these end up on the list, which currently they're not. So right at the moment, my children aren't at risk of losing their ability to attend school, but it will happen if these vaccines get added to the list, which is a very simple process for the state to do. And so I was just hoping to just put the religious exemption back in for now, because it was something that was tossed around quite a bit around the discussion when LD 798 was being discussed. And I thank you for your time. And I wish, I did also want to say, because she didn't get introduced in the second part, but I remember way back at the beginning of the day, I've got to say hello to Hillary because I miss seeing her. She used to help out on the Ag Committee when I served on the Ag Committee. So I have to say hello. Hi, Hillary. And with that, I'll answer any questions if I can.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. I have a first question from Senator Woodson, followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Representative Kenny. For my own clarification, does your bill exempt individuals from vaccines strictly on religious grounds, or does it exempt people with the religious beliefs with medical conditions, or both?
The law allows for a medical exemption, I believe already. You have to have a doctor who's willing to give you that medical exemption, which you certainly heard a lot about that in the previous testimony on LD 96. This just puts back the religious exemption and doesn't touch what's currently law. Doesn't change the current law except for the fact that it would put the religious exemption back in. And I wanted to just try this because this was what was suggested to me when we were discussing 798 in 2019, and there wasn't the huge drop off that was expected in other states, and this leaving this piece in place.
Okay, thank you very much.
And
thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury, followed by Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Kinney. Just want to clarify something around your particular bill. So, like, for example, in your children's case, are you feeling like you wouldn't be able to get a medical exemption, but I don't know if you mentioned that. So I guess.
Yes, I've discussed. Yep, I think I know where you're coming from. I do right now. The vaccine that's an issue is not on the list.
Okay.
So it's not a problem. We still not get it. If it ever became on the list, I've had discussions with my doctors that they knew that I had this. I get a bronchitis, something like that, bronchitis mess every year when I was getting a certain vaccine. And my daughter had the exact same issues. And we tried to get this vaccine. I'll tell you, it was the flu shot. And we chose not to get it one year. My son actually looked at me like I had 6 heads because, as I explained, we're not an anti-vaccine family. My kids have been vaccinated for everything and not had any reactions except for this particular one. We get this terrible congestion off mess, and we didn't get the flu shot one year, and all of a sudden we didn't have this issue. And ever since we stopped getting that, we haven't had the issues. And I've mentioned it to my doctor, and they're like, yeah, you haven't been in with this. I said, yeah, it's because I stopped getting the flu. And they kind of roll their eyes at me like, yeah, that's not why you're not getting sick. I'm like, okay. So it's frustrating because I know it was something that was brought up in the last year or so. And I was like, I'll be darned. That is why I'm not getting sick. I didn't get the flu shot because the CDC had come out with it. It was a brief story, but they came out with it that some people do have an adverse reaction. We happen to be a family that has that reaction. So I worry that if that ever gets put on the list, especially after a year of a pandemic with COVID and the encouragement to get a flu shot with COVID prior to the COVID vaccine coming out, it's a concern of our family.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question, if I could.
Yes.
So with the medical exemption, we saw the example of the paper that doctors are required to use. How does one go about getting a religious exemption? How do you do that?
I'm not really sure. And when I first put this in, I was thinking to myself, goodness, I'm Catholic. The Catholic Church is against abortion, for example. And so there are some vaccines that have had the fetal cells in them. And with the COVID vaccines that recently came out, one of them, the Johnson & Johnson, used those cells. And I realize it's from a child from back in the 70s, and they just keep regrowing the cells. But the Catholic Church actually came out and said, for the greater good, get the vaccine if it's the only one available. So I don't even know how to work that out, but I know that some religions have issues with some of the other ingredients, the inert ingredients, if there's pork fat or if there's other animal something in the vaccine itself. Some are against eggs, and we heard testimony with people who are allergic to eggs, but there are some religions, I think, that have issues with certain food products that are in the vaccines. So I'm not 100% sure how that would work, to be honest. I guess we could look in, maybe try to get information from other states. Like, as I said, I believe it's Vermont that still has the religious exemption. So maybe they could explain we could look into how it's done there.
In your bill, it says a religious exemption is available to an employee who states in writing a sincere religious belief that is contrary to the immunization requirement of this subchapter. So it looks like
Yeah, and I didn't write it. So that's language from the revisor's office. So you're over my head. I apologize.
Oh, okay. I was just reading it off your bill.
Yeah,
so
and it's
the student or parent as well. So to get a religious exemption, you just have to write about a sincere religious belief that's contrary.
And and people who are strong in their faith can pull from faith, but it's hard when the religious leaders are coming out differently. So it could end up being very interesting. Another thing that has come out that's not, and it kind of goes to what's been going on with the COVID vaccines. One of them there was statements where if you're pregnant, nursing, or want to become pregnant, you shouldn't get the vaccine because there's possible issues with infertility down the road, because it is an experimental vaccine still. And to me, being Catholic, I hope you kind of figured that already, but I am Catholic. And one of the things, the Catholic Church is very anti birth control. So if a vaccine can turn around and make someone unable to procreate going forward, that could become an issue religiously as well. But I don't know how to say something about that without it being a First Amendment issue. And at some point, it is a First Amendment issue. This is our freedom of religion that's taken away, and we should be watching out for that. That's part of why I wanted to put the religious exemption back in, because to me, it was a violation of our freedoms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McRae, please, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was sitting in this committee on the 129th when we had the vaccination bill come through that went till 2:30 in the morning or what have you. And I remember it very well, maybe all too well. But there were two things. There was the medical exemption that we wrestled with, and the religious exemption that we wrestle with. Yes, I do have a question at the end of this. And we found a way to make it so that we felt comfortable with the medical exemptions, because basically we passed the buck to the physician, who is the expert, the medical expert, and could take their license and say, this I believe is appropriate in this situation. However, the reason that we couldn't find such a place with the religious exemption is that it kind of opened up the can of worms of, all I got to say is I religiously object to this, and everybody that wanted an exemption got it carte blanche. There wasn't the litmus test that there is with the medical, and there wasn't a doctor standing between our decision and nothing. So how do you, Representative, how will we get around that?
Question, and I bet you wish you had just been able to be just in ag that day instead of
Yeah.
you and I in ag. Nice to see you
That's where
again.
I've been all morning.
Yes, yeah, I've heard that was a mess today. Because I'm not there anymore. But I've wrestled with this quite a bit, because there are ways, because religious schools, for example, do require some sort of, if you want to get scholarships and what have you, there are ways to for your church to be able to say, yes, this person is an active parishioner or what have you. And so there are some ideas that could come up, that could be written, that you have to be an active person of faith. And I know when I got married, I had to go meet with the priest, and and that was just to be able to get married in my church. And because I got married in a different church than the one I was in the town I lived in at the time, but it was the one that I attended, and I had to get permission from the other Catholic church to go get married in the Catholic church that I attended. It was very strange, but so there are ways to have, I don't know how the Protestant churches work as far as that goes, or synagogues, or some of the other religions, but there might be a way to do something with your faith leader. I don't know, to prove that you are a faithful member of their church, whatever church that may be.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions at this time, Representative, just want to thank you for being here, testimony. And I am going to call on at this time Representative Sampson with LD 1082.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed colleagues on the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, I think you know, but I'm going to say it anyway. I am Heidi Sampson, serving the good people of House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield. I present you with LD 1082, an act to improve educational opportunities by exempting children who attend virtual public charter schools from immunization requirements and expanding enrollment at virtual public charter schools. So join me for a brief journey back to the 129th legislature with regard to a bill sponsored by Representative Ryan Tipping. That was LD 2046. To understand the bill, which I am presenting to you today, this historical context is vital. My bill, LD 1082, is a resubmission of last session's bill, for which this context I now share. The previous bill proposal exempted children enrolled in or attending virtual public charter schools from the requirement where a child may not be enrolled in or attending school without evidence of immunization. Representative Tipping submitted the bill to make good on his promise to vaccine choice advocates. This promise, made during the first session of the 129th, was a key factor needed to secure votes to pass his bill, LD 798. We've heard a little bit about that today. And it required evidence of immunization to enroll in school. This promised legislation was submitted in the second session of the 129th to provide exemptions for attending a virtual public charter school. In presenting LD 798, Representative Tipping wrote, in quotes, "I believe this exemption is worth serious consideration. A similar exemption exists at the post-secondary level for online students, and even though these students do occasionally get together for field trips and other activities, it is a different public health environment than a normal public school. It is important to note that schools who wish to keep stricter standards all have the option of doing so with votes of their directors," end quote. During the public hearing on LD 2046, this was Tipping's bill last year, it became apparent that the bill was incomplete. Although it provided an option for vaccine choice families, the option was a false promise because the wait list existed at both virtual charter schools. These two schools were already experiencing an exceeding demand reflected in their wait list, which would increase exponentially had this bill passed. So unfortunately, very shortly after the public hearing on that bill last year, the discussion was cut short as we adjourned due to the global pandemic. Therefore, I submitted LD 1082 to make good on Representative Tipping's promise to provide a public school option to vaccine choice families. As of September 1st, 2021, we will be seeing a sizable shift in students withdrawing from school based on the passage of LD 798. It is my desire with this bill to provide a genuine option. The bill I am proposing addresses the bottleneck problem. I included language that would increase the caps on the virtual charter schools so that they can accommodate some of the increased demand that they will face. Although we have already addressed the virtual school cap through a study, I believe we should address the caps in this particular instance due to the urgent timing as schools look at reopening to more in-person learning this fall and vaccines may be further mandated. In other words, this is a public and personal health emergency needed to be addressed now, not after the study next year. If we wait, we'll lose a year or more of education for these kids. Therefore, this bill increases the total enrollment at virtual public charter schools authorized by the Maine Charter School Commission from 1,000 at all virtual public charter schools to 1,500. Additionally, it allows a virtual public charter school to expand to serve grade levels beyond the grade level under the school's initial or renewed charter contract to include grade levels 5 and 6. It exempts children who are enrolled in or attending virtual public charter schools from immunization requirements. It also allows the Maine Charter School Commission to adopt safety protocols for physical attendance by such children at any class or school program. I appreciate your consideration and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Folks, are there any questions of Representative Sampson at this time? Yes, sir. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Sampson, because that history is really important. It's good to know that piece. I'm wondering, as if we work through this bill, if you would consider the same allowance, if you will, for any public student who might be on an online, totally online curriculum. In other words, I'm guessing that at the end of this pandemic, there are going to be, I don't know how many, but I bet there are some families and folks that are going to determine, wow, this is going great. I like it fits our family lifestyle and schedule. We're going to continue virtually if our school system offers such a thing. I'm wondering if you would entertain that, should we get that far down the road.
Thank you for that question. Actually, it's interesting. So, I put this in a while ago, and I have since heard from a number of parents who have said just that. In some cases, you have families that are actually split, where you have certain kids that just found this niche of working at home online being the perfect fit for that child. And then the others, it was not. And I think when, going back to when I was on the Charter Commission, I was not a fan of virtual schools, period. I was not a fan, and decided I better, I didn't, with the premise of I don't know what I don't know, we went and had a whole lot of learning about it and really went into deep, research on and going physically and talking to different online providers at the public schools, all sorts. And one of the things that came out of all that is the fact that virtual schooling works for a specific group of people and group of children. And some actually really thrive in that environment. But if I remember correctly, it's like 2% of the total population really can thrive in that environment. And so we really should be looking at that. And I would totally embrace that idea if this committee could move in that direction.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Sampson, for that information. It's helpful since I wasn't here in the last legislature. I was just going back over and reading the LD 2046. And in that particular bill, when it talks about virtual charter schools, it talks about the students not being physically in schools, i.e. sports or extracurricular activities. Yours doesn't mention that. I'm just wondering it talks about the schools being able to adopt safety protocols for physical attendance, but how would that work if I had a child that attended a virtual charter school, but they wanted to be in the chorus or in the band or something like that?
That's actually that's actually a really good question. And that goes back to what is a virtual charter school and how do they operate? So in the rules that I was actually, I happened to be a part of it, as we were developing the rules on these virtual schools, they are almost, I would say 95% of what they do is online at home or in a specific, maybe they're at their grandparents or somebody's house that has to oversee them. But within the virtual charter school model in Maine, there are opportunities for kids to get together for field trips. And I alluded to that in my testimony. And that's a few times out of a year that they can participate in things. This is not speaking of participating in chorus or sports at the public school system. That's not virtual. It does not address that. So if I have a child in a virtual charter school, I can be doing all my work at home, or the child can be doing all the work at home. I'm supervising them. We might have some field trips here and there that we would go to. But if my child wanted to participate in the soccer team at the local RSU, they would have to fulfill the requirements of that local RSU. So, they would have to be fully vaccinated in order to participate in sports or in music or theater at that school. So there's we're talking about two different areas.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if they did want to participate something in their local school district, they would have to abide by the rules set forth by the school district.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happens with even homeschoolers. If they participate in the public school in sports or drama or even math class, they have to follow the rules of that public school.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions. Representative Sampson, thank you very much for presenting 1082.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we've heard from all the sponsors, and I'm going to make my best attempt with Sam's help, and we know how capable he is. So I've got good backup, but I'm going to make my best attempt to go through the list of folks that have not had an opportunity to testify at all today. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Risler, for the work session, if you could look at section 2415, subsection 2, and just provide some clarity on how that would work with this bill, these bills, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And excuse me. Again, also, I may, a couple of these names are a little bit more difficult, so please excuse anything that I do inadvertently to that enunciation. So hopefully, Sam, if I give you a couple of names, maybe that'll help. Harmony Cohen, is it Solol or Solol? And then up first, and then Dawn Ellen and Elizabeth Doyle.
Senator, are we? We're starting back at A, correct?
Yes, and that's the. And I'm looking through the list for people that we know have not testified.
Okay. Yep. So we have Armory with us.
See? Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. My name is Armini, and I'm 17 years old. At the moment, I am a high schooler in a school in Maine. I'm here to ask you to vote in favor of the LD 156, LD 96, LD 833, and LD 1082. The idea that I can't go to school or further my education is one of the saddest and scariest things that I can think of. The new vaccine law won't let me graduate high school with my friends and finish or start my senior year. Because my beliefs are different than those who made the law. This year, I learned about our founding fathers and our Constitution. And I learned that I have the right to follow my beliefs and to express myself, and I have the right to pursue my happiness. I, for one, have found that learning is one of the things that I love most. In this, the new vaccine law that will take place or take effect in September will deny me of that right. In this, I feel deceived. I have the right to make my own choices about my life and well-being. I'm asking you to accept the bills LD 156, LD 96, LD 833, and LD 1082. These bills will allow the next generations, including myself, to learn and live in a free place where we can pursue any career we want. Thank you for your time and your oath to the Constitution.
Thank you, Armini, and you expressed yourself well. So, in any case, questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and being here today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Dawn Ellen, and Dawn will be followed by Elizabeth Doyle and Heather Conley.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Hello. I have my prepared 2.5 minutes, but I also, in hearing representatives asking questions about 833, I also have some answers and suggestions if I might have that opportunity to respond when those answers weren't answered earlier, if that would be okay.
If they're specifically asked, yes.
Okay, well, hopefully you will ask again because they didn't get answered when you asked earlier when the bill was being presented. Honorable members of the committee, thank you for all that you do in serving our state. My name is Dawn Ellen Kirkland. I am a resident of South Portland, and I am testifying in favor of LD 833. I am here today as a follower of a religion who does not raise its hackles or have high-power political lobbyists. We choose to live simply and lovingly in our country where religious freedom is written into our Constitution, the highest law in our land, which guarantees that the government can never deprive citizens of certain fundamental rights, including the right to freedom of religion. Our country's founders knew the best way to protect religious liberty was to keep the government out of religion. So they created the First Amendment to guarantee the separation of church and state and allow everyone the right to practice their own religion. This right cannot be taken away even by majority rule. So I was deeply disheartened to learn that the Maine legislature would instate a law that infringes on religious freedom. We are a minority religion, and like all minorities, we should not be disregarded or denied the inalienable rights granted to all. By process of allowing every citizen to practice their choice of religion freely, the law cannot require, for instance, a person of Islamic faith to go against their spiritual practice and be forced to eat during the fasts of Ramadan, nor can it require a person to go against their spiritual practice and be forced to seek out a doctor and subject themselves to immunizations. As a law-abiding and loving citizen of this country, I have been a resident of Maine for 16 years after choosing Maine as the state within which to settle down and raise a family. I am a Maine certified teacher K through 12 and teach in the public schools of Maine, where I care for and educate our dear children of this state. We are taxpayers and send our daughter to our local public school. We should not be forced to choose between either practicing our religion or our daughter attending school and getting her rightfully due education, nor should anyone else. Does Maine wish to make its citizens leave their homes and communities because it is not welcoming to all religions? Maine boasts that it is a safe harbor state for refugees coming here seeking peace and religious freedom. But with the passing of the new immunization law, it would force its long-standing citizens to leave and find safe harbor in another state, which seems incongruous. The legislature need not agree with nor understand the tenets of any religion practiced in this country. Indeed, it is required to separate itself from religion. The legislature simply needs to uphold the law that provides the liberty for all citizens to practice whatever religion they choose and to not stand in their way. So I humbly ask you to please support LD 833 for our children to attend school in Maine just as they can in most states in this country. Please do not let Maine be the state known for its disregard for minorities or for the incremental removal of constitutional religious freedom. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. And do we have any questions, folks, at this time for Dawn? Seeing none, Ms. Kirkland, thank you very much for your testimony. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. So next up will be Elizabeth Doyle, and Elizabeth will be followed by Heather Conley and Jimmy Haas.
I don't see Elizabeth Doyle with us currently, Senator.
Okay, thank you. How about Heather Conley? And Heather will be followed by Jimmy Haas and John Kennerson.
Hi there.
Hi.
Today, our nation is calling upon all of us to make equity, diversity, and inclusion a top priority, while Maine embraces a law which will result in the segregation of some children from their peers, denying them equal access to education because of their religion. When Maine passed a law to remove the longstanding religious exemptions, which previously allowed parents to make personal medical decisions for their children and opt out of a medical intervention which does not comply with their personal religious beliefs, Maine became one of only 5 states in our nation to enforce government-mandated childhood vaccination in exchange for access to taxpayer-funded K-12 public education and all school-sponsored extracurricular sports and enrichment activities. In 45 other states in our nation, all children have equal access to education regardless of their race, gender, religion, disability, or personal medical status. In Maine, children will be segregated and marginalized because of their religion. In our great state of Maine, it was founded on the promise of religious freedom. The future of our nation and our state relies on the practice of diversity, equity, and inclusion for all, which means that all of us have the same opportunities regardless of our religion or any other factor. We don't tolerate the segregation of children because of their race, and we should not advocate for the segregation of children because of their religious beliefs. The dictionary defines religious persecution as follows: the systemic mistreatment or exclusion of an individual or a group of individuals as a response to their religious belief or affiliations. Maine has honored religious exemptions for decades, and the removal of these exemptions was arbitrary and short-sighted. If religious exemptions are not restored, some of the children who are denied access to public education by this law will have the means to access private education. Others will not. The purpose of public education is to ensure equity for all children, regardless of their financial means. Inclusion is not a guarded checkpoint, which requires a monitor to determine whether one's difference makes them worthy of being included. Inclusion is for all. Today, all Maine children are in school during an active, deadly global pandemic, all of them equal and included, all of them equally unvaccinated. I implore you to consider, is a country or a state without religious freedom truly free? Will Maine answer the call for diversity, equity, and inclusion for all people? And finally, are all Maine children worthy of an education? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Connolly at this point, folks? Yes, Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Connolly, for your testimony. And this might be another one of those questions for Ms. Rissler, but I'm just wondering if we could get a list of any religions that forbid vaccines, please.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks? Seeing none, Ms. Connolly, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate you being here and waiting. Have a good afternoon. Next up, I have Jimmy Haas, John Kennison, and they'll be followed by Lara Dion. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, sir. Could you turn your video on possibly?
Sure. There we go. All right, my name is Jimmy Haas. I live in Portland, and yeah, so I'll just read what I've got. Chairperson Rafferty and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, I would like to enter my testimony today in support of all four bills, LD 833, LD 96, LD 1082, and LD 156. First and foremost, I object to the removal of philosophical and religious vaccine exemptions to enter school, both public and private. This coercive policy that unjustly went to vote is against several basic human rights: informed consent, bodily autonomy, religious freedom, and parental rights. These rights are being passed off as mere privileges to participate in society. Many people say that the benefits of vaccinations outweigh the risks. How does one, or even the many, reserve the right to make that claim for you? With inherent risks and unknown outcomes to the individual, there must be consent. For decades, the CDC and the HHS have refused to publish comparative studies of vaccinated versus unvaccinated children's overall health outcomes. Interestingly, many of the peer-reviewed studies that have been done around the world show much better outcomes for the unvaccinated. The science is not settled, as some believe. I can only encourage you to vote ought to pass on these bills to dampen the ill effects of ostracizing Maine families and individuals with differing views on health, science, spirituality, philosophy, and religion. Thank you for your time and lending me your ears.
Thank you, sir. I do have a question at this point from Senator Woodson, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jimmy, thank you for being here. Would you be available when we have a workshop, which I'm not sure when it's going to be, but it will be posted?
Yeah, definitely could be.
I would appreciate it if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Seeing no other questions, sir, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate it. Thanks for your patience. I'm sure it was a long wait.
Oh yeah, going well. Thanks.
Next up is John Kennison. John will be followed by Lara Dion and Laura Terrell Grady.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm here before you today because I support LD 156. I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns to the committee and thank you for your service to the good people of our state. I'm a lifelong Maine resident with ancestors in this state predating its acceptance into the Union. My own educational background includes experience with homeschooling, private schooling, and Maine public schooling. I graduated from Maine with a master's degree in engineering. I'm a father of 5 school-aged children, a small business owner, an involved citizen, and I currently serve as the president of the board of Penobscot Christian School, located in Bangor. We provide preschool through 12th grade education to 150 students of Christian families in Central Maine region. Our school has a 40-year history of working with families from many different backgrounds and denominations to achieve the aim of providing quality education in a Christian environment. Most of the families in our community immunize their children. However, there are some families that for medical or religious or philosophical reasons have chosen not to immunize one or more of their children for one or more potential illnesses. Most people within our community support the parents' right to choose how to best navigate these health decisions for their children with their doctor. This is a difficult and private decision. Our school has been successfully cultivating a community in which our differences of opinion on this topic have been able to coexist. However, the recent law will now require the school administration to exclude these children from our community. These children are left with no other educational option but homeschooling, for which, for some, this is not practical, and for others, it does not meet the educational hopes for these families. I know of one family that, because of family history of negative reactions to immunizations, wishes to delay or avoid immunizations for their children. Because the children themselves have not had negative reactions, rather family members have, they do not qualify for a medical exemption. Under the current law, they will be prevented from attending our school. This will have significant effects on our ability to pursue our mission and serve this community. I believe our laws should support families' rights to choose their own medical approach with their doctor and not pay the undue penalty of limiting access to quality education because of that choice. Thank you for your consideration. I respectfully ask you to vote ought to pass on LD 156 and the 3 related bills before you today.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, folks, of Mr. Kennison at this time? Seeing none, thank you very much. We appreciate your patience in terms of waiting and also respecting our time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Next up is Lara Dion. Lara will be followed by Laura Terrell Grady and Lauren Thompson.
Good afternoon. Could everyone hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I have problems with that headset. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. Thank you for hearing my testimony today in support of LD 833 and 156. I'll speak first to LD 833. My name's Laura Dion. I've lived in Hollowell with my family for the past 20 years. I'm a Maine native and originally from Windsor. I grew up Baptist in my mother's church in Somerville, Maine. I'm a complete heathen now, a solitary pagan of Wiccan extraction. I'm devoutly feminist, and I could not reconcile that with the faith of my youth. I'm not a second-class citizen. I make choices as to what happens with and to my body, including whether to get pregnant or to give birth. No one intercedes between me and my gods. I do not submit to my husband as a spiritual head of household. We're equal partners in the endeavor of life. I'm not sure where I stand spiritually on vaccines and their ingredients. My patron god is a god of medicine, among other things. I do not share a religious-based aversion to animal ingredients, to which a Buddhist might object. I do not share a religious-based aversion to fetal cell ingredients, to which some Christians might object. I have no innate objection to altering your body medically or aesthetically in any manner one chooses. Keywords one chooses. Permanent medical decisions should not be made and forced on citizens by state authorities, ever. History has proven to us that our governments are going to deny vaccine claims. They're going to suppress any research that questions acceptable vaccine dogma. If a vaccine harm is acknowledged, the citizen so harmed had to have possessed an extraordinary amount of privilege to have obtained that gracious submission in the first place, and even more to fight for any sort of reimbursement. Law does not stop there, but also limits citizens' abilities to petition courts directly. Vaccine mandates are a form of systemic class-based oppression. Class-based oppression is usually the result of racism, gender bias, transphobia, homophobia, misogyny, ableism, and most pertinent to this discussion, religious persecution. Vaccine mandates in this case force religious schools to be inconsistent in the application of their faith. A Catholic school should not be forced to ask their students to accept attenuated viruses grown in fetal cell cultures into their bodies. Mandated vaccines in this case include chickenpox, rubella as part of MMR, and some forms of Hep A, also the J&J COVID vaccine. In your daily dose of irony, the main COVID vaccine in India is Covaxin, which contains fetal blood from newborn calves. 80% of India is Hindu. Mandated vaccines in the US with fetal bovine serum include DTaP, MMR, Hep A, and polio. Further, and this tangentially addresses a question asked by Senator Daughtry minutes ago, government institutions and institutions receiving government funding in religious practice use cringeworthy, intellectually and spiritually dishonest propaganda, such as a website from Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health in their Institute of Vaccine Safety Programs. Their website lists why various spiritually objectionable vaccine contents are not actually a problem for the specific religious faiths.
Ms. Dion, if you could wrap it up, please.
I understand that it may seem strange that I'm here in support of what is currently thought to be solely a Christian position in state education policy. In truth, I'm usually opposed to Christian influences in law. However, in this case, Christians aren't imposing their will on me. This is largely a contingent of Democrats, both elected officials and their appointees. I don't wish to live in a state or country that forbids practicing one's faith, whatever that faith may be, solely to protect unjust and discriminatory legislative mandates. I urge that 833 and 156 ought to pass. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. And folks, do we have any questions, please, at this time? Seeing none, I want to thank you again I know it was a long wait. It's been a long day for all of us, but thanks for your patience and testimony today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. You too.
Next up is Laura Terrell Grady, and Laura will be followed by Lauren Thompson and Lisa Packard.
I don't see Laura with us currently, Senator, but I do see Lauren.
Thank you very much.
All right. Can you guys see me and hear me?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Lauren Thompson. I'm the Dean of Students at Maine Connections Academy, and I am actually reading on behalf of Amy Linscott, our school board chair. Dear distinguished chairs and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs, my name is Amy Linscott. As the board chair of Maine Connections Academy and a parent of 2 graduates of MCA, I am writing you to urge your support for LD 1082 and to let you know we stand ready to educate and support students with vaccination waivers. As a parent of 5 children and a step parent of 3, I am keenly aware that an education solution that might work for one student or family does not work for all. I enrolled my children at MCA because it met needs for my children that were not being met in my local brick and mortar school. I became a founding board member of MCA to ensure this important schooling option is available to other families in the state with similar or different challenges. Educating students with vaccination waivers requires the school to have a safe environment, to observe strict health protocols, and more. MCA already provides an environment that is safe for students with health conditions or immunocompromised family members. We feel confident we can continue to ensure a safe environment for all students, with the addition of students who are not fully vaccinated, by providing continuity of learning every day without interruption at home and working with the Maine Charter School Commission on establishing and implementing any additional safety protocols that might be required. Our school provides a rigorous, comprehensive learning solution for students needing an alternative to the traditional bricks and mortar setting, with individualized learning opportunities and pacing, accommodating a range of learning preferences, balanced with optimum interaction. We have high quality teacher-student interaction and individualized teacher attention. Online courses that comply with state standards include active learning elements and provide instructional differentiation, including textual, visual, auditory, and hands-on options. An environment that is free of distractions with access to 24/7 flexibility for scheduling and allowing students to learn what they learn best. Our collective desire should be to help each student learn in the way that best suits that student and family. MCA would look forward to serving the special populations of students in the state of Maine. I recommend an ought to pass vote on LD 1082. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here today. We appreciate your testimony. You have a good afternoon. Next up is Lisa Packard. Lisa will be followed by Nancy Durand Lanson and Stacy Minkowski.
Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Lisa Packard, and I urge you to vote in favor of LD 96 and LD 833. As a public school superintendent, I support LD 96 and 833 for the financial support and stability these bills offer our schools during unprecedented times. COVID has caused a wave of students to leave public schools, resulting in financial hardship for districts. Maine schools cannot afford to lose any more students at this time. We cannot afford to lose students who are healthy and high performing simply because they are missing a vaccine. LD 96 and 833 provide stability and consistency for our students. The pandemic has been a severe disruption to children's education. Must we further disrupt learning? Is it fair for students who have attended school for a decade or more under previous exemption laws to now be denied a high school diploma or a college degree? LD 96 and 833 provide educational continuity for all. And I do want to emphasize what Representative Falkingham said this morning at about 10:30 a.m. introducing 96, is that this bill has one goal: to keep kids in school. School vaccination rates are at the highest they have ever been, steadily above 95%. For the past 3 years, Maine school vaccination rates have been higher than the national average. LD 96 and 833 acknowledge Maine's success at vaccination rates and allow free and appropriate education for all students. There is no single documented case of an immunocompromised child contracting a vaccine-targeted disease in the state of Maine. And that is something earlier today we saw Courtney Miles cite. With such low risk in our state, why would we reject healthy, bright students from our school system? LD 96 and 833 provide economic and educational stability at a time of many unknowns. By voting ought to pass, you uphold our state's promise to educate all students free of discrimination. LD 96 and 833 honor fairness. They honor the decision parents made when they first enrolled their child in school under Maine exemption laws. I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you, Ms. Packard. I do have a question, I'm sorry, from Senator Woodson.
Yes, I apologize. I did not catch your name, Miss.
Yes, Lisa Packard.
Lisa Packard. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have a question from Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Packard, for your testimony. Just like Senator Woodson, I was trying to make sure I have my notes correct. What was the public school you said you were the superintendent of?
Yes, I'm the superintendent of the Ecology Learning Center in Waldo County.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, we want to thank you, Ms. Packard, for being here today. We appreciate your testimony and your patience throughout the day.
You're very welcome.
Next up, I have Nancy Durand Larson, and, Lanson, I'm sorry, and Stacy Minkowski, followed by Stephanie Grondin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you. I muted myself, I'm sorry.
I can see and hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you. Good afternoon, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs. I want to thank you for being here for all these long hours today. And I've been listening to many of it. And I want to thank all the people that testified before me. And I wish that some people didn't work and at the time also to come and testify, but they had to work. So my name is Nancy Durand-Lanson. I live in Monroe, Maine. And I'm speaking today because I am in favor of all the bills that are being proposed today. I have a 17-year-old daughter who is going to school this year after being homeschooled for an entire life. And she loves going to school. She knew, though, when she entered school that she might be there only for 1 year because of our family beliefs. Yes, our family beliefs are being challenged by the new vaccine law. She has made friends, and she would have never had them if she wouldn't have gone to this school. I'm sorry, I'm just a little lost in my word.
So take your time.
Yeah. Yes, also she has learned in a different academic setting than what we were doing at home. I saw also this year how she has enriched her comprehension of the world, and she just loved to go and love to learn differently. Unfortunately, she will not be able to graduate in a main school because of our beliefs are being challenged. If you do not vote for those bills. I mean, I'm mostly going for supporting the LD 833, but all the other bills, I'm thinking about all the other kids that she's meeting in the school and that might not be there even if she's going to the school. So as a parent, I just want to tell you that my beliefs are stronger than any law that any of you can make. And I'm ready to take her out of school and take her out of the state if that's what's required. And I just want to thank you also for being here. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, folks, at this time? Yes, Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And je pense que tu parles français.
Oui.
Et tu es très bien fait. So, just want to say thank you for your testimony, and you did very well.
Thank you.
Wouldn't you agree? I had to turn that into a question. I just know how hard it can be going between two languages.
Well, can I just add one thing? I benefited from, yes, growing up in France, and I've had free education my entire life, up to even my husband to his PhD and beyond that. And I feel strongly about educating my daughter. Yep, as freely as I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony and being here today. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Stacy Minkowski. Stacy will be followed by Stephanie Grondin and Vernon Smith.
Can you see me and hear me okay?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Stacy Minkowski. I live in Lewiston, and I request you vote to support LD 833. By removing religious exemptions with the passage of LD 798, the Maine legislature mandated the use of pharmaceutical products containing aborted fetal cell lines in exchange for an education. We were told that since major religious institutions support the use of vaccines derived from aborted fetal lines, that we too should be okay with this practice. We were told that the use of these products was for the greater good and that only a couple of babies were used to make these pharmaceutical products. This is simply false. Multiple abortions are performed for one viable cell line to be produced. Pamela Acker, a vaccine researcher and expert, explained that the tissue must be harvested within 5 minutes of the abortion or else it is useless. Acker stated, quote, "They will actually deliver these babies via cesarean section. The babies are in some cases still alive when the researchers start extracting the tissue, to the point where their heart is still beating and they're generally not given any anesthetic because that would disrupt the cells that the researchers are trying to extract. So they're removing this tissue while the baby's alive and in extreme amounts of pain. The practice of using aborted fetuses for vaccine production continues today. The aborted fetal line HEK 293 is currently being used in the COVID-19 vaccine production. Acker states, quote, "The HEK stands for human embryonic kidney, but 293 stands for this is the 293rd experiment that this particular researcher did to develop a cell line. And that doesn't mean that there were 293 abortions, but for 293 experiments, you need far more than one abortion. And we're talking probably hundreds of abortions. The passage of LD 798 mandated that I must go against my conscience and against my relationship with God in order for my children to receive an education. Despite the argument that all major religious institutions support the use of these products, let me be clear. I do not answer to the Pope, I do not answer to the bishop, and I do not answer to any man. I answer directly to Creator. Please support the passage of LD 833, reinstate religious exemptions, and uphold our constitutional rights to freedom of religion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, folks, of Ms. Minkowski at this point? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very
have a good
much.
afternoon. Yes. So next up is Stephanie Grondin. Stephanie will be followed by Vernon Smith, William Henry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Distinguished members of the Committee on Educational and Cultural Affairs, my name is Stephanie Grondin and I live in Vassaboro. Thank you for allowing me to explain why I support LD 833. Several vaccines that are required for school contain materials that are deeply objectionable, both morally and religiously, for me and many other Mainers. While it's difficult to even talk about or believe, the largely unknown fact is that materials made from aborted fetuses do end up in vaccines. They're called MRC5 and WI38. They are listed on the CDC's vaccine excipient summary, which I have attached for you. I'm not an expert on the science behind these aborted fetal cell lines. Therefore, I've also attached clinical information from the distributor for you. However, I find it disturbing that the product sheets for both of these state that in the disclaimer that this product, and this is in quotes, this product is intended for laboratory research purposes only. It is not intended for use in humans, end quote. MRC5 cells came from a 14-week gestational age male fetus in 1966. WI38 came from a 12-week gestational age female fetus in 1962. Both of these cell lines are very near to the end of their quote unquote shelf life and will no longer be usable in the near future. This means more babies will be aborted to obtain new cell lines for vaccines. A recent example of this ongoing research was published in April 2015. Scientists obtained 9 different fetuses through a rigorous screening process and found that one worked. And they developed Walfax2 from a 3-month-old female fetus. Currently, the only available vaccines in the US for chickenpox, measles, mumps, and rubella contain either WI38 or MRC5. These are all diseases for which Maine students must be vaccinated against in order to attend any school in Maine. Although abortion is legal, Mainers should not have to participate in abortion by using these products. No one should be refused an education, especially for objections to having aborted fetal cell lines injected into their bodies. Please reinstate religious exemptions. Do not make Mainers choose between our faith and the education of our children. I urge you to vote ought to pass LD 833 as well as all three of the other bills that were heard today. Thank you.
So, any questions, folks, at this time of Ms. Grondin? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for being here today. We appreciate your testimony and your patience in terms of your wait.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Vernon Smith, and Vernon should be followed by William Henry and William Adams.
I don't see Vernon with us currently, Senator, and there was a message in the chat that he might be available a little later. But yeah, he's not currently with us.
Thank you. How about William Henry?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Yes, sir. We can see and hear you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I'm speaking on behalf of LD 156, an act to promote attendance by exempting virtual public charter schools and private schools, private religious students from immunization. My daughter's 11 years old, and we removed her from the public school system because it was super toxic for reasons this hearing doesn't allow nearly enough time to explain. Now she attends Central Maine Christian Academy here in Lewiston, Maine, where she has made at least second honors for each quarter for 3 years straight. It's a major difference for her. My child, she's up to date with her immunizations, with the exception of the HPV vaccine, which is intended to prevent little girls 10 years and up from getting STD-related cancer, which I believe isn't one that's on this bill, but which is soon to be pushing for it, which of course she won't be getting it. We're not going to allow her to get that. She can make that choice when she's old enough to. Of course, we are aware of how this bill will allow people to add whatever they want to the list, but I'm just asking that you please consider these questions when voting. Where will these children go when our choices are exhausted because of LD 798? Why do we feel like we're the only ones not being considered in 798? Can we at least pump the brakes on a seemingly progressive bill in order to find common ground and slowly roll this bill out without traumatizing any children? While I sympathize for the concerns of parents of children with immune deficiency disorders, they still have a choice not to enroll their children in a private religious school. Therefore, how does LD 156 affect this group of children? Which means they have choices. We all know that no bill meets the concerns of all Mainers. These still should remain a middle of the road. There still should remain a middle of the road solution. Based on what I've heard today in opposition of LD 156 and LD 96, mostly, as it's written, shows that this is not a policy issue. This is a heart issue. I find it interesting that pro-choice ends after the abortion for those who are in favor of it. When my daughter was 7 or 8 years old, I took her to get a flu shot, which I understand is seriously be considered for the list. The same thing happened to her happens to me when I get the flu shot. I get sick, I get ill, I throw up for a couple of days, and that happened to her. Because of our elected officials, it made so that she can't go to school unless she gets one.
Sir, if you could wrap it up, please. Thank you.
All right. Well, just imagine, if you will, if you got to take a child to get a shot, she knows she's going to get sick from it. She's screaming, "Daddy, don't do this to me, Daddy. I don't want to get this." And I had to do it because of an elected officials that I'm the bad guy in this. I'm the one that's got to sleep with this, not you guys. It's me. Please consider our rights too and our freedoms when you talk about this bill passing the 156. Thank you for your consideration. I'm sorry. I'm just passionate, not aggressive.
No apology necessary, sir. We do have a question for you, however. Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Henry, for your testimony. I do apologize again. My question isn't for you, but it just got me thinking. Once again, Ms. Rissler, for the work session, if we could get the list of the current mandated vaccines for public school attendance, as well as the process potentially from someone from the DOE about the process that goes through on that list, that would be great. Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Sir, seeing no other questions at this time, I want to thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here, your patience, as well as I know it's been a long wait. Thanks. Last up before I get into the opponents. These are, again, this is the first time through. So I have William Adams and Williams. We're going to get into, after Williams, we're going to get into the folks that were in opposition. So the first up in that area would be Allison Long and Alice Ornella. So in the meantime.
So I'm not William Adams, I'm Jennifer Adams. It has been a very long day. My husband needed to leave with our children. So good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and all committee members for taking my testimony in consideration for the support of all 4 of these bills. But I will testify specifically to LD 833. My name is Jennifer Adams and I'm a resident of Wells. I'm also a special education teacher with the RSU 21 school district, and my husband is self-employed working from home. 5 years ago, my husband and I made the decision to move from Massachusetts to be closer to family in Maine. We loved the idea of living in New Hampshire, but ultimately we chose to live in Maine because of one major reason. We were sold on enrolling our 2 children into the Wells-Ogunquit Consolidated School District. Having our children go to Wells Elementary School has been extremely rewarding for our 2 children and for us too as parents. Our children are receiving a high quality education with excellent educators. We are very proud of our decision to live here in Wells, knowing our children are getting a quality education and one of the best school districts in the state of Maine. My husband and I are also parishioners of Holy Spirit Parish in Wells and Kennebunk. We have been raising our children Catholic since they were infants. Going to church and practicing our religion is extremely important to our family. As a Catholic family, one of the primary and fundamental principles is teaching the sanctity of life. Between the solid education our children receive at Wells Elementary School and the religious beliefs we instill in our children, we feel we are grounding our children with fundamental principles to become intelligent and faith-based young adults. Unfortunately, my husband and I were very discouraged when LD 798 was signed into law in 2019. My husband and I have always filled out a religious exemption with our children's school because certain vaccinations have ingredients that violate our religious moral beliefs. This is not a loophole that we are trying to take advantage of. We are not anti-vax. We are practicing Catholics who believe in the protection of life, and only the vaccines with ingredients that contain aborted fetal cells go against our religious and moral beliefs. My husband and I are willing to stand with our First Amendment rights of rejecting vaccines that contain ingredients that violate our religious beliefs. If all four of these bills do not pass, my husband and I are prepared to pull our children from one of Maine's best school districts and either homeschool them or find alternative routes, such as enrolling our children in private Catholic school, St. Patrick's, St. Mary's, and eventually St. Thomas in the Portsmouth area, or moving entirely to a state, to New Hampshire or a different state altogether that protects religious beliefs as they are still respected, which also means that the state of Maine loses a certified special education teacher of 21 years because I would move. I urge you to please consider passing bills LD 833, LD 833, LD 156, LD 996, LD 1082 on behalf of Maine religious families. Thank you.
Thank you. And any questions at this time of Ms. Adams? Seeing none, thank you very much for your patience today, and thanks for your testimony. You have a good afternoon.
You too. Thank you all for the effort you're putting in today.
So I'm going to go through, folks, at this time, the people that are first time through in terms of against as best I can. I don't mean to overlook anyone, but it's possible. I believe Allison Long hasn't had an opportunity to speak today, nor has Alice Ornella or Brandy Rubin. Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Allison Long. I'm a Christian, a mother, a Maine resident, and a relentless advocate for public health. And I'm here to testify in strong opposition to LD 833. I imagine that many bills that come before this committee involve extensive and difficult research and deliberation in order for committee members to understand the nuances of the issue and how Mainers feel. Fortunately, those are easy questions to answer in this situation. On this very issue, Maine has held the public hearings, debated on the floor of both chambers, considered the amendments, created the important new law, collected the signatures, put up the signs, held radio and television debates, and taken a statewide vote. And the people of Maine overwhelmingly rejected religious exemptions to school vaccination requirements. Maine voters have spoken clearly, loudly, and decisively on this issue. 73% of Maine voters do not want to allow religious exemptions to school vaccination requirements. This includes a significant majority of voters in every county. In 13 of our counties, over 60% of voters rejected religious exemptions. The massive amount of misinformation about vaccines and public health is very real, and I do not fault nervous parents for falling into its trap. But as leaders and lawmakers, we must not do the same. Please do not allow the loud, incessant, science-denying voices of the very few eclipse those of the overwhelming majority of Mainers. Support science, reason, and the due process that this issue has already been exhaustively afforded. Do not reinstate so-called religious exemptions to school vaccination requirements. Please reject these bills as ought not to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Ms. Long at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you for your wait today. We appreciate your testimony. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you, you too.
Folks, next up is, excuse me, Alice Ornella. Alice will be followed by Brandy Rubin, Caitlin Gilmet, and Courtney Ampezin.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Dear Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished community members. My name is Alice Ornella, and I'm a resident of Bath, along with my 6-year-old son and my husband. I am writing and speaking to you today to oppose LD 833 and all of the bills presented today. This bill seeks to undo the law that was upheld by an overwhelming 73% majority of voters across every corner of the state in March 2020. I'm uncertain why the sponsors of this bill refused to listen to the will of the people of the state of Maine when they spoke so clearly on the matter at the ballot box. I am the parent of a child with underlying medical conditions who is thriving in public school. People who choose to not vaccinate their children for non-medical reasons are responsible for their own decisions. It is unfair to the rest of the school community that they should bear the risk of their choices. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Excuse me. Any questions, folks, of Ms. Ornella at this time? Seeing none, we want to thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate your patience, and you have a great day.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Next up is Brandy Rubin. Brandy will be followed by Caitlin Gilmet and Courtney Ampezin.
What's that? Hi, dear Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Brandy Rubin, and I live in Scarborough, and I oppose LDs 96, 156, 833, and 1082. I'm disappointed to see that we are bringing up another bill that attempts to overturn the will of Maine voters. In March 2020, Maine voters made it abundantly clear that they support vaccine requirements as a condition to attend schools in Maine. In the spring of 2019, the legislature passed the law to remove philosophical and religious exemptions to vaccine requirements for students. Maine held public hearings, debated this in the chambers, considered amendments, and created this law. Signatures were collected, and ultimately, almost 73% of Maine voters had their voices heard when they voted in support of this law without religious exemptions. The fact of the matter is, no organized religions oppose vaccinations. Vaccinations are for the good of our community, as they protect most at risk for vaccine preventable illnesses. The religious leaders have spoken out and encouraged vaccination. Religious exemptions have only ever accounted for a very small percentage of vaccine exemptions. I took some time and read and have listened to some of the testimony that has already been submitted for these bills. I see a number of them asking to claim religious exemptions because they feel their children have had a vaccine reaction. I'm concerned that these people haven't consulted with their physicians, NPs, or physician assistants. By reinstituting religious exemptions, you will find that suddenly many more people will claim them. Please do not allow this loophole. Medical exemptions are still available, and if families are concerned, they should be talking with their physicians. Those who continue to claim that medical exemptions are difficult are often the ones not in charge with writing them. Virtual and in-person private schools should also not be exempt from the vaccine law. These students often participate in extracurricular activities with students from public schools. Therefore, to allow virtual and private schools to allow religious and philosophical exemptions could not only create pockets of hotspots of non-immunized students, it can also have disastrous consequences for students that participate in those activities. We have an obligation to protect all students. Maine has set a standard in public health, and I encourage this committee to listen to your constituents and uphold the law as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this time, folks, of Ms. Rubin? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate you being here. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up is Caitlin Gilmet, and Caitlin will be followed by Courtney and Pezin, and I believe beyond that, Dan Walker.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Caitlin Gilmet, and I'm a founding member of Maine Families for Vaccines, a volunteer-led network made up of parents, family members, experts, and voters who support public health, child safety, and fair access to education. I helped start Maine Families for Vaccines after my infant son caught chickenpox, which turned into pneumonitis as a 5-month-old baby at his daycare. That's when I learned just how easy it was to opt a child out of the immunizations that prevent deadly illness and how high Maine's rates of vaccine refusal are. I joined hundreds of parents and family members who care about public health, including mothers of vulnerable immunocompromised children who worry every day about low rates of community immunity putting their kids at serious risk. Together, we committed to promoting common sense legislation that prevents disease and keeps kids safe. Last March, we led the No on One campaign to a 73% victory after a statewide vote on Maine's vaccine law. We were joined by 64 leading organizations focused on community health, including the American Medical Association, the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Maine Medical Association, the Barbara Bush Children's Hospital, the Maine Council of Churches, the Maine Council on Aging, and Maine Health. As a global pandemic began to make headlines, Mainers spoke loud and clear. We won't compromise when it comes to our children's health and safety. These bills remove the solution to the problem we solved last March. We have better things to do than focus energy on bills that undermine public health at the worst possible time. Our doctors and nurses are working hard to protect Mainers from preventable disease, and in many cases, the stakes are nothing less than life and death. This is not the time to allow dangerous loopholes to our strong evidence-based immunization laws. Maine Families for Vaccines urges you to vote ought not to pass on all 4 bills. Thank you for your consideration and care for our community.
Thank you. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for being here today. I know it's been a long wait. We appreciate you hanging in there for us. Have a good day. Next up is Courtney Pezin, and then Dan Walker, and I believe Eileen King.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Courtney Pezin, and I am a lifelong Maine resident and an unwavering advocate for public health. And I am testifying today in the strongest opposition possible to LD 96, 156, 1082, But right now I'm going to speak to you about LD 833. Although I'm not a parent with a child in the school system, this proposed amendment to the vaccine law will directly and negatively affect me. As a person with a primary immunodeficiency, I am unable to receive most vaccines, which leaves me extraordinarily susceptible to illness and disease. I am utterly reliant on those around me to be vaccinated to help protect me and keep me safe from vaccine preventable diseases. The day that my fellow Mainers stepped up and voted by an overwhelming majority of 72.5% to remove the non-medical exemptions, I was overcome with emotion thinking about how that law would provide me with the opportunity to fully participate in a life where I wouldn't have to live in fear of contracting or dying from a preventable disease because I would know that those around me were vaccinated. Allowing non-medical exemptions would increase the number of unvaccinated people, which puts the entire community at risk for unnecessary and potentially deadly outbreaks of preventable diseases. If the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we were all potentially vulnerable, and we need to come together to do whatever it takes to protect ourselves and our community. As we have seen, we can protect ourselves through vaccination, and vaccination works best when the majority is immunized. Maine's current law is backed by science and puts public health best practices in the forefront. This law, as it stands, now promotes safety not only for our children in the school system, but for our entire community. Reinstating non-medical exemptions would be an affront to public health, science, and the majority of Mainers who voted to remove these exemptions. As you review these testimonies, I beg you to please stop and consider how any amendments to this law will grievously affect vulnerable people like me. LD 833 and all of these other amendments unequivocally ought not pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Any questions, folks, at this time? Again, thank you. I don't see any questions, but thanks very much for being here. We appreciate your patience and waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe next up was Dan King. I'm sorry, Dan Walker, and I get names combined here. Dan Walker, followed by Eileen King.
Thank you, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan. Can you hear me, just to make sure? Okay,
Yes, sir.
My name is, okay, back up. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education Committee. My name is Dan Walker. I'm an attorney with Freddie Flaherty, and I represent today the Maine Association of Independent Schools in opposition to LD 156. The Maine Association of Independent Schools are a diverse group of educational institutions. There's 23 of the schools. There's a lot of other independent schools in the state, but we represent 23 of them, including one sectarian school. Our schools educate 9,000 students in pre-K through grade 12, with 4,600 publicly funded students and 4,400 privately funded students. Our schools have handled the COVID-19 epidemic well, I might add, and along with many public schools have done an excellent job in maintaining in-person attendance to the best of their abilities. LD 156 would exempt students who are enrolled in or attend a private school from the requirement that a student must have evidence of immunization to be enrolled in or attend the school. Now, of course, it also includes public charter schools, and we're not going to comment on that. We're only commenting on the private school portion of it. The schools in MAIS did not request this bill, nor do they support it. For purposes of public safety and the immunization requirements, our schools want to be treated the same as the public schools in the state and have the same safety precautions for their faculty, staff, and students by virtue of the current immunization requirements. The risks posed by unvaccinated students from a public health perspective are the same in all schools where students attend in person. As a result of potentially being treated differently by this bill, these schools do not want to become islands of unvaccinated students, with the majority of vaccinated students deciding not to attend. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll take any questions, but we urge you to oppose LD 156, or at least please remove private schools from it, or deal with the virtual public school bill alone apart from this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Walker at this time, folks? Again, seeing none, sir, just want to say thank you. Again, we know it's been a long day for everyone, so we appreciate you hanging in there and presenting your testimony.
Thank you. It's been a long day for all of us. I know for all of you as well, so good luck.
Thanks. I believe we have not heard from Eileen King or Maura Pillsbury before I move into the list of neither for nor against.
Senator, it doesn't look like Eileen is with us this time either.
Okay, and how about Maura Pillsbury?
We do have Greg, Senator Gregory DeAugustine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, it's Greg DeAugustine. Can you see and hear me yet?
I can hear you, sir. Oh, there you go. Yes.
All right, thank you. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, respected members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, good day. I'll begin by expressing my admiration for your endurance as you wrestle with this challenging issue. After a rocky start this morning, you've worked this grindstone very well indeed. My name is Greg DeAugustine. I'm a medical doctor and a fellow of the American College of Surgeons. I practice general surgery at both St. Mary's Regional and Central Maine Medical Centers in Lewiston for over 30 years. I'm a member of the board of the Maine Medical Association, and my comments can be considered as representative of that organization's position on all of the bills listed in today's public hearing. I'm opposed to LD 833 and all the bills being presented today. While I have many reasons for opposing this bill, perhaps the most compelling is that the people of Maine spoke loudly and clearly in the recent referendum, and I know some of this is starting to sound very repetitious. That attempt to overturn the ban on religious philosophical exemptions was firmly rejected by our citizens, all of whom were eligible to vote on the issue. Only 2 years have passed since then, and our experience with the pandemic can reasonably be expected to confirm our citizens' judgment about the benefits of vaccination. I also wish to stress that leaders of all major religions have expressed the belief that vaccination is an acceptable, even appropriate action to take. For example, Pope Francis has referred to vaccination as, quotes, an ethical obligation, end quotes. Evangelical Christian and Jewish leaders were recently quoted as saying, we would welcome the opportunity for many of our facilities to serve as vaccination sites. While I'm not an immunologist by training, my education and long experience in the practice of medicine has taught me how to critically assess scientific studies and journal articles, and I'm completely convinced by the preponderance of evidence in numerous studies that the benefits of vaccination outweigh the risks for the great majority of people. I believe that many untoward events reported after vaccinations have not cleared the hurdle of scientific scrutiny as confirmed contraindications to receiving a subsequent vaccination. This is most likely the explanation for the reports of difficulty getting family doctors to issue exemptions. The upshot of all this is that all those who have claimed to have been, quotes, forced to homeschool, end quotes, or leave the state and so on, are simply pursuing a misguided personal preference to avoid vaccination. Most importantly, I believe that any truly religious, ethically grounded citizen understands that the precept of protecting the family, that is the human race, outweighs any misguided and unscientific urge to avoid vaccination to protect one's own first-degree relatives. Avoiding vaccination puts other parents, children at increased risk of serious, even deadly diseases. It's up to government to choose when the public health supersedes personal freedoms. There are many such examples, including speed limits on our highways and alcohol limits for vehicle drivers. One more sentence or so. It's clear that much of the resistance to vaccination is based on emotion rather than science. The role of government is to choose wisely. In my experience, it's a rare day when wisdom and science do not travel hand in hand. I urge the committee to do right by our citizens by voting against this and similar proposals. Thanks again for your diligence.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Mr. D'Augustine, please? Seeing none, sir, again, thank you very much for your patience today and for your testimony this afternoon. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
I think the last person to speak against any bill I have first time through is Maura Pillsbury. Is that correct, Sam? Thank you.
Yes, Senator.
And then we'll get into the neithers, and that'll be Elizabeth. I can't read my own writing at this point. Elizabeth, it looks like Shadlow and Melinda Brown.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Maura Pillsbury, and I am a resident of Freeport. I oppose all 4 of these bills, but I am here to testify today in opposition to LD 156. And thank you for the opportunity to do so. I know it has been a long day for all of you. I am a former member of a vaccine-hesitant private school community. For several years, my children's private school failed to report its vaccination rates to the state of Maine. Upon my inquiries, they told me the opt-out rate was 15%. The following year, to my astonishment, Maine CDC published in a report that 40% of my child's kindergarten class was not vaccinated. I felt betrayed by a community I had trusted to protect my family, including my baby who was too young to be vaccinated. I knew we also had parents and students who had compromised immune systems or undergoing cancer treatment. Simply put, our school community failed to protect its most vulnerable members, exposing them to unnecessary risk. We didn't know when we selected this school that we were entering a vaccine-hesitant community. Decreasing vaccination rates in Maine mean increased risk that disease will spread in our schools. There were cases of chickenpox in both the private school and the daycare my children attended. Students lose a minimum of 3 weeks of instructional time when an outbreak of disease, such as chickenpox or whooping cough, occurs. Vaccine-hesitant private school communities create pockets of high vaccine opt-outs that have the ability to affect dozens of other communities because students may reside across many other towns. There is simply no reason to exempt private schools from the same vaccination requirements as public schools when they may present an even greater risk due to their high opt-out rates. We all deserve safe schools and communities free from the threat of disease, and so do our children and students. This has never been more clear than it is now in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. LD 156 would undo the step forward we took during the 129th legislature by passing PL 154, which was overwhelmingly upheld by Mainers at the polls. Please protect the safety of students in Maine's private schools and their families and surrounding communities by opposing LD 156. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pillsbury. Any questions, folks, at this time? Thank you very much for hanging in there today. We appreciate it. And thank you for your testimony. You have a good evening. So I'm going to move into the neither for nor against. And let me see. We have Elizabeth Shadlow and Melinda Brown.
Elizabeth, it looks like there's 2 of you. Could you raise your hand in the attendee room? Thank you. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Could you turn your video on? Thank you.
There, can you see me too? All right,
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make this work here. I had to pull over the side of the road. All right, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is still Elizabeth Chardlow, and I still live in Kennebec County. I'm testifying today neither for nor against LD 156 and LD 1082. The authors of the Maine Constitution considered, quote, the advantages of education being essential to the preservation of the rights and liberties of the people. That's the quote from the Constitution of the state of Maine. The legislature codified the importance of education in state statute as well, dictating that every person shall be provided the benefits of a free public education. Though LD 798 was passed and voted on by the public, there are certain provisions of both the Maine Constitution and existing statute that were not considered in that legislation. Among these is that of equal access, which contradicts longstanding federal law, as well as the question of how our already struggling school districts are going to educate the kids that are kicked out of school. As the Maine Principals Association has already addressed in their testimony on LD 1082, there are great concerns with the lack of financial support, and this will only be exacerbated if this bill does not pass. As the Maine Principals Association pointed out, if students, and I'm quoting them, if students cannot attend school because they are not vaccinated, then the schools will be required to provide an alternative education for these students, unquote. While we were focusing on how to increase vaccination rates by withholding education, no provision was actually made for the statutory duty of the state, and more specifically of the superintendents, to provide for the education of students. That is their required duty under Maine law. Virtual school is not the solution to meet these needs. And as pediatric hospitalist Dr. Joe Anderson explained in his testimony, and I quote him, after this past year, I think most of us recognize how difficult virtual school can be for many children. Virtual school might impact their education and social emotional development, quote. In short, the state is required to educate children. Virtual schools might work for some kids, but it won't work for all, especially with the lowering of the age of compulsory education. If the committee has not considered what they will be doing with the kids removed from school, then certain pieces of these bills may present options, but none will solve the entirety of the issues created last year. If no action is taken, districts are facing financial turmoil and children will suffer. And I also wanted to just point out that Mr. Walker, I believe, testified for the public schools, I'm sorry, for the private schools, that they're in opposition to this. But if no action is taken, the children who were in private schools are still guaranteed, the state still has a requirement to educate them. So while those private schools can kick them out, the burden is then going to be shifted to the public schools because these kids are still required to be educated under state law. So if nothing is changed and there's no grandfathering or other options addressed, then the private schools are going to lose enrollment, and that burden is going to be shifted to superintendents. I think somebody recognized, I'm wrapping up, thank you, Senator Daughtry. Superintendents still have to educate, so we've got a lot of issues that we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you. And sorry for that disruption. In any case, any questions, folks, of Ms. Chardlow at this time? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony. We appreciate your patience in terms of waiting today. I know it's been a long one.
Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Brown with us, Sam?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, nice to be here. So, hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Dr. Melinda Brown. I'm the head of school of the Maine Virtual Academy. I'm here to offer testimony neither for nor against LD 1082, an act to improve educational opportunities by exempting children who attend virtual public charter schools from immunization requirements and expanding the enrollment of virtual public charter schools. So MEVA, my school, is a virtual public charter school that serves 429 students, grades 7 through 12, within our statewide catchment area. We understand the public health benefits of vaccination and are not arguing against that policy. MEVA's fully virtual school model can operate without vaccinated students because they study from home, which provides an opportunity for students who are not vaccinated to stay in the public school system. MEVA offers great flexibility with respect to meeting students where they're at and individualizing their programs to address their needs. MEVA has more than a few enrolled students who are not vaccinated, and they will have to be vaccinated or unenrolled next school year, which for us begins on August 30th. These students and their families are deeply committed to the MEVA school community, actively participating in Live Connect classes, virtual social clubs and activities via remote communication venues. We recognize that our students may wish to participate in programs at local district schools that would require them to be vaccinated. We expect our students to follow school rules in all educational settings. However, MEVA is ready to comply with the outcome of this legislation. And our main faculty of over 40 certified teachers and administrators for school year 21-22 is continuing to deliver high quality online instruction and courses, interventions, supports, and virtual social enrichment opportunities for students and their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions at this point for Ms. Brown? Seeing none, again, we know it was a long wait, but thank you very much for hanging in there, and you have a good rest of your day.
Yes, thank you very much, and the same to you. Bye.
Bye. So, folks, I believe we've given everyone an opportunity to speak today, at least one time through. I know there was some confusion at the beginning, and please understand that LD 96, that hearing has been closed, so I don't want to go backward, but I will extend an opportunity to folks that feel as though they had an opportunity to speak to one and potentially not another. It would be difficult for me at this time to determine which one you've spoken for. So I guess I'll ask you to put on your scout cap and do the best we can in terms of that. So Sam, can you get an indication to me of how many folks are still left with us? Any idea?
Yes, Senator. And there are people that are letting us know in the chat box that they still have additional testimony.
Okay.
For example, we have Amy Thomas, who has spoken up, and also Ashley Roberts.
All right, so I will, would it be that portion of it be easiest or best handled by you, or would you like for me to try to go down through the list myself? I'm looking at our, well, two screens, but not the chat. It's too difficult for me to follow, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fine, Senator. I can definitely let you know who, yep, I mean, there are people putting stuff in the chat, so
Right, so
just please be patient with us. We're not here to skip anybody. We're not here to, I'm going to monitor it and watch who's in here. So it'll be easier to go in alphabetical order, I think, don't you, Senator?
Right, and I'm also going to be limiting folks to 2 minutes because, again, you've had an opportunity to speak. I'm not sure that we're going to hear a whole lot different, to be quite honest with you, but well, that'll be open to you to bring that up. But please respect a 2-minute time frame as we are going through for the second time.
Okay. All right, Senator. So would you like me to bring in Amy Thompson then?
Yes, and if that's great, thank you.
There we go. Can you guys hear? Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time again, for all hanging in there. So briefly, I support LD 156 because it will create provisions ensuring the widest range of students possible access to education and the least harm done. So none of these bills increase the unvaccinated population, but they will increase the number of children who have access to quality education. They will increase positive mental health outcomes, increase parents' ability to work and provide for their families, thus increasing income tax review, and most relevant to LD 156 will help private schools keep their doors open. Private schools exist as an alternative to public schools for myriad reasons. I strongly believe that private schools should be exempt from immunization requirements and other excessive government control. But it's a choice to send your child to private school, and parents who prefer to vaccinate can send their children to public schools and have option, but parents who don't are left with no school option. So we're also facing concrete financial impacts on private schools in particular that I think haven't really been talked about a lot. These negative financial impacts can be avoided by supporting LD 156, as stated in our previous testimony for LD 96. We are aware that the two private schools that our children have attended, Ashwood Waldorf School and Riley School, both in Rockport, will lose a significant number of students if families have to choose between mandated vaccinations and withdrawing their children. So to give you a rough financial picture, tuition at Ashwood is around $13,000 a year per child. Thank you. And their operating budget is around $1 million. So we know that families will leave, and that will take a big financial toll. Currently this year, they had to cut back to a skeleton staff. There was no Spanish, no music, no woodworking. And it really reduced the quality of education that kids have. And if they continue to lose students, that will continue to happen as well. Thank you. So just in summary, with my 2 minutes, with a should pass vote, we will see private schools begin rebuilding and children thriving and making up for the lost time of this past year, and families being stabilized and the right to an education being preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We appreciate hearing from you. Any questions, folks? Again, thanks very much. We know it's been a long day in that waiting room. We appreciate you testifying. Have a good evening.
All right, and then next it looks like there's an Ashley Roberts, Senator.
Good afternoon, Ms. Roberts.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate everyone's patience. I know it's been a long day. I've been here since 10 a.m. myself, so I know it's been a long day for all of you as well. My name is still Ashley Roberts. I still live in Gorham, Maine. I am speaking today in support of LDs 156, 833, and 1082, and I will try to keep this as quick as possible. LD 156 and 1082 are pure and simply Maine common sense. When vaccine exemptions were repealed, we were told it was because of the potential risk to immunocompromised students. As we are now well aware, there is no risk of disease transmission when students are taught in an online setting. Furthermore, granting more students access to educational resources can only serve to strengthen Maine and its future. This is especially true at a time when so many families are facing personal and economic hardships because of the continued state of emergency. Regarding private schools, this bill clearly restores private schools' constitutional right to freedom of association. If a private institution chooses to allow students to attend their schools with vaccination delays or exemptions, that is their prerogative. If parents have concerns about any potential risk, it is also their prerogative to send their child and tuition dollars elsewhere. Regarding LD 833, freedom of religion is so important that it is the first right listed in the United States Bill of Rights. To deny Maine students access to a free and public education because of they or their parents' religious beliefs is not only immoral, but religious discrimination. It was said earlier today by a few opponents that it is impossible for Christians or followers of any major religion to have a religious objection to vaccination. As a Christian, I fervently disagree. It is an act of extreme arrogance and bigotry for anyone to attempt to invalidate or violate the religious beliefs of another simply because they disagree. As we have seen the continued politicization of our churches, of our societies, and even our churches, I and many other people have found themselves unchurched. for holding more orthodox or conservative views than a church pandering to the secular mainstream is willing to support. To suggest that someone must pass a religious sincerity test or receive a permission slip from a clergy member to prove their relationship with God is unthinkable. It shows a fundamental lack of understanding of the importance of religion in a devout person's life. As a Christian and as an expectant mother, I know that life begins at conception, and the use of aborted fetal cells in vaccines or other medical research is an abhorrent violation of my religious beliefs. It has been argued that fetal cell research is fine for Christians because it sacrifices one life to save potentially many more. This is clearly the same line of thinking for which Joseph Stalin famously argued, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. Religious liberty, and personal responsibility are all essential to a free society, and these bills help to preserve these in Maine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Roberts, folks? Seeing none, thank you again very much. And again, I know it's a long day, but we appreciate you hanging in there.
Thank you, Senator.
And now we have Ellen Stanley, Senator.
Ellen Stanley, okay. Thank you.
Hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. We can see you as well.
And I too am still Ellen Stanley. I'm still an educator that's been educating for almost 30 years in different educational environments. And I will try to keep this brief. First, I would like to agree with everything that Ashley just said. I could reiterate it, but it's been a long day and I won't. I do want to say to you that there was a group of people that came over from England searching for freedom of religion. I think we all know them because they founded our country. Freedom of religion is the first thing in the Bill of Rights, and there is no doubt that 798 violates that. The other thing I really want to say in support of these three bills is that disease can't spread over computers, and children need an education. And I want to be in a Maine that has an educated citizenry. This topic is very divisive. It's time for us to come together. It's time for us to find the compromises that work, that give people who want everyone vaccinated places where everyone can be vaccinated, and places where other children and people can get an education. These bills do that. And I want to say as one last thing, because many opponents talked about the vote that happened and the majority of people that voted in a particular way. Those voters over and over and over again, and you all legislators, were not given the whole story. And most people voted on the premise that medical exemptions were actually attainable. They are not. You were duped. Let's stand up for freedom and let's have the hard conversations and let's do the compromising and let's get this done so that every child in Maine can have an education. Why is that even a question? Why are we even considering denying a child an education? Thank you very much for your time today. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, thank you. And it's been a long day for you as well, but have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
All right, Senator. Now we have Brittany Dragon.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing my testimony today. I was a late registration because I had registered previously, but for some reason it didn't work. So I had to re-register this morning. So I as well have been here since 10 a.m. and I appreciate everyone's willingness to continue to hear our testimonies. So I am a mother of five. Brittany Dragon, a resident of Ellsworth, Maine in Hancock County. And I'm a mother of five and a Montessori educator. So I wanted to testify for both 833, LD 833 and 1056. So I am in fact a member of the previous mentioned group of individuals who have a religious faith that would be compromised by the coercive use of these products. My faith prohibits the compliance of this mandate and therefore would cause religious discrimination to myself and my children. My children currently attend a private school, and in private schools, because they are private independent, as has been mentioned before, they are concerned about them becoming a safeguard or a safe body for those who choose to exercise religious exemptions. And I wanted to speak to that point because, in fact, because a private school is private and creates its own requirements for attendance, any private school could choose to still exercise the mandatory vaccination requirements. They do not have to take advantage of the LD 833 that is being proposed. So, LD 1056 that is being proposed. So if that were to go through and a school does not want to be a safe haven, they could choose not to exercise that right that they have. And in 833, as I've mentioned previously and wanted to speak more to, myself as a Christian, what is a factor that prohibits my children's use of, and myself, the use of certain vaccinations is the use of aborted fetal tissue. And what I feel hasn't been actually addressed yet here is that these are still actively in use. And most commonly, it is done by the water bag birth method, which means that a live fetus is delivered through less often cesarean, but most through induced labor, and they deliver a intact placenta with an intact fetus inside and harvest the organs and tissues while the fetus still has a living and beating heart. And this is why this goes against my fundamental religious beliefs and would create religious discrimination for myself and my children. Thank you so very much for hearing my testimony today. I really appreciate all the time you've put into today.
Thank you very much. Again, we thank you. We know it's been a long day for everyone. Any questions, folks, at this time for Ms. Dragman? Seeing none, again, thank you, and you have a good evening.
Okay, Senator, I think we have Tiffany Crack too.
I'm sorry, Tiffany?
Yeah, Tiffany Crack.
Thank you.
Good evening. I am still Tiffany. I'm still from Lemoyne. I've cut part of my testimony and I'll get through this as quickly as I can. I appreciate you staying here this late to hear us out. My family is we're Messianic Christians, otherwise known as the Hebrew Roots community. Our faith is rooted in the obedience to the word of Yahweh. Scripture for families such as mine is very clear. Regardless of what concessions that modern day churches may make, we are to refrain from certain actions. The use of aborted fetal tissue, animal DNA, and other material that is deemed unclean by Yahweh throughout the Torah is in production and is still in the production of vaccinations, continues to be a challenge to our faith. Not only are we to abstain from such abominations, but we are also charged with the protection of our genetics because vaccines on the current schedule have never officially been tested for mutagenic qualities. And in fact, in independent studies, results have given validity to the suspicion that these products are in fact playing a part in the mutation of DNA. Because of these issues, vaccination in families like mine becomes an actual question of salvation. And my family does not stand alone in this issue. We're merely one family of millions across the country from a variety of religions, such as Jewish Orthodoxy, Muslims, Jehovah's Witnesses, Hinduism, and others. Just because you can't find us on Google doesn't mean that we don't exist and don't deserve the same freedoms and protections this country has afforded to people for hundreds of years. And as you've seen today, people have no problem with pushing their ideologies on a minority that they do not understand. The easy thing will always be to go against the mob, to go with the mob. The hard thing will always be to protect the minority from the mob. Such has been the legacy of democratic America for hundreds of years. Laws are passed, changed, and undone frequently, and can be repealed altogether as information changes, corrects itself, and legislatures reevaluate. This country is made up of a collection of religions, people that fled homelands seeking refuge. Some of our earliest immigrants came seeking freedom of worship. And if we start restricting these freedoms, if we start withholding aspects of life hostage in exchange for compliance, even in the opposition of someone's deeply held faith, can we even call ourselves a refuge for liberty? I ask you humbly to support the passage of these bills.
Thank you very much. Any questions, folks, at this time? Yes, Ms. Salisbury, Representative.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tiffany. Sorry. Oh, there's your cat. I see that now. Can you just tell me again the name of your religion? I missed it. You broke up there and I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I'm part of the Hebrew roots community. We believe in total scripture.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that information.
Thank you.
Any other questions, folks? Seeing none, again, thank you very much. We know it has been a long day for everyone, so you have a good evening.
Thank you all.
Okay, Senator, nobody else has put anything in the chat that I see.
Okay. How about in the against or neither? Do you see anything there?
No, Senator, no chat messages, nobody raising their hand.
Well, seeing no other speakers, I believe we've got through this hearing. I want to say thank you to everyone in terms of, it's been a long day. Appreciate you hanging in there. I do have a question from Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Hillary listening? Or I can ask Sam to take a note. I had forgotten all about March 20 elections, or I guess it was primaries. Could you find out how many Maine voters there are, Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and remind us what was on the ballot? Because we're hearing a lot of arguments against these bills, that it was a overwhelming 73% of the voters of Maine. So if I could get that breakdown, I'd appreciate it.
I'll find as much as I can.
Thank you.
Senator Daughtry, followed by Representative Salisbury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize, it's been a long day, as we all know. So I can't remember if I asked you for this earlier, Ms. Bristler, but if we could get the statute on the people's veto referendum process and what the timeline is from the submission of signatures and how they go on ballots, I think that's a pretty, strict thing on timing. Just like to have that, because we had a lot of statements made that it was just a primary and people weren't able to participate, and there's a pretty clear statute and it was an open election. So if we could have that for the work session for all of us to see, that'd be great.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Risler, I have some questions I've been saving until the end that I was hoping we could get some information on for the work session. First, how many students in total are in Maine, pre-K through 12? If there's a way to break it down, public, private, all of that. I'm sure maybe the DOE has that. I'm not sure. And then if we could find out about how many states have exemptions or how many states require full vaccine. Someone else might have already asked that one. And then what about colleges? How do colleges handle this? Do most colleges have a vaccine requirement, or is it the same depending on the state? And then one other thing, someone mentioned about that in order for a child to get caught up on their vaccines, it would take 14 months. So just if I could have some clarity around that piece. Thanks. Sorry.
Yes, Representative Crockett, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And not that Hillary doesn't have enough to do, but there was a lot of reference today about grandfathering kids with respect to this bill. Could you let me know, or let us know from last session, how that question was addressed and handled? I don't know if that's something you can pull or not.
Yeah, I'll look in notes and I'll see if it was something that was raised. And if it was, I'll let you know anything I can find.
Okay.
Any other questions, folks? Again, thank you. It's been a long day. Representative Brennan did an outstanding job this morning, and I know I created some confusion, and but we've managed to recover. I appreciate you folks being here. I know there's some disappointment by Representative Millette that we didn't break her standing record for a longest hearing, but
well,
shucks.
I wanted to say, Senator Rafferty, congratulations to you, to Sam, everybody on the committee. The sun is still up.
Yes.
I have but one question. Did I miss anything? I did my time.
Yeah, well,
it could be deja vu for you, Representative McCraig.
Thank you.
All right, folks, have a good evening.